duty to you. You have a fiduciary duty to your investors, to yourself. You can make some good money, and a lot of your employees can become part of a larger organization that could take them places they couldn't be, or some of them can take a payout as, you know, original founders. So I think that if you can come out without damaging too many people's lives, get out of it as fast as you can. If you're getting out because it's not working at all,
right.
If you're getting out because it's not working but it can work, you just don't have you're just not the person who can take it to where it's supposed to go. Then there's also taking on partners. You don't have to exit. There's also taking on partners. Maybe you don't own majority stake anymore, but you can certainly, there's many ways to cut that cake when it comes to fixing a bad business now. But this is very different from if the business is not working and realistically can't work. That's a different story. But if it's a business that can work and it's just not working under you, maybe take on some partners.
Right. Kenny, one last question, and it's about the youths.
Yes.
Many of them have this entrepreneurial fire burning in them. They want to start their own businesses. Some are also there trying to make money very quickly.
Yes.
What is your advice for the Nigerian youths? Those who want to start their own businesses, how do they go about it? What are the right steps that they must take?
Okay, so one of the things I always tell young people is be very self-aware. Self-awareness is one of the most important traits because it allows you to know who you are, audit yourself accurately, audit your surroundings. There's some businesses you just simply can't get into because you're not in a space to get into it. But you can get yourself into that space. So I always tell young people it's very important to network as much as you can, provide value. One of my lucky traits is that I don't have this sense that I'm not afraid to be used. So I think a lot of people, in order to not be used, they never want to do anything for free. Someone who has value and that you need isn't going to hang around you if you're not giving them value. And if you're making them pay you for the value, it's like, fine, I could just go hire someone else. For someone to give you the chance, for someone to give you an opportunity that on paper you might not deserve. Maybe you deserve it spiritually, maybe maybe you deserve it, but on paper, no one can prove that you deserve it. For someone to believe in you and give you those kinds of chances, you have to, one, be willing to provide value without asking for anything in return. That's something that I've always done. And network, take advantage of the people around you and find ways to give them value and grow. That's how you get into rooms. That's how you get opportunities. The reason why you're even allowed to be here is because someone is benefiting from you being there. If you work really hard to not allow people to benefit from you, you'll get the kind of outcomes that comes with that. I see a lot of young people. I know in Nigeria they use this one. They won't use my head, and I'm like, you probably should let them. That's what's going to allow them to bring you around, call you when this is happening. Oh, come around because you're valuable. Then that's how you network and leverage your network and all those things and take advantage of it for the short and long term. And be honest. If it's fast money, question it. Some fast money is real and pure. Sometimes, if you're lucky, once in 100 times, there's fast money that's real and pure. But more than likely, it's not real and it's not pure. Try to avoid it if you can. Be honest. And I know it sounds cliche, but that matters a lot to people. Even thieves want you to be honest, So I think it matters, just work on yourself a lot. Make money, try to make money as much as you can in different ways. Don't have too much pride. Don't think there's anything that's above you, that's below you. And at the same time, don't think anything is above you. Have audacity, but with guardrails. These are things I would tell young people. I see this every day. I see a lot of young people who could squeeze more juice out of the orange of life, but they don't due to certain maybe character flaws, not believing themselves, believing too much in themselves, all these different things. So definitely audit yourself, be very self-aware, and work on yourself constantly. That's what I would say, tell to the youth.
That's straight from the expert. These are things you may not be able to learn in a business school, but we got all of them here from Achievers Money. Thank you very much, Kenny.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye-bye, viewers. See you next time.
There's an old African proverb that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Just imagine life as a voyage and a quest, and you are the sailor. Indeed, the navigator, and your dreams and your aspirations for greatness and for goodness represent your destinations. Hello, dream chasers and future history makers. Welcome to another timeless capsule where we dive deep into the wisdom of ages to fuel your journey, your quest, your desire towards greatness. Today, we're setting sail on the vast ocean of life, guided by an ancient African proverb: smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Think about it. If life were always calm and predictable, how would we grow? How would you learn to navigate the storms, harness the winds, and chart our own course towards our dreams? It is indeed, and in fact, the challenges, the setbacks, the unexpected turns, the twists, those difficulties that truly shape us into the capable, resilient individuals that we are meant to be. Just like a skilled sailor relies on their experience and knowledge to conquer the roughest seas, we too must draw upon our inner strength and determination in order to overcome some of life's obstacles that stand between us and our aspirations. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It is a chance to test our limits, to learn new skills, and to emerge stronger than ever before. In fact, as the great Jim Rohn once said, it should make us stronger, wiser, and better. And that's why we must embrace the storms no matter what happens. We must embrace setbacks, for they will teach us valuable lessons. We must also embrace the detours, for they may lead us to even greater destinations than we originally imagined. That is a very important lesson for you. I know it's not always easy. There will be times when the winds are against you, when the waves crash over your bow, and when you feel like giving up. I know, but in those moments, remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So keep your eyes on that horizon, your dreams in heart, and your spirit unwavering. You are the navigator of your own destiny. You have the power to turn those challenges into triumphs, setbacks into comebacks, and dreams into reality. So, let the winds of adversity blow. Let the waves of doubt crash against you. You are that skillful sailor that is capable of navigating any storm. And remember, the greatest rewards await those who dare to venture into the uncharted waters of their own potential. Set sail, my friends. Embrace the journey, and may your voyage be filled with courage, resilience, and, of course, the unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness.
Welcome to Mighty Moms, the show dedicated to the strength and determination of mothers who pursue their dreams while raising a family. I'm your host, Sarah Roberts, and you're watching the Achievement Channel, broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi here in Lagos. Today, we are discussing how to balance high-level operations with the demands of motherhood. Our guest is a legal expert with a master's from the University of Buckingham and a professional track record in HR and organizational coordination. She has managed firms in real estate and law and is currently the company secretary for GCW Nigeria Limited, all while being a devoted wife and a mother of 3. Please welcome the accomplished Otonjo Bobadilla. Today we will learn how to lead with efficiency and heart. Stay tuned. Otonjo, I hope you are okay with me calling you Otonjo or Tonjo.
Definitely.
Which one do you prefer?
Definitely. Anyone is fine, actually. So.
All right, I like Tonjo.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
maybe I'll mix it. Otonjo,
That's
Tonjo.
fine.
It's a wonderful name.
Thank you.
You're welcome
Thank you.
to the show.
Yeah, thank
And we're
you.
happy to have you.
Thank you. Happy to be here too.
Thank you so much. Otonjo, you have a master's in international law
Yes.
and an HR qualification.
Yes.
How do these professional skills help you to solve everyday problems at work?
Okay. First of all, I would say, okay, so I have a background in law. Even before masters, my first degree was in law. And by the time I went into the workplace, I worked in the legal department, I worked in the administrative department. And for some reason, maybe it's just I'm a woman, I don't know, but I found the administrative and HR department more interesting. It was more practical, more hands-on. Yeah, law was
More
like,
engaging.
yes, more engaging. And law is like, oh, you're just always writing or researching. So I just said, okay, you know what, I wanted to change. That's just it. I just decided to do certification to actually move into the HR sector.
Seriously?
Yes, actually. And then I moved in there and, you know, I found out that it's almost like it's a very good marriage. The legal system, the law and HR actually work perfectly together. I would say that the two of them are integral for the progress of the company. HR deals with the management of the human resources, and then law tells you the legal implications of managing human resources, managing transactions of the company. So it kind of gave me an advantage almost immediately. I didn't see it before I got into it, but when I got into it, I found out that, okay, this actually works. I would see that the other HR staff will come and meet me and ask, okay, the law, so can we do this or can we not do this? Or even in their templates, the employment contracts that they give staff, most of the time, HR staff, they can just use a general template for their employment contracts. But as a lawyer, I would look into this contract and say, okay, this is a trap. I look at some clauses and say, no, you have to remove this from there. If not, you put your clients into a trap. So I was able to advise. I had the advantage also with risks that you cannot take with your employees or business. The company cannot, depending on the company you are, there are some businesses you can't go into, there are some businesses you can. So I was just able to advise on that part and also do what I wanted, be more engaging, be more practical, both with staff, both with transactions. So I think it really helps. It's a very good marriage and it actually benefits the company in the long run. And it gave me the advantage, the market advantage too, to have the two of them. So yeah.
So at a point, you must have been so indispensable
Oh yes.
in 2 walls.
In 2 words,
in one
yes.
place.
Yes, I would say that definitely.
That's great. Otonjo,
Yes.
you have held top roles in tough industries like construction and real estate. What are some of the important lessons you learn about
leading teams in those fields?
Okay. Well, so in the different industries I've worked in, I feel like I've learned a lot. But then I'll say what stands out to me is, as the most important lesson, is working well with your team members. Definitely, that stands out, because a company or an organization is a corporate entity, and a corporate person has its own personality. That means it can be sued, it can go into transactions, it can sue,
Borrow.
Yes, borrow, exactly. So, because it's not an individual person, doesn't have hands and legs. So I would say your staff, your team, they're your hands and your legs. And then the delivery or the productivity of the company actually depends on the staff you have and how you work well to deliver. So first of all, I would say I've learned that you have to choose the right workforce.
Yeah.
That may take some time. You may go into the season of hiring and firing, but then when you do get the right workforce, build a structure, a system around it that you can work well with them to deliver. So I would say that structure would entail discipline, will entail accountability, putting systems in place that will make your employees accountable. Willingness, definitely willingness. A lot of feedback, a lot of, you don't want to be too on one end where you're just structure, strict, and, your staff can't actually come to you. So you should also show some empathy, show that you're sensitive to the needs of your employee, your staff, so that they can come to you, they can give you feedback. The worst thing to happen to you is to have a hostile workforce.
Yeah.
And that has happened to me once. So they stifle the productivity, and at the end of the day, you look bad.
Yeah.
You look really bad. So you have to have a workforce, a team that you can work with. You have to create alliances. You have to create systems that allow for accountability. So it doesn't look like at any point you're witch hunting your employees.
Yeah.
This is the rule. This is what you have to do. This is the consequence if you don't do it. So it's clear to everyone. So create a plan, clear plan, structures, discipline, feedback, and also be empathetic towards them.
That's good. Osonjo, being a mother of 3 is a huge responsibility. And by the way, you don't even look like a mother of 1. Talk less of 3. You look marvelous. You look outstanding. You look amiable. You look everything that, I don't know what adjective I should use to describe you, really. So being a mother of 3 is a huge responsibility. How do you deal with the busy mornings and some of the stressful days without actually feeling overwhelmed?
I would not even lie to you that it's not tough.
It's not tough.
That is not tough.
Okay.
I didn't say no, it's easy. I won't say that. Yeah, I won't just say no, you can do it. And yes, you can. However, I would say it takes a lot of planning and intentionality. A lot of that. So, first of all, I would start with the planning. Let me go to the planning aspect. And I feel the planning should start with you and your partner.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Family.
Yes. Your partner and you have to understand what you want out of life and understand how to support each other to actually achieve it. It's very important. Once you understand what you want and, understand, okay, this is what I want, this is how I'm going to achieve it, this is where you come in, this is where I come in, it makes it easier. Nobody feels like, oh no, you're selfish, or because that comes up, when the stress comes up, that may come up. So you have to understand with your partner, you have to plan. In the planning, there should be structure put in place. I'm a very structured person. I'll show you.
know.
HR, so everything is structure. And then there should be your support system. It's very important to have a healthy support system around it. You can't do everything
Family
yourself.
members.
Yes. You can't do everything yourself. Family members, staff.
Staff.
But I would say that if you have staff, then it's necessary to put structure around accountability.
Yes,
So you can, for example, have cameras in your home,
of course.
or you can create timelines around your children pending your work period, the work day. So, for example, I'm here, I know my kids are in school, you know.
And your mind is...
Exactly. Okay, they're in school. They have this, and when they come back from school, you can either create extracurricular activities, or they're doing lesson, or there's a prep period. But you can kind of account for what they're doing during the day, so that if they are not there, depending on who is your support system, you can get them to account for it. You can talk to them about it. So I would say it's very important.
Yeah.
I would also say you also, despite this whole structure, it's very important to also talk to your kids, create time in the day. I know it's hard because some people work late, you know, so you may come back late, and it's hard, but you have to create time in the day. Either you call them from work if you can't, but you have to create time in the day to like touch base with them, find out what is going on. Don't keep it till
Give them
the
room
weekend.
to communicate with you.
Exactly. You can't keep it till the weekend where you don't hear, and you know, because you find out that you work for certain years and you don't know your children eventually. And your children are, it's a very integral part of your life too. So you can't just drop it. I would say that structure is important, support system at home, and also in the workplace. The structure is very important. So you create policies on everything. Policies of time of resumption, time to check out, retention of client retention policies, conflict resolution policies. Make it clear. Choose your team. They know your policies and they can work with it. It's almost like on autopilot. You know, whether you have to go out for a meeting, whether you have to travel, your staff know what they're working with.
This discussion is getting more interesting. We will be right back shortly after this break.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting, exciting, stimulating.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back. Otonjo, you are an expert at making things run smoothly. You said it earlier, too. Can you tell us some of the simple tricks you use in making your home run, or keeping your home run as smoothly, your home life run as smoothly and organized as your work life?
Okay. So I would say those two things, I would have to repeat them again. The structure and the support system. They're actually very important, because you can't, if you don't have a support system, you can't do everything yourself. You can't be here and be somewhere else at the same time. You
The
have
mother
work.
is said to have 10 hands.
I'm telling you, like you have to have eyes behind your head, really. So you do a lot. You do a lot, and then you have to ensure that everything comes together to ensure that you're progressing. You're not just running around in circles. So I would say you have to have a support team. It can be family. You know, some people have family, grandparents, siblings that can stay with the children. you know, or it can be staff. Some people don't have their family around them. But if it is staff, you have to have cameras. You have to have
your own
exactly
special plan.
because you don't know who you're leaving your children with. You have to have that accountability. You have to be able to account for their timelines, their spaces, what they are doing at each time. It helps. Also, you have to, if you have family, same thing. Same thing. You have to be able to talk to them. You have to make sure they're accountable to you. They have a good relationship with the children. Hear from your children. Because sometimes the staff will give you the impression that everything is going on well. And then you talk to the child and it's not going on well. So you have to be able to get feedback. Always get feedback. Always have people in place that can help you, because you can't do everything. You have to delegate.
Being a career woman and a mother at the same time is not easy.
Not easy. No.
But it is achievable.
Yes, it is achievable.
So Otonjo, with such a demanding career and a family of 5, what do you do where self-care is concerned? How do you find time for self-care? And why do you think it is important for your mental
Health.
well-being?
I think self-care is very important, especially when you work really hard.
So you make plans for a kind of getaway alone?
Definitely, definitely.
Let's hear it.
Yes, so I would say first of all, you have to be conscious. You have to be very deliberate about that. You have to have spiritual and physical rejuvenation. If you don't relax, if you're not deliberate, you would burn out.
Exactly.
And then when you do burn out, it's not beneficial to anybody. It's not beneficial to you. It's not beneficial to the people you're working with. It's not beneficial to your children. So if you burn out, you're useless to everybody.
So you're like a machine that is not functioning.
Exactly. So you're useless to everybody. So everyone has the way they feel they relax. It's not one fits all, but I would recommend that whatever it is that you do to relax, you need to do it. You need to take time out to do it. I would say I like to spend time I meditate, spend time with God, and then I take time off. I like weekends away sometimes to indulge. You work hard. You work hard for your money. So spend your money on yourself, not just kids and, So take time off. Go to a spa. Get a spa treatment. Sometimes pamper yourself. You deserve it because you work hard. So take time out to relax. Also, another thing I like is also sometimes create memories with your kids. They don't go back. You can't relive their age. Once they pass their age, they've passed it. So you are at work most of the time.
There must be a history.
Exactly. So
for
take
one
time
to fall
out.
back on later on.
Yes.
This is what we did.
Yes. So take time out. Take time out for yourself, with your spouse. You can choose to take time out with your spouse or by yourself or with the kids, and just, relax.
But
whatever
it's
it
important
is.
that
Very
you have
important.
to
very, very important.
take some time out for yourself.
Yes, very, very important. You don't want
Because
to
our
burn
mothers out there must know, have to know how to deal with, the responsibility of raising a family, pursuing their careers or their dreams, and also taking care of themselves. It's like a tripod.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You have to be deliberate. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, Otonjo, what piece of advice would you want to give to our mighty moms out there who want to reach the top or the peak of their careers without actually neglecting their homes or family?
Okay, so with this, I would start from the very beginning. And for me, the very beginning is family. Family. The partner you choose. The partner you choose to marry is very, very important. You should start from there. What do you want in life? Define what you want. What do you want? Speak with your partner and agree even before you go into marriage. I know people play this down, and many times you find out that people get married out of feelings. You know, the way this partner makes me feel, the way, you know. But then you find out that you go into marriage and those feelings, they dwindle. Sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, and then the pressures come. Pressure of children, pressure of finance, so many things. And then you throw
all
those
of a
feelings.
sudden
Exactly.
you start having goals and dreams that emerges
Exactly.
from nowhere.
And then because you haven't planned, it is actually very hard to just step into it all of a sudden, you know. So you should plan very well with your partner. See who your partner is, you know exactly what you want, know exactly what he wants. If you feel that you are not compatible for marriage, then that's the time that you should rethink, should I marry this person or not? For example, somebody wants, is just very family oriented, doesn't want you to work, you know, at that time you have to ensure, this is what I want. Are we willing to go or not? You have to know. Then there are some people that just want, okay, be in the workforce. In that case, you talk around it. When you have decided that, okay, this is the person I want, you now create systems around it that can actually work, you know. So you want a woman that maybe works, is in the workforce. As a man, a partner, you have to be prepared to assist her with the home front too. So you guys are not, you're not in competition.
Your partners.
Your partners. You need to work together, you know. So have that discussion and know that, okay, these are the challenges you're going to face. Since you have decided on this, what do we do? As I said before, it's not one fits all.
Yeah.
They are different. Exactly. So you decide, this is what I want.
Yeah.
This is what we can do. This is the support system we can create around it. For some people, it may be work before we have children. Maybe let's spend some few years before we have children. When you do have the children, take a bit of time off. At that time, we'll save or we'll invest for later on. Some people, it may be
all the way.
All the way. So it just depends on you and your partner and your planning. It's very, very important to plan. I would say that. And then when you do plan, create the system. Create the system around it. Create, you know, get the support system you need. Get the structure in place you need. You guys know you're working together. So it's not a surprise. Your partner is, no, I don't want this. Or, you know, we've already talked about
it. Yeah.
You know, so you can always come back and say, but we talked about this. Let's go back to our drawing board and let's see what are the things we need to put in place that will enable this to work. Because either of I feel the two pillars are so important. If you do not do your career well or achieve what you want to achieve, you may feel unfulfilled. But then your children are so important that when you do retire, because one day you will.
Yeah, they will show.
Exactly. You will, and you will come back to children that maybe you don't know, or children that don't really have a bond at all with their parents.
With their family, yeah.
And then somehow, in some ways, I wouldn't say, no, I'm not saying financially, but even if you're wealthy, your children would administer your finances at the end of the day. Now, if you haven't trained these children well, or you don't have a relationship with them, you may be put in a home. You know, true. you may be neglected because no matter how rich or wealthy you are, as you get older, the things you can do by yourself reduce, and then these children are supposed to take over from you. If they don't know what to do, you're also in trouble.
So everything is hinged on
planning.
The mighty mother must plan
Very
to
important.
enjoy her future.
Yes,
isn't it?
Definitely.
Thank you so much. I wish we could continue, Otonjo, but this is where we have to draw the curtain. Okay. But believe me, I have enjoyed this session. I've gotten some tips, and I'm sure our mighty moms out there have also gotten some tips that will help them to pursue their career and also learn to not neglect their home. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a powerful session. A huge thank you to Otonjo Bobadilla for reminding us that being organized in business starts with a disciplined and loving heart at home. We've learned today that motherhood isn't a barrier to success. It's a source of incredible resilience. Remember to follow Achievement Channel on all social platforms and use the hashtag Mighty Moms to join the conversation. I'm Sarah Roberts and this is Mighty Moms. Until next time, keep dreaming, keep leading, and keep seeing possibilities.
Day. It's a beautiful day. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be days.
Hello, this is Achievement Channel and I'm Tracy Dominic. Today we're at Central Lagos CMS where we are diving into an intriguing question. How do we rate our own public speaking skills? Yes, we often judge others, but how do we assess ourselves? Today we're about to find out all of that and more, so come with me.
On the good speaker, I rate myself number 1.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say I will rate myself 5.
Public speaking is not my thing. Yeah. If there's a way I can pass the responsibility to someone else, I will do that. But if there's no way, yeah, I'll stand up, I'll do the speaking. If I rate myself, I'll rate myself average, maybe 5. I won't rate myself 5.
I will rate my skill of speaking, right? I'll rate 3%. 3.
That's good.
I'll rate my public speaking 2. So about 10.
Good.
I can rate my public speaking to 3.
I'm not really a public speaker because I only speak outside. I think it takes time for us to develop such skills. But if I need to rate myself, maybe I'll give myself 5. Because at least I speak to my clients regarding my job.
And my skill, I'll give myself 8. 8, yes.
Hey, that's a good one. All right, thank you.
I'll rate myself 7/10. I'm a good public speaker. I'll rate myself 7/10.
I hope today's insights have inspired you to take a step back and evaluate your own speaking skills. Remember, there's always room to grow. Tracy Dominic, Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Teacher's World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Teacher's World, Tools to Thrive and Motivation to Lead. I'm your host, David Obianyo, and you're watching the Achievement Channel. Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we are exploring a powerful shift in the profession, from the classroom to catalyst, scaling your impact as an educator. Joining us is a man who truly needs no introduction in the world of education. He is a Guinness World Record holder, a global policy expert, and the author of the inspiring book, Let There Be Teachers. The Director of Strategic Partnerships at 1 Million Teachers, Oluwaseyi Anifowose. He is a dynamic education policy expert, thought leader, and advocate for teacher development and systemic education reform. Oluwaseyi leads high-impact collaborations that promote teacher excellence, professional growth, and equitable learning outcomes across Africa. Today, we will discuss how you can move beyond the four walls of your classroom to become a national leader and a catalyst for change. Whether you are in a city school or a rural classroom, stay tuned. This conversation is about to change the way you see your career.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome again to the show, Mr. Oluwaseyi. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Smooth Teacher. Nice to see you again.
Okay, so what a lot of people may not know is that we've known each other for close to a decade as acquaintances, went for an activity, and from then we knew that we were going to be doing so many projects together.
Absolutely.
So that brings me to the first question. It's a thing about mindsets. You and I, we already had this mindset from the beginning that we were going to do great things.
Yeah.
So if I ask you, what do you think it is that makes a teacher's mindset such a pivotal part of making them see themselves as leaders and not just employees?
So thank you once again. And I'd like to start by appreciating you for this kind of initiative. Over the years, one of the things that I've always believed, particularly in our sector, this education sector, is that we do not know how to tell our stories very well. All right. I feel that we've not been sharing the things, the impact in the education space. And so this kind of initiative helps us to be able to communicate our value, and I probably will get, probably we'll talk more about that as we go in this interview. So basically, I'd like to appreciate you for this first stuff. And then, so talking about the question, mindset, I believe that teaching is not just a profession, all right? Unlike every other profession, teaching is way different. I like to say that you're not a teacher because of the subject you teach. So for many years I taught English, but that's not what makes me a teacher. What makes me a teacher is my capacity to illuminate the mind, inspire change, and transform generations, one child per time. And so as teachers, we must come to understand that because you teach in a school doesn't confine you to that school, right? Towards the end of last year, I started to make some videos on my social media platforms, and I did a series, and I titled it Teachers Who Built a Nation. And in the videos, what I did was to objectively did a collection of Nigerian leaders who were once teachers. And interestingly, there were a lot of them, starting from Shehu Shagari, Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello. I mean, many of these presidents, up to our last vice president, Yemi Osinbajo, many of them had classroom experiences. So what that tells me is that being a teacher gives you the capacity to live not just within the four walls of the classroom. It gives you the capacity to be able to lead, to transform not just your environment, but to transform your nation. And so we must get to a point where teachers understand that you can inspire change. You can build a nation. And building a nation is in two ways. First in yourself, and then in the students that you teach. All right. I normally would say that teachers are custodians of the future. So in your classroom are students who will eventually lead the future, and so that first of all empowers you as an influence in future. So that means your relevance in the future is secure. I don't know if you understand what I mean. And then talking about you as a teacher, you also have the capacity to lead a change. So we must encourage teachers to understand that because you are teaching in a school, should not confine you to that school, right? So you are not just an employee who is collecting salary. You are a change maker.
Transformational leader.
Absolutely.
Totally get that. I mean, as transformational leaders ourselves, we have walked this path, and I think I totally get what you're saying. And maybe someday soon, some people may start researching teachers who built a nation, and we might have Oluseyi and David right there.
Absolutely, and that's what it. So what we're doing right now is actually we're curating the future, such that 10 years after now, 20 years after now, people can reference David Obiayon, who was once a classroom teacher, but then transitioned from not just being a classroom teacher to begin to engage, all right, to begin to develop. That's how they started. They were not just comfortable with just being teachers. They wanted to do more. They wanted to give more to the community. They wanted to give more to the society. And then when they became leaders, it showed. Many of them went to the National Assembly and they curated, for instance, someone like Avan Ikoku was once a teacher. All right, so you have College of Education, you have Avan Ikoku Federal College of Education. So you have things that are traceable to him. Someone like Solomon La, he was once a governor in Plateau State, who initiated a lot of things. So you have a number of them who were not just comfortable with just being teachers. So they carried their influence beyond the classroom and began to institutionalize policies that will help the younger generation become better. And that's what we're enjoying today.
I see you towing that part. Okay. So if I were to ask you, what steps do you think a teacher in the classroom presently can take to differentiate themselves and transcend beyond the classroom? What steps?
I would say communicate your value. All right. So it is one thing to have value, and so I wrote a book. Let There Be Teachers. Okay. And I postulated. So basically, I was trying to get teachers to know that there are certain things that you need to understand. So I talked about, I call it the anatomy of the teacher. So I discussed 4 things. I call it 4S. Understand self, understand student, understand subject, and understand society. All right. Understand yourself. That talks about identity. So you're not and that's basically what I talked about when we started. Understanding your identity as a being. So I'm not just an English teacher. My influence goes beyond that. All right. And then so to your question, understand both your subject and your student. All right. What you teach is who you teach is more important than what you teach. Sure. But one of the challenges we face in the teaching profession, unfortunately, is that we have a number of teachers who lack competence. All right. So you need to know your subject. All right. You need to be able to, and thankfully you are someone who I'm looking for the word now, who represents knowing your subject, who represents who has capacity in who doesn't just show capacity in what you do. You won several awards. All right. So that stems from the fact that you value what you do and you give it your best. So as teachers in the classroom, you must give it your best. That's where it starts from. It is not when you leave the classroom that you begin to give your best. So giving your best begins from the classroom. Understand your subject. I read this thing many years ago. It's about I don't know what they call it. I think it's pheromones or something, that when you are face to face with a wild animal, all right, so that there's something that comes out of your body that gives the animal the impression that you're afraid. All right, I don't know what it is called, but this, we can't see it, but the animal can see it. So when you see the animal is afraid, you're afraid. But it is who has the more courage that, And so back to the classroom, when you don't know what you're teaching, your students know.
They can tell.
They see it, all right? So you must know your subject. You must have mastery over your subject. You must have competence. And then you must also know your students, all right? Understand the student. So when you have been able to do that, you now begin to communicate your value, all right? Show it to the world, right? I mean, show it to the world. Start from, let the people around you see that you're doing your best. Show up, right? Let people. I mean, when I met you and I went through your social media platforms, I see all of the things that you have done, and that for me endeared me to you. I wanted to identify myself with your success, with your excellence. All right, and so and here we are today.
Okay, so it's looking like this show is revolving around me, but you are actually the guest on my show. But thank you very much for the flowers, and I would have you know that being my first guest today also shows that I have mutual respect for you. Now, you talked about 4 S's. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have the subject, student, society, and self. Yeah. So self will bring me to my next question, which I know that is something I have embodied and I personify, which is, why would you think, or why do you think it's impossible to be a catalyst for change without proper well-being that's taking care of yourself? Self being the operational word here.
Okay. I'll say this. I'll say it this way. Emotionally unstable teachers cannot produce emotionally stable students. All right. So you cannot give what you don't have. All right. You cannot pour a drink. Interestingly, I can't pour a drink from this cup. All right, because it is empty. All right, so for me to pour, there must be substance in this cup before it goes out. And so as teachers, your well-being is important, because that's where everything comes out from. All right, so for you to be able to emotionally produce students that are emotionally sound, stable. All right, you must be emotionally stable yourself.
Sure.
All right, and that's why we ask teachers to pay attention to their emotional well-being, their mental well-being. Take care of yourself. All right, I know that you don't have time. Our schedules are usually very busy. All right, you have I say this a lot, that the work of a teacher begins and ends at home. All right, so you literally don't have the time. All right, because your work begins from home. So you have to prepare lesson notes, prepare all of those things, and then go to school, come back to mark, you understand? Yeah. And then so you still have to give time to yourself, to your family, socialize, just be happy.
I totally understand that. I mean, being a student myself, being a teacher, I have experienced the effect of teachers who were overwhelmed with work and how it cascaded down to negative effects in their classroom. Okay, with that, we'll be going on a break. We have to pay bills. Thank you.
So to do well in public speaking, you must see it as a relationship between yourself and your audience.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power. Speak with power.
Join us on Teacher's World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back to Teacher's World, and I still have Mr. Anifowoshe with me in the studio.
Thank you.
Now, for those of us who are just joining, Mr. Anifowoshe is also a Guinness World Record holder, and that's another project we worked together on. Now, this brings me to this question. As a Guinness World Record holder, what would you say is the importance of teachers working together, collaboration?
Okay, so what that event has taught me is the power of collaboration. Right? There's nothing you can do alone, right? We can't do anything alone, Success in life is dependent on not just your ability, but it also depends on the strength of other people, and we must learn how to leverage our different strengths, right? So what that event has taught me is that collectively as teachers, we have the strength, in our togetherness to transform education, to transform the teaching profession, not just in Nigeria, globally, right? See, I don't know if many of the interviews I've attended, there's something that I normally would say, and that's because it's my personal philosophy. It says, values and institutions are not given to us by God or handed to us by nature. We invented them. And if they don't suit our purposes, we have the right to change them, right? So the things that we see in the teaching profession, they are the things that were engineered by some people. And so as teachers who believe, who have different ideologies about how things should be, we must begin to re-engineer the teaching profession. And we cannot do it alone. I cannot do it alone. Apologies, I always reference you. You were part of the Guinness World Record. So the record, the conference was a global platform, all right, for us to begin to advocate better teaching standards, advocate better welfare for teachers, advocate policy reform for teachers. That's not what one person can do. That's not what only Oluwaseyi can do. That's what all of us can do together. So lessons from that event is that together we can begin to make things happen.
True. You couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
Okay, so your organization works on raising a new generation of teachers and educators. I would have to ask you this. What do you think the ideal classroom looks like in the next 5 years or in the next decade?
Okay, I read the book by Robert Starrett, Refocusing School Leadership, and he defined education in a particular way. And from that day, I began to adopt that definition. And it says, education as an end is to develop intelligent human beings who know how the world works and are prepared to participate as healers of its ills and stakeholders of its development. All right. And teachers are critical to that. All right. So my ideal classroom is a classroom where we have teachers who know how the world works, teachers who are not bound by curriculum, students who are not bound by curriculum, students who are not bound to conform, but who are allowed to express their creativity, right? So because the curriculum is just a document. All right. What makes change happen is not just the curriculum, it is life that happens in the classroom. So my ideal classroom is where education helps us to solve the need of our community, because education is need-based. All right, so we look at the issues in our environment and design a curriculum that can solve the problem. All right, so that way we're not following a rigid curriculum. We're looking at things that can help us become better.
Fantastic. I could actually relate to what you were talking about, because I remember that kind of question was once posed at me at one of my interviews for one of the awards I won, and I said something along the lines of, I want a classroom where children don't only learn about the world, but where they learn with the world. And one of the interviewers told me that that was something I was already doing in my classroom while I was connecting them to other continents from the classroom. So I can see, they say great minds think alike. All right, so lots of people are watching this now and are feeling like they are inspired and they can aspire to what it is you have accomplished in your very distinguished career. What would you say to those who feel like their contribution isn't being appreciated at work as educators?
All right, I would say keep showing up. All right, I would say continue to communicate your value, continue to do what you do. All right, it's a matter of time. All right, you will be appreciated, you will be seen, you will be visible. All right, so you see, I have this analogy. If a drop of water keeps dropping on a rock, after a rock, even as hard as this thing is, if you have drops, you know, so the consistency of the drops makes impact on this solid surface, and it makes a hole. And so that's the same thing I would say, right? Keep dropping, be consistent, all right? Just keep doing what you're doing, all right? Keep evolving, all right? Keep learning, and with time, all right, it says time and chance happening
to everyone.
Yeah, so
all
your
right.
time will come.
So that's a very profound way to close that, and I actually agree with you. There is nothing as important as consistency. It always leaves its mark.
Absolutely.
All right, so thank you so much for being here, Mr. Oluwaseyi.
It's been a great pleasure.
It's fantastic to have you in the studio with me, and I would want us to do more things together.
Absolutely.
However, there's one thing that's going to be happening on this show for everyone who is going to come here. Mr. Anifowoshei has the privilege of being the first person to launch this tradition, and he's going to nominate one other educator who he would like to see on this show sometime. So
amazing.
The floor is yours.
That is very, so I have a lot of people, all right, so I think I'll just choose one.
Okay.
So this is not about, I mean, okay, I think I'll nominate Shola Adiola.
Shola Adiola.
Sojibra.
Okay, do you want to say her handle?
Yeah, I think she's Sojibra on social media platforms, all right.
Okay. Shola, you've heard it here. I assume that you're going to be sitting on this seat very soon on Teachers World. So there we have it. It's been a fantastic show, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure to be here as well.
My name is Mrs. Ifoma Okolo. I've been a teacher for over 25 years. This is Achievement Channel, and I'm watching Teachers World.
Hi, my name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for the past 14 years. This is Achievement Channel, and you're watching Teachers World.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
What an empowering conversation. A massive thank you to Oluwaseyi and Anifowoshei for reminding us that a teacher's impact should never be limited by a classroom door. We have learned today that being a catalyst starts with a simple choice. The choice to see yourself as a leader who shapes generations. Remember, when you pour into your own growth and dignity, you aren't just teaching a lesson, you are transforming the future of Africa, one child at a time. Remember to follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X and YouTube for empowering conversations and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts. I'm David Obianyo and this is Teachers World on Achievement Channel. Thank you for watching. Join us next time on Teachers World as we continue to provide the solutions and motivation you need to shape a brighter future. Remember, keep seeing possibilities and don't forget that regular is boring.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve. This is Corporscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corporscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make the most of their NYSC journey and beyond. I'm your host, Priscilla, and you're watching us on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's topic is one we all feel: soft life, hard work, finding balance in the hustle. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does it really mean? Comfort, peace, or just vibes? In a world where hustle never sleeps, how do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy? Joining me today are two amazing guests who are finding that balance every day. Adeyola Nafisat Fumilayo is a passionate young woman serving at the School of Eloquence. She believes communication is power and continues to inspire others to use their voice with confidence and purpose. And Imafidon Abigail is a creative communicator and storyteller with a degree in mass communication from Redeemers University. She's passionate about using media and fame to inspire and educate, proof that creativity and hard work can truly coexist. Together, we'll explore what it means to chase success and still live softly without losing yourself in the process. Stay tuned. This is going to be a fun and inspiring conversation.
This is Corporscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome, Abigail and Nafisa. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having me too. Everybody wants the soft life, but what does soft life really mean to you? Is it money, peace, or just vibes?
Well, thank you for that question. For me, I think soft life goes beyond money. Of course, everybody wants money. I want money.
Yeah.
That's why you have to work hard. To me, soft life is finding balance and peace of mind. So even when we are working hard, you are meant to rest.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are working so hard and you cannot rest, there's nothing soft life thing about that.
True.
So if you have that money and you are rich and you cannot even have the leverage of taking few hours break, to me that's not even soft life. It's as if you are just punishing yourself, because how can you be working for probably a very long time and you cannot even take a few days off? So soft life goes beyond just money. It's about finding balance between making money and taking a break. That's what soft life means to me. When you are working hard, you have to at least take it, like take a deep breath and pause. So soft life is that for me. Money is actually very important.
Yeah.
There's no soft life without money. But at least you should be able to find balance between making money and taking a break. So without doing all the hard work and everything, you should be able to take a break. You should be able to pause. So to me, that's soft life. My definition of soft life is finding balance and having peace of mind. So when you are doing that hard labor, you should be able to take a break when necessary.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
So to me, soft life, as she said, it's just like finding balance between your comfort and then your productivity. That's like, as you are working, also like find time to like take breaks in between.
Yeah.
Just go outside, touch grass, ensure that you're having peace of mind.
Yeah.
And to me, soft life to me is also being able to afford the little things that I want. It's not like it's not about having the whole money in the whole world, but like being able to afford some little things. I think that's what soft life means to me.
Yeah, okay. That's great. Moving on, I have another question. These days, it feels like if you are not hustling, you are slacking. How do you keep your grind going without burning out or losing your joy?
That's a very deep one.
Yeah.
Because to be very honest, the society we find ourselves, when you see other people hustling, and you at least, even when you are hustling, and you are not like meeting up to what like other people are doing in terms of hustling, you see yourself as, at times you ask yourself, are you sure I'm doing the right thing? Hope I'm not a failure. There are questions that you keep asking yourself. But the truth about hustling is that you should not compare what, for example, if you have a friend and you guys also together, started hustling together, and boom, the person just like rise and everything like that. I think everybody's journey is different from each other. So comparing journeys will only just drain you and make you feel very bad. And to start giving you a lot of thinking to do. At times you overthink. When you're hustling, you have to take a step back, as in relax. Look at where you start from and where you are presently. There's some things that I'm very sure that when you go down the memory lane, you're able to see that you actually tried your very best. You're not slacking. But in society we find ourselves today, there's no way you will know, like find yourself comparing yourself to other people that is hustling. So not hustling does not necessarily means you are slacking off. But the society we have today make people believe that if they are not really hustling, that's like, in the sense that to be able to afford the little things of life, you have to hustle.
Yes.
You have to come out of that your peace, like your comfort zone. You have to do that. So you have, even if it's little, you just have to have something like up. You just have to be up and running. You have to have something that you're actually doing. Okay, for example, I said something about 9 to 5. So there are some people that their only source of income is 9 to 5. We have some people that they have other sources of income apart from 9 to 5. So at times, as a 9 to 5 person, if you see someone that has an entrepreneurship business apart from 9 to 5, you cannot compare the income. That the only source of income is 9 to 5. And at times when you, for example, let's say, okay, the person just randomly said something about starting entrepreneurship or having a business. You were there when the person like just said the idea, and you were there when the person just started the business. And probably a year down the line or 6 months down the line, when you notice the growth of that person, for someone like you that you're just like the only source of income is just 9 to 5, you question yourself like, I should have just also, I should have just go into this entrepreneurship also. Because and one thing is that the reason because that person did business and the person, he or she, is able to succeed in it, does not mean that if you do the same you'll be able to succeed in it. That's just the point. So doing that does not mean you are slacking off. And I think also hustling, let me put it that way, means different things to different people. So that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Abigail, what do you think?
I think I will go with the word finding balance again, in as much as the country we find ourselves. You have to like hustle hard to like buy the basic things.
Yeah.
I feel like as much as you are working, I think you also find time to rest and all. I also like find time to like do little things for myself. Be it like things that I enjoy. Like for me now, I really enjoy reading, like watching movies. So if I've worked hard for the day, even it's just reading a chapter or watching an episode, I try, because that's like, it helps me like settle down after that long day stress. Because if you are thinking about it, if you just keep thinking about surviving, I promise you are going to crash out so bad. So instead of overthinking, overworking yourself, also like find time to like create balance, like do things that you like. And she also mentioned the point that if you also like see others like maybe your age mates like doing better than you, I won't like thoughts will always come up. But it's just you just have to like find a way to not like those thoughts like override your sense of this thing. And yes, exactly. So that's just
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We've listened to some insights from Abigail and Nafisat on how they find their own work-life balance, and we'll come back after this short break.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome to the Corpus Can program, where we have Nafisat and Abigail share their insights on how you balance your work life and your free time. Nafisat here told us about not having peer pressure while you are working and how you balance the 9 to 5 and also your free time, and also talked about entrepreneurship. And Abigail also gave more insights on the questions. So moving on, do you ever feel bad for resting? Like taking a nap or chilling makes you unproductive? How do you handle that guilt?
Honestly, I won't lie. Like, yes, most time when I'm supposed to like be working, I know like maybe I have a task to do, and let's say I'm tired, but if I don't rest, I might not give that task my all. So it's just better for me to like just like take a break, maybe for some minutes, and then continue with the task. Because if I don't, I promise you, once I complete that task, even the outcome, you yourself, you are not going to like it. So it's very essential, no matter how busy, like definitely we'll be busy. No matter how busy we are, it's very essential we take breaks, because if you don't take breaks, you're going to crash out so bad. So it's very essential that you take break. And don't feel guilty about it, because once you break down, you still have yourself to blame. So it's just better, as much as you can, take breaks in between and then go back to do whatsoever you are doing.
Okay, what does taking break mean to you? Like, what do you do?
Taking breaks, for me, when I want to rest, I most time like rest with maybe by listening to music. Just help me put my mind at ease, like not doing anything. Sometimes I even just like go off my phone, just keep my phone somewhere, just lie down somewhere, just rest. Not just like just like for the meantime.
For me, I think you asked the question like, do I ever feel guilty?
Guilty, yeah.
Of course I do, but there are some breaks that I don't feel guilty for, because they're actually very much needed. It says that some people believe that being busy means being valuable, which is not.
Not all the time.
Not all the time. At times, rest is also very productive, because when you rest, your mind works better. Like your creativity come out much more better, because you've taken. It's like you take a deep breath. I don't know. There's an exercise that I think medically you take they say inhale and exhale. So at times when it's like taking a pause. Like, okay, everything is abused. Calm down, take a pause down. Then okay, fine. You can even if it's just 1 minute. That inhaling and exhaling. When you do that, when you finish it, you notice that you feel much better. So rest is also productive because after rest, the work you do after that rest, you cannot compare it to the one you did before the rest. But a lot of people has made us believe that the only valuable time is when being busy means being valuable, which is not. But to me, when you rest, you are much more productive after than even our body. Our body needs rest. Our body tells us when we need rest, but most of us are stubborn. Like I think I'm part of them. You know, like maybe I've been working since morning, and probably I'm just about to finish whatever it is, like rounding up whatever it is. But at that time, I know that I meant to take a break. But I was like, this thing is almost done. Let me just finish it and rest. I do that a lot. Yeah. And at times, the body, even when the body say no, you just have to. But at times, the body will say no, I'm not doing anything. At this point, the body will just break down. That's where the problem begins. So all these illness and everything start from all these small signs. I think rest is very important. Taking a 30 seconds or 30 minutes nap goes a very long way. A lot of us do not even sleep up to 8 hours. Normal 8 hours you're meant to sleep. Because you get home very late in the night. And you are up early the following day. And that pattern rotates each other every day. So at times when I take a break, I don't feel guilty. At times I will see, there's nothing that I want to do. I'm not doing anything again. At this point, I'm resting. So I think there's some break, but you know, some people rest. Take too much rest and at times it leads to being lazy. You see it as laziness. So they just take that break or rest, just use it to like as a shield for being lazy, which is not meant to be. But some parts, everybody needs rest. No matter how hardworking you are, you have to take a break. So that's it.
Yeah, I also wanted to chip in. But she already said like the ultimate rest should like be at night when you are back from work. Like sometimes the Lagos that we are in now, you might be like encounter traffic at time. You're not able to like meet up with your 8 hours of sleep. But I wanted to see that 8 hours of sleep is like also really, really essential. That's what I wanted to like say.
Okay, thank you so much, Anke. Also, if you had one soft life tip to give to other couples, something simple that makes you happy and sane, what would it be?
For couples, it's just the simple thing. I'll say, live your life. Protect your peace. NYSC here can be very, 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 very stressful. It's not even can be. It is very stressful.
Aside the camp life.
To me, a lot of people have all their whole life, they have never been stressed before. The only time they are stressed is during their NYSC. Because I think NYSC here pushes everybody out of their comfort zone.
True.
So some people that are used to this soft life, no stress, everything, there's no way you'll be an NYSC member, a core member, and you're not stressed. There's no way. At one point in time, you will stress. So I think my own is live your life and protect your peace. So there are some things that you like. I would say, transform your challenges into opportunities. I used to say that you face challenges during NYSC, but make sure you transform that challenges into opportunities.
Learn as much as
opportunities. Learn as much as you can. Gather all the experience you can ever get. Because there are some opportunities that after the old NYSC stuff, you may not see it again. Those experiences, these days, I think no employer wants to start from the very scratch, training an employee. They want someone that has experience, even little knowledge about what they are coming to do. So imagine you just being employed into an organization, and they just notice that you don't even know anything about even the job and anything, the job description, anything. They are busy with other things. They have a lot of works to do. So to them, starting over and like taking a break and start teaching you from the basic is like pulling them back. There's a saying that say The only thing you need is just idea. Just have an idea.
Yeah.
So a lot of people just build their life on the ideas, and from there, that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nafisat.
So I believe what I'm about to say, I'm speaking for about, let me say 75 to 80% of corpers. I believe that this, our NYSC, this is the first time most of us are working in like an organization per se. We've never been like, we've never done 9 to 5 before. So it might really like take a big toll on us, although it is preparing us for real life per se. But like, since it's our first time, we might find it hard. And so my babe, my guy, whenever you can rest, please do. And one soft life tip I would give, like, in as much as you are busy, find something you enjoy doing. Like, I know that we're all busy, but like, do not forget to like create things for, like, to create time for things you love. Don't forget to have fun. Definitely, we are hustling. There will always be bills to pay. But let me just say, once you collect that your 77K, if it's ice cream, you can buy for yourself. Buy ice cream. If it's shawarma, buy it for yourself, because there will definitely be bills to pay. So please, as much as frequent as you can, just make sure you just enjoy yourself. Buy something for yourself. That's just
I would like to add to what she said.
Okay.
I would say enjoy the little things. Even just a few moments of life in your life, make sure you enjoy it
as much as
NYSC
like
is
stressful.
If they pay your halawi, remove 5,000.
Guys, don't forget
exactly
and invest.
So is your because it's very, very difficult. A lot of people use all their allowance on transport. Like, there's practically nothing left, and that pattern will start from the first month of their service until they finish. Imagine finishing the whole 1 year, and you cannot even say, okay, fine. When you are now, you cannot create memories. You cannot gather anything. You cannot even say, this is something I did for myself during my NYSC. It's that bad. So as much as you are catering, because you are working for someone. You are not a full-time employee of that organization. So it's like you are substituting in an organization. In as much as you are doing that, you are helping someone, you are working for, so you are catering for someone's job.
Also
cater for yourself. Cater for yourself. Take care of yourself. Even if it is just little things, it's very, very important. It matters. Yes.
Today's program is all about not just the camp experience, but also living outside camp, like having fun, getting more experiences. Also, it's not just having fun. You can also like register for online courses during your CDS, meet people, socialize. You never know what happens after NYSC year. Also, as much as you have fun, please don't forget to save and invest. I mean, life after NYSC is not easy. You have to start hustling for jobs and all of that.
This is Corporscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a refreshing conversation. Today we've learned that soft life isn't about escaping work. It's about working smart, protecting your peace, and enjoying the journey. A big thank you to my guests, Nafisat Adeola and Imafidon Abigail, for reminding us that balance is the real flex. And to you watching, remember your hustle should build a life you actually love. Follow us on all social media platforms at Achievement Channel NG, and keep the conversation going with the hashtag CorpersCan. Until next time, I'm Priscilla, reminding you deserve the soft life, but make sure your hard work makes it last. See you on the next episode of CorpersCan.
This is Corporscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
My name is Mrs. Osage Cynthia. I've been teaching for 14 years now. I see teaching as a vocation and a way of, giving back to the society, helping children who are struggling with their education to grow and find their path in life. As a mother, I want the best for my children, and giving back to children in the society, helping them to find their potentials, helping them to find their path, gives me joy. I see that, in fact, it's a passion for me. I love teaching as a profession, and in fact, I see that even as a hobby, basically. Yes. When I see children who struggled during the course of their years, because I teach in the secondary school, they struggled, but by the time they get into the higher institution, you see them doing very well, and at the end of the day, they come back and say, Mrs. Osage, you were part of my success story. So it gives me joy, So that's why this keeps me going and it helps me to do more. There was even a time a child sent me a text message and said, Mrs. Osage, I'm now a medical doctor. I never thought in my years, because I teach biology, I never thought that in my years I could become a medical doctor because I struggled. But you kept me going, you helped me, you told me, don't give up, you can do this. And that inspired me to become a medical doctor, And today she's a medical doctor and doing very well in the medical field.
I would rather say I am born to teach because I derive pleasure seeing me instill value into people and seeing them carrying out, passing it to the next generation. It's most appealing to me as a teacher. And what you really make out of people, that's what really stands for me, and it has been a key point to me that it's not about the finances. Like we know in our countries today, they don't really value the teacher, they look down on the teacher. But you being a person that you don't look down on yourself, you want to put in and create an avenue for people to explore in their giving God's talents. I don't see the need why many people should not venture into that profession. It's a cool profession, and it's not basically within the four walls of the classroom. You can go all the way. As I'm talking to you, I'm teaching you, and I learn from you. It's a give and take situation. So it's not just a one-way thing. We are far beyond the traditional system of teaching. And now even within the comfort of your home, you can be educated. You can receive education. Be it online teaching or offline teaching, education is just the key. But the core value is to instill in you the value which you need to carry on to the next generation.
My name is Mrs. Ifeoma Okolo from Anambra State. Over 25 years. At the beginning, like young lady, when I finished secondary school, my mind is not going to teaching. My mind was that, go to all those kind of courses, architecturing, pharmacy, and the rest. So I decided to say, okay, let me go for architecturing. But then, fortunately, my dad is, he's late now, Leonard, and then he had a friend in one of the college of education in Delta State. He said, instead of you to be waiting to take JAMB, because it's not like now that before you even do the WAEC, they are taking JAMB. So we now take WAEC before JAMB. So he said, you've done your WAEC. Instead of waiting to take JAMB, why not just come in the college of education? So I entered. So when I entered, I started with mathematics, physics, education. So after that, maybe that was what made me say, why will you now, after this one, now go to... So I continued with education courses. From there, went into my degree, education courses. When I look at my students, I feel that this is my life. That I can't even imagine myself going to do something else, like something that doesn't have to do with human being. So I feel that I need to mold these ones, because when I will be talking to them, I will just be picturing them in my mind, their eyes and everything. I say, this is where I belong. I have to look at these girls, especially because that is where I am now. My students are what inspired me to really say, I don't need to leave this profession.
possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to Achievement News, your daily dose of inspiration, right here on Achievement Channel Nigeria, your first 100% motivational channel. I'm Udeme Estienne, broadcasting live from our studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today, we're celebrating the spirit of achievement that drives our nation forward, from grand celebrations to the heart of our bustling markets. On today's headlines, we're revisiting the glamour of the Silver Bird Man of the Year Awards, showcasing international achievements in innovation and highlighting a powerful story of resilience from the streets of Ilupeju. Let's get started. On March 16, 2025, the nation gathered to celebrate extraordinary achievements at the Silver Bird Man of the Year Awards. This event, a beacon of excellence, highlighted the incredible contributions of Nigerians across various fields. The atmosphere was electric, filled with hope and admiration for the individuals who are shaping our nation. We witnessed moments of pure inspiration as the winners were announced, their stories resonating with every attendee.
How does it feel being surrounded by so many talented individuals tonight?
No, I feel great. I feel privileged. Out of 200 million Nigerians, and we have almost 100 people we are celebrating today. And fine, I'm not collecting any award, but at least I'm happy to be among them. You know, I'm very happy, delighted to see people succeed. And I have some Man of the Year, like some of the governors I love so much, like the Ekiti State Governor, Biodun Oyebanji, the Enugu State Governor, the Minister. David Omayi. I'm seeing a whole lot of them here, and amazing. They are doing a wonderful job. You know, it's not easy. It's not easy. Even sometimes to even manage your home too, it's not easy. But managing crowd, so it's something we need to commend with them. So that's why the likes of us are here to celebrate with them.
Yeah. Daddy, how do you feel about this event?
Yeah, the event is a very good one. Where you recognize people and you give them due recognition, it encourages them to do better and to do much more.
Because on our channel, we're all about achievements, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much for this interview, sir.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State was honored for his outstanding leadership and commitment to the development of Lagos State. His dedication to infrastructure development and inclusive governance has set a benchmark for purposeful leadership. And also, Governor Biodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State received the Silver Bird Man of the Year 2025 award, acknowledging his significant contributions to the state's progress and youth empowerment. Richard Mofe-Damijo, a veteran actor and media personality, was celebrated for his impact on the Nigerian entertainment landscape, reflecting his dedication to promoting African arts and culture. The event also recognized many other distinguished individuals and governors who have made significant contributions to society, underscoring the diverse talents and achievements within our country. The event was a vibrant celebration of the Nigerian spirit, a reminder that we are a nation of achievers.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078 or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
Teaching the world to speak.
The Nigeria Food Summit 2025 was a landmark gathering of food professionals from across the country, bringing together restaurant owners, chefs, farmers, and industry leaders to discuss the future of Nigerian cuisine and agriculture. With the theme, Making Nigeria a Global Food Destination, the summit provided a platform for collaboration and innovation, highlighting new strategies to enhance Nigeria's position in the global food industry. The event was a crucial step in positioning Nigeria as a global food powerhouse. Participants shared insights on boosting food exports, improving sustainability, and celebrating our rich culinary heritage. Now, we take you to the heart of Lagos entrepreneurial spirits at the streets of Ilupeju, where we met a remarkable woman who has become a local legend. Iyabumi, as she's popularly known, has been selling bananas for over 25 years. Her story is one of determination and unwavering optimism in the face of daily challenges.
$20 naira ni mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjà yìí tí mo ta $20 naira. Ṣé ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ wọn ọ̀rá bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ torí pé kò yá bí tẹ́lẹ̀ torí pé wọ́n. Torí tẹ́lẹ̀ irú èlé tàǹtàn 2,000 yẹn 500 300 ní sígbà àmọ́ ń sìn yìí irú èlé ṣe 3,000 2,000 tẹ́lẹ̀ kí a máa ta méjì báyìí 500. Tó léwu jù ń bẹ̀ ni pé tí bá ti rà á pọ̀ tó bá ti wá pọ́n ó léwu pé kò ní bí mo ṣe fẹ́ tà nígbà tó dúdú yẹn kọ́ ọ́nà máa rà ní kópa yẹn wọ́n máa ná nínú ìkùnà wọn nílé.
What struck us most was her resilience and ability to find joy in her work. She's not just selling bananas, she's building a community, one customer at a time. Iyabumi's story reminds us that achievement comes in many different forms, and that the spirit of hard work and dedication is alive and well in every corner of our nation. These are the stories shaping Nigeria's journey toward progress and excellence. From national icons to global innovators, from entrepreneurs to community legends, Achievement News captures the moments that define our future. At Achievement Channel, we believe that every milestone is a step toward success. Stay tuned for more inspiring stories because achievement is not just a destination, it's a journey. Thank you for joining us. See you next time on Achievement News, where every story is a step toward empowerment.
Hey, this is Habiba Balogun, Chair of the 11th Champions of Talent Development Conference by Learning and Development Network. Shout out to who? The Achievement Channel.
Yeah, my name is Victor Diali. My friends call me Victorious Victor. You're on to Achievement Channel. Shout out to you, Achievement Channel. Thank you so much for being here and for relating with us in the way that you have done. I'm really excited to have met you all here today. And please, guys, keep watching Achievement Channel so you can achieve.
Hi, my name is Dr. Tayo Luwole, and I want to say a special shout out to the Achievement Talent. You guys are doing great thing, and you are really inspiring us with most of the content you are churning out. And I am proud to even say that you are our partner in progress with some of the things you are turning out. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Samuel Jackson, Director Marketing Communication for the Learning and Development Network International. Keep watching Achievement Channel. Just like the name says, you got so much to achieve, so much to learn, capacity built on this channel. So keep it locked in. Don't turn it off.
The future of any nation is hidden in the potential of its children. At Catching Them Young, we don't wait for greatness to grow. We ignite it early. This is where champions are noticed, where leaders are born, where purpose begins. Catching Them Young, because tomorrow begins today.
Hello and welcome to Catching Them Young, the show where we inspire the future, one young mind at a time. You are watching Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational TV station, dedicated to showcasing stories that spark purpose, passion, and the pursuit of greatness. We are broadcasting live from the School of Eloquence Studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, and I'm your host, Sarah Andu. On this program, we bring you real-life achievers who are making waves across the world, people who started young and stayed focused, and are now helping others rise with them. Today's guest is a shining example of what it means to live with purpose and lead with vision. She is an education consultant, creative visionary, and passionate advocate for equity in education. Her name is Danielle Joshua Babatunde, and she is the founder and CEO of Transcend Movement and Transcend Education. With over 8 years of experience in the classroom and in the leadership roles across the UK and Nigeria, Danielle has trained more than 600 teachers, shaped thousands of students' journeys, and continues to redefine what education looks like. Danielle is driven by her faith and her mission to help every young person, regardless of background, unlock their full potential. Stay with us because this is going to be an inspiring conversation you don't want to miss.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
So, Danielle.
Yes, hi.
You've done so much. You've done a lot of things. But let's start from here. Your beginning, how was it like for you, your childhood, growing up? How was it like growing up?
Yes, firstly, thank you for having me. It's an honor. Thank you so much. So I grew up in the UK. I was born in the UK.
Okay.
So lived with my sister, my parents, kind of an normal background, I would say. My parents were working. But I experienced both private and state school. So my parents really believed in education, like every Nigerian parent, most Nigerian parents. And so it was always about being the best that you can be, you know, really aspiring high. So I was really nurtured. I had a really good community, church environment, was serving in the church from a very young age, singing and dancing from a very young age, and experienced going to a private school and also a state school. So kind of seeing that both ends basically. So yeah.
Wow, that's great. So we see that you had a very good background growing up, a childhood background growing up. That's interesting. So you hold a degree in politics and sociology, a master's in policy studies in education, and currently you are now pursuing a doctorate. That's quite impressive, you know. So what motivated you to pursue education so seriously at a young age?
Yes, I love this because education was never the plan. The plan was to perform. Right. So the plan was performance. So I was always doing theatre from a very young age, performing, camera, TV, that kind of thing. That was my goal. But then it actually started because I was 16 and I was in school and I was studying sociology. And the teacher said, if you are black, right, being in the UK, you are less likely to do as well as your white counterparts. And if you are from a working class background, so a lower income background, you are less likely to achieve an A star to C grade. And if you're a black boy, you're 4 times more likely to be excluded from school. And I remember looking around as a 16-year-old and thinking, this is actually true. Like, this is what I'm seeing around me. Like, these statistics are real. And so it was disturbing. It was disturbing enough that I was like, I need to do something about this. And even though I love my passions of performance and things like that, I wanted to go to uni to study sociology more, do something about it within the education space. Because I don't think it should be right that where you're from should determine how well you do in life. So yeah.
Wow. So you're saying that there was a discrimination with, you know, your color because you were black.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like outrightly. It's not like, oh, because you are black, you're going to fail. But it's just that it's harder. You know, it's harder to achieve. It's harder to, you have to put a bit more work. There's lots of different things. And I just never thought about it. But I noticed that it wasn't reality for me. But it was reality. I went to a private school, but I also went to a state school. So I saw that difference, that when I was in a private school, that's true. My friends who weren't doing well, it didn't really matter because they were just going to work for their dad. Whereas when I went to the state school, I saw a lot of my friends, that was the reality, that a lot of them did drop out of school. A lot of them did try, I saw that. I saw the statistic. And so I wanted to do something about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So that motivated you to go into
education. Again, when I did my degree, I thought I was finished. I did not.
Okay.
I'm not, by the way, I know that most people, when they do a doctorate, you would think they're really intelligent. I'm not saying I'm not intelligent, but you would expect that, you must love books. You must love to read. No, I don't. I think I'm just passionate, and that's what drives me to try and do something more. So,
wow, that's an inspiring story.
Yeah.
That's inspiring. So, Danielle, many young people currently are watching and they think that studying is boring or hard. So, what helped you stay focused? Do you have any tips for students who find it quite difficult?
Yeah. Okay, so there's actually research, right?
Okay.
That if a young person has an idea of what they want to do in the future and they know how school can help them achieve it, they're more than likely going to have higher motivation and they're more likely going to have higher achievement. And what that shows us is that if there's a goal, if there's an end goal that each child has, that, okay, I want to do this. Okay, school can help me with this. I need to put effort because this is where I'm going. Whereas if they don't have a goal and we're just saying, pass your exams, pass your exams, pass your exams, there's no real motivation. Okay, I'll pass my exams because I'm scared to fail. I'm scared to bring shame. But when you have something driving you more, it will push you in the right direction. So I would encourage that young people should find out their strengths, should find out an idea of what they want to do, their passion, and try to see education as that stepping stone to whatever you want to do. I would also say start revising and working from the beginning, not waiting till the end, not waiting till your exam 2 weeks before you start reading. I think that really helped me personally, especially in A levels and, that's 16 to 18 age, where just before university. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Good. All right. That's good. But I want to ask you something. You made mention of having a goal. What about children who do not have, a good parental background and don't even have an idea of what having a goal is, or, something they want to pursue? So how would you say that they can, have a goal actually, even if they don't have someone, to help them, picture the future for them?
Yes. I love what you said, because I think this is where school comes in.
Oh, good.
And this is where the institution of schooling comes in. And that's why I'm so passionate with the work that I do with Transcend Education, because this is what we're trying to do. I think that if the curriculum in schools, if you embed in the curriculum about careers, future pathways, right from the beginning, primary school through to secondary, the teaching, basically. If every teacher, if you teach maths, English, science, whatever you're teaching, if you get the students to realize that this is not just for you to become a scientist or a mathematician, but these skills are going to help you in whatever you're going to do. If we can inspire the children from young and have this embedded in our curriculum, we'll be able to bridge that gap for children who have homes that unfortunately parents are not able to give them that support, or parents aren't exposed enough to be able to support them in that way. Then hopefully the school can be that bridge.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So the schools have a major role to play
Definitely.
in every. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
good. That's good. So you made mention of Transcend. Let's
Yes.
talk about Transcend.
Yeah.
So Transcend Education. You've trained over 600 teachers in Abuja. What inspired that work?
Yes. So that was interesting. So when I was a couple of years ago, I went to do missionary work in Ghana. So I stayed in an orphanage basically for about 6 months. So I lived with children in their bunk beds, sleeping on their bunk beds in like a rural area, Asikuma kind of thing. So when I went there, I wanted to volunteer and teach. So I went to the school and said, yeah, I'm here to teach. And they were like, instead of you teaching, come and train our teachers. And I was like, why? I've only been qualified for a couple of years. I don't think I should be the one training your teachers. And they were like, no, trust me, you should train our teachers, because majority of them are not qualified. And, whatever you're going to bring from outside, I'm sure it will be of value. So I basically put my postgraduate kind of courses together that I got trained in, and basically trained those teachers. And that was great. The teachers loved it. And then I went to another school and said, hi, I'm here to volunteer for a week. And they were like, instead of you coming to teach, just train our teachers. And I began to see that there was a real issue with unqualified teachers teaching, teachers that are not passionate, teachers that are probably just doing this to figure out their own path, and they're teaching some of the most deprived children. And so that's basically how Transcend Education started. It started because there was a need, and I realized that it's not just Ghana. Now that I've relocated with my husband to Nigeria, it's the same thing in Nigeria. It's everywhere. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's wow. So that's what inspired Transcend.
Yes.
That's quite impressive, Danielle. Let us go on a quick break, and we would be right back.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Catching them young, because tomorrow begins today.
Welcome back. Danielle, you talked about how inspired you were and how Transcend Education started. So I want to ask you, why is it important for young people to have teachers who care and use modern methods?
Yes, it's really important, because if you think about it, a teacher is in front of 30 children, right? Every single day, each hour. And those children have an opportunity to either be demotivated or motivated. They have an opportunity to learn something new or not learn anything. And the responsibility is on the teacher. It's a lot, it's not easy. And so the teacher must be able to be aware of new forms of teaching, new pedagogy. They must be able to build relationships with their students and understand where each child is at. Or else we're just going to be having almost a babysitting building, a building where babysitting is happening and not learning is really taking place. And so even though my passion is really young people, a lot of people think initially that Transcend Education was just for teachers. It's not, it's for the children. But I recognize that if I'm training 100 teachers, you need to times that by 30. That's the amount of students that we are impacting.
Wow.
And so the teachers are the gateway, they're the access to the students. And so if you really want to make reach and impact and scale, you need to reach the teachers.
The teachers, wow. So you're saying reaching the teachers in turn,
yes,
you were affecting the students.
Definitely.
Good.
Definitely.
That's all right. So you were also leading careers and PSHA development for students in the UK.
Yeah.
So what exactly does that mean, and how does it help students prepare for life?
Nice. So career education is just basically educating young people about the future careers, jobs that are happening around the world. And so what I do is I embed that into the curriculum, where every subject is empowering and inspiring career education for students, where students, regardless of what subject they're learning, they'll be able to see the potential skills that they can learn.
Okay.
So that's career education. PSHE stands for Personal Social Health Education. And so that's usually in the UK a core curriculum. In Nigeria, they might make it similar to civic, but it's not quite civic, but that's the most aligned subject I can say. And so that enables young people to learn about themselves, and then learn about how they react with people around them, and then of course their future. So yes, so I currently do that and embed that into the curriculum for over 1,000 students in the UK, but also imbibe that into Transcend Education, where we delivered, workshops even just recently in Yaba. So hopefully for more young people to be more inspired. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So you're saying that the career education would help the children, have a knowledge or an idea of the kind of career path they want to take.
Yes. And know their strengths.
Know
their interests. you know, a lot of young people are just untapped potential. I found out that I could sing at the age of 12, right? And thankfully my local church, when I presented it to them, they were like, join the choir. You know, when I realized that I could write plays, they were like, write the play for our church anniversary. They gave me a platform, right? But if I didn't have that local church to support me and enable that and enable me to practice, I might not have known my potential, right? And so it's important that every single institution, whether that's school, home life, church, mosque, whatever, that they are finding that untapped potential from young people and bringing it out, helping them to discover it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Can you talk more about the PSHE development?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
So, like I said before, PSHE is personal social health education, and that is developing the minds of young people, developing who they are as a person, developing their identity, helping them to learn about life skills. You know, I always say this to young people that your qualifications may get you to the door, but your character is what's going to sustain you, right? And so the character development of each of the children as well, regardless of whether you are privileged, right, or whether you're underprivileged, how can you relate with people? How can you relate with employers? How can you relate, you know, having this conversation, looking at eye contact, all of these skills that a lot of the affluent families teach their children. A lot of affluent parents teach their children how to stand straight, how to look, how to handshake. But people that are from underprivileged backgrounds, people that are from low income backgrounds, they are not always as exposed to that. And so these are just the different layers that we really want to bridge that gap so that a child can be from wherever, you know, from, you know, the most slums of places, and they can come here and you can have a conversation with them and wouldn't even know whether they're the ones that is from the island or they're the ones from, do you understand? And I think that's my heart. That's my heart, to be able to see that. Yeah.
Wow, that's a great one.
That's
a great one. So Danielle, for viewers at home, especially students, what life skill should every young person begin to build now?
Yes. One is communication skills. Definitely. Communication skills is so important. So your oracy, your eye contact, body language, all of that, being able to master that, being able to perform, being able to deliver a speech, because even in, you know, an interview, a job, you have to sell yourself the moment you step in. And so mastering communication skills is going to help everyone. Critical thinking is also really good. Being somebody that is able to solve problems, being a problem solver in any job, in any career, in anywhere you go. If you can solve problems, money will follow you. If you can solve problems, people will flock you, because there are problems that people are looking for somebody to solve. And if you can do it, you're going to get that opportunity. So problem solving, critical thinking, communication. I would say those three. Definitely. There's loads, there's a lot more, but I would say those three are key. Yeah, really key.
Yeah, communication especially, because a lot of people currently, they have quite a lot of things up in their head. They have quite a lot of ideas, great ideas, but they don't know how to pitch themselves.
Right.
They don't know how to, you know, sell their ideas, or even, so I think communication is a very good skill for children, students at home to learn.
Yes.
Yeah, because you don't expect that I have so much of things. I have a future. I have things that I think I want to do, but I can't express myself.
Right.
And
with what you just said, actually, I think that stems from school. I don't know what your schooling experience was like, but in school, were you encouraged to ask questions? Were you encouraged to critique? Were you encouraged to contribute?
Not really.
Right. And that is most schools in Nigeria, right? Most schools, children are not empowered to ask questions. They believe that the class is going well because all the children are quiet and are copying what is being written on the board. This is the difference between overseas. So overseas in the schools, they develop critical thinking. They want students to critique. They want you to ask questions. They want you to contribute to your learning. So what you find when you go to university, I met a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, loads of students from around the world that would come. And in our seminars, they would say, so what do you think about this? The lecturers will ask, everybody contribute. What do you think? And you would find that the people from UK, USA, they would be able to contribute.
More,
Other students, they'll just be like, are you really asking for my opinion?
Your opinion.
Please, just tell me what the answer is so I can pass my exam. Like, I don't understand this. And I think that if we in Nigeria and Ghana and everywhere, if we can ensure that we are developing that critical thinking, that empowerment, that they're not undermining the teacher by asking a question, you're empowering them so that when they go out into the world, wherever they find themselves, they'll be able to contribute. So, yeah.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great one. So let's talk about something really unique. Transcend Movement. 7 original gospel theatre productions across UK. That's incredible. How did it start?
Yes. So that started, remember what I said, I love to perform, and my church nurtured that environment for me. And so I went to uni, and I've grown up in the church from a very young age. But I think when I went to uni was where I really kind of came to a crossroad where I really needed to decide, you know, my journey with God. Is it really for God, or am I doing lukewarm? And lukewarm just basically means, you know, I'm following my faith, but I'm still compromising on everything, right? And so when I went to university, I really decided that, you know what, this is the journey that I want to go on. This is what I believe is right for me. And I wanted to inspire other young people. I went on a missionary trip, and we actually did evangelism. And I really got so inspired that I was like, I want to be able to inspire other young people to experience what I've just experienced. And I realized that media was the best way to do that, writing a play. So I wrote a play of basically conversations and people that I knew, all into these fake characters, about real life journey, finding your faith. And I wrote this play, and I was in university. And you know, when you're in university, it's very easy to gather people around because you're all young and you all want something to do. So I managed to gather people and was like, guys, we're gonna do this play. And I told my best friend, and my best friend was doing it with me. And we did this play, and we had like 350 people that came, and 50 people gave their life to Christ. They decided that they're going to go on this faith journey. And so people were like, we want this, we want more of this. And so we did more, and we just went to different cities, and more people joined. And I think people joined because they wanted an opportunity, a platform to be able to also use their gifts for their faith. And so that's how we started. And
Wow. You said something that caught my attention. You said you in uni you had to ask yourself that, was it are you going to be lukewarm, or are you going to talk about that? Okay?
So I think really, obviously I've always known God. I've always believed in God. I've always served in church. I've been in church serving in church since like 11. I've been singing in the choir. So I know it all, like in that sense, in terms of church and going to church and prayer and all of those things. And I believe that prayer answers all things. And I've always believed that. And I've always operated in that. However, deciding that it means I'm going to put myself to the standards in which God, I believe, has set for me. That is where the journey really begins, right? And so in university, I found myself very lukewarm in terms of I was just compromising. I'll do whatever I wanted, whatever I desired, but still go to church. And for me, it wasn't until I went on that missionary trip where my really good friend, Michael, said, are you integral? He asked that question, do you have integrity? And I was like, I'm integral, I have integrity. And he was like, okay, so if you got your mum or your pastor to watch your life in every facet of your life, would you be pleased? Would you be comfortable with them seeing every area? And I think that's when I realized, oh my gosh, I don't have integrity. And I think these are values, these are life values. Same thing, even if you're working in a company or a job, do you have integrity, right? And so these were life values that I asked myself in that situation, and I realized that, okay, no, there's more to do here, and there's more for me to do here. And I think when that light bulb switch came, I kind of made that decision that I'm going all in now. I know who God is, I believe in Jesus, and I'm going.
Wow. So do you now say that there is actually more to just being here on earth? And
definitely, I believe that there's a purpose for everyone, and I believe that some people discover that purpose, and I believe that some don't. I believe that some people create a purpose, and I believe that some people get a divine purpose from God. But I think that there's a reason for why all of us are here. And I think, again, similar to that goal thing that I mentioned, I think once you know that, then you can focus everything on that, and everything you do can have a purpose, and you're not just living meaninglessly. You're able to live meaningful. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
So why is it important for young people to express themselves, whether through art, theater, writing, or even tech?
Yeah, so good. I think it's really important because in you expressing yourself, you're going to inspire other people to do the same. If you think about like what I said with Transcend Movement, how it started, because of the platform that I got in my local church, that inspired me that I can do something that I enjoy and that I really liked, and I felt fulfilled. In me doing that, I was able to get, we had a team of like 50 people at one point, 50 other people to start using their sound engineering, camera, pianists, drummers, all these people with gifts. They also were able to be inspired. And you're able to send a message, whatever that message is, whatever that light is, whatever that message is, you're able to send it through the medium that you're using to express yourself, whether that's art, whether that's, social media, whatever it may be. So I think it's really important. It helps people to find purpose and also inspire others.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's true. That's true. So how has your faith shaped your journey, both personally and professionally?
Yeah, I think my faith has shaped my journey, like I said earlier, in terms of just finding my purpose, knowing why I'm here, and knowing that some of why I'm here is to empower and equip young people to reach their full potential and go above and beyond. And that has shaped my journey with Transcend Education, with Transcend Movement, and it has also shaped my journey because it keeps me focused on also doing that for myself. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't inspire other people if you're not inspired.
True.
So because that fuels me, I'm able to also get other people to also do that for themselves as well. Professionally, I think the values that my faith journey holds, like I said, integrity, that's something that I had to learn and develop, and really realize that, am I integral in all things? Am I doing things the right way, or am I just trying to make shortcuts to benefit me? And so these are values that professionally, when you go into your careers, they want to see that you're integral. They want to see that you're honest. They want to see all of these values, and that's what is going to probably keep you in those companies. That's what's going to favor you by your managers. That's the light that's going to shine through to the CEOs and the owners of these companies, is people with values, right? People with good character. Because in this world, there's so many reasons why you shouldn't have good character. So when you're able to shine your light in that way, people are drawn to you and they position you in places that maybe you might not actually be qualified for. But that's what opens the door.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's great. So Danielle, you've achieved so much already, but if you had to go back and speak to your 12-year-old self, what would you say?
I would probably say to myself, you're young. Do you know what it is? I would probably say to myself what I would say to myself now. It's not going to change. And that's because as a 12-year-old, I always wanted to be older. I always wanted to do things quickly. Like I always wanted to move forward and
you
move
didn't want
fast.
to enjoy your...
I was never like in the moment. I was just like, moving on to the next. And I'm still like that, right?
Wow.
And that's why I've done so much to people, even though I don't feel like I've done half of what I'm meant to do here. And I think that's because my mindset, I'm very futuristic. So I would have to tell my 12-year-old self what I'm telling my 30-year-old self, which is, you have time. Well, you don't really have time. It's God that owns the time. But just enjoy the now, enjoy the present, be happy with what you have achieved now, and just continue to enjoy the process as you're pushing forward to your goals. That's what I would probably tell myself. Enjoy the process. Enjoy the process as you're moving forward towards your goal. So yeah.
Wow. So while they rather, because you were telling them, why they are trying to pursue, they should also enjoy the process.
Honestly, because parts of those processes are not easy. You have a goal, and so parts of it you feel like I'm getting towards it, right? You're like, yeah, I'm getting this opportunity. But then when you get the opportunity, you realize it's whether it's, you know, you're not earning enough, or whether it's whatever it could be, you know, you might not necessarily be as content in it because it's not quite the main thing. And that's why instead of finding your identity in things around you, just enjoy the process, because in the process it's helping you, whether you see it or not. It's giving you skills, it's helping you towards the goal. So yeah.
Oh, that's great, because I would say that that's true, because a lot of teenagers, young children, adults, they want to, you know, get onto the next thing, and they just do not want to enjoy the whole process of, you know, getting into that futuristic aspect of their life, and they just want to, you know, I want to experience the
move on.
Yeah, that's true. So Danielle, for our viewers currently watching us, some are in school, so some are in challenging environments. So what's your number one message for them today?
My message, I think, would be that you all have a gift, you all have a talent, and you all have purpose. And through life, you're going to discover that and keep your focus on what it is that you have to serve the world. Because when you realize what you have in terms of your strengths and your passions, and when you realize how you can serve people, you will find that those things that you're chasing, whether it's money, status, opportunity, those things will follow. When you're able to serve a need and you're doing what you love by serving a need, everything else you'll find. It says in the word, it says that your gift will make room for you, right? And so once you know your gift, focus on your gifting and focus on how you can serve people, whether that's making the nation better, whether that's serving a need. You will find every other desire that you have, it will all come together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's a knowing your gift.
Knowing your gift, knowing why you're here, knowing what you have, and then thinking, how can I use this to serve? When you do that, money will come, opportunity will come, platform will come.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So one more, you said knowing. How do they? Most of them are children in school. So how do they get to know?
Okay, so you can ask yourself, what do I enjoy doing? Right. So you ask yourself some questions. What do I enjoy doing? What am I good at? So you write those down. You know, you might enjoy speaking. You might say, I really like speaking, or you might say, I really like helping people solve a problem. And then what are you good at? You might say, I'm good at maths, or I'm good at English, or I'm good at singing, I'm good at dancing, right? And then you can ask yourself, what do I care about? Okay, what do I look outside and it bothers me? Is it homelessness? Is it media, entertainment, not looking a certain way? There's something that you care about. There's something that you are yet to discover. When you write those three things down, what you enjoy, what you're good at, and what you care about, you'll be able to know.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Danielle, thank you so much. You've given us so much wisdom, motivation, and inspiration that every young child can transcend to their goals and to their visions. And to our amazing viewers at home, remember, greatness doesn't wait until you are older. It starts now. Whether you are in school, learning at home, or discovering your talent, take it seriously, dream big, and stay focused. Don't forget to tune in next time for more inspiring stories and valuable lessons. Keep the conversation going. Follow Arts Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and YouTube for more inspiring stories and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your own experiences with us. Until next time, believe in yourself, work hard, and never stop rising.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Speak with Power. Hello and welcome to the maiden episode of Speak with Power, the program that teaches you everything you need to know about public speaking. Speak with Power is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, Nigeria's home of public speaking, where we teach people how to speak well in public. This program is designed to educate you, to inspire you, and to challenge you with reference to the art of public speaking. Many people from various walks of life grapple with this all too important skill. There are people who work for organizations, people involved in sales, people in politics, people who are in the social enterprise sector, and in various other endeavors. When it's time to be heard, when it's time to take the stage, they struggle, they wobble, and in most cases, they fail. This program will unbundle the subject matter and demystify what public speaking is all about. This program will also show you the tips, the techniques, and of course the stories of ordinary people like you and I who have stepped up to the plate, and because they have learned how to speak in public, they have carved a niche for themselves. My name is Uba Ogesied, certified speaking professional and the Dean of the School of Eloquence, and I will be your host throughout this program. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll begin the eloquence journey. For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. The essence of this course is to focus you on the subject of public speaking.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back. The program is still Speak with Power, where we teach you everything public speaking. You might be a politician, a classroom teacher, a businessman, an engineer, whatever field of human endeavor you find yourself in. You could even be a traditional ruler or part of the clergy. The truth is, sooner or later, you will be asked to get up in front of people and speak in public. On the program today, we've got a drama skit for you titled The Bland Ambassador. You'll be amazed when this skit comes up, what happens to celebrities when they fail to speak well in public. From the drama skit, we'll hit the road to hear from Nigerians why they fear public speaking. Next will be Inside Masterclass. In the masterclass, you'll find me teaching professionals how they can master this all too important subject matter. And then our guest today on the Eloquence Journey segment tells us how she became a chief executive and how public speaking helped her to rise from nothingness to a position of prominence. So sit tight and let's enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
embraced different types of artists. Artists.
Come on for there, you know even sabi English.
Nah, your speech. Anyways, Oasis is the first of its kind to wanting to take entertainment to the next level. Big shout out to Oasis. Peace. Thank you.
Is that the celeb you were talking about? The one you want to present our new brand, Zeus, a luxurious perfume? No. This is unacceptable. I suggest you pick another person. This will not fly. It's embarrassing.
I'm surprised at this myself. So disappointing. I thought it would be of a good performance, but it cannot be our ambassador. We have to look for another ambassador for our project. I will personally inform the management about our decision. No, it is so disappointing.
I'll do that as fast as possible.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence.
The home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
If you look at how Wikipedia describes public speaking, it says it is a process of speaking to a group of people in a structured, deliberate manner intended to either inform, influence, or persuade or entertain. Because when you're influencing people, you're persuading them. It goes further to say that the purpose of public speaking can range from simply transmitting information to motivating people to act, to simply telling a story. But here is the catch. He says good orators, good speakers, that is, should be able to change the emotions of their listeners and not just inform them. I started out by saying that all of the context, all of the various scenarios in public speaking can be surmised as just simply creating a human experience, because people can recollect what you said, how you said it, and then they can connect with it in some ways that gives you credit. However, whether we are speaking to inform or speaking to influence, which is also speaking to persuade or speaking to entertain, one key principle underlines all of speaking. If that speaking is going to be result oriented, and that principle is the eloquence principle. If your speaking is going to be result oriented, you must be eloquent. How will we know that you are eloquent? Eloquence rests on two legs. The two key ingredients that you must know, you must be able to clearly delineate, and which if you do, you can categorically say that you are eloquent. Now the first of the two legs is effectiveness. To be effective. To be effective simply means that the people you're speaking to get what it is that you're speaking about. They understand it, they have a very good appreciation of what you are speaking about. They get it. You might see that in their nodding. It's dawning on them. The facts, the gravity, the intent, the seriousness, the ramifications of what you're saying. It's clear in their mind's eyes. It's not ambiguous. It's not mixed up in any way. It's definite. And so, they get it. And that makes you, the speaker, effective. That is the first leg. A lot of people, when they speak, you find it difficult to even understand what is it or what it is they are talking about. You're asking yourself, so what is he saying? What is she saying? They've been speaking for the past 30 minutes, and those 30 minutes seem like an eternity. That's why I tell you, hey, so what are you trying to say? Have you ever found yourself in that situation? Someone goes on rambling, and then you cut it and say, okay, so what is the gist? What are you trying to say? And they keep going, all I'm simply trying to say. They ramble and ramble, they go around in circles, they keep going, and then eventually, because you've nudged them, you've pushed them, you want to extract what is the point of these 30 minutes. What is the essence of your being in front of us to give this narration? It must be clear. If you are in sales, people must get what it is, the value proposition you're bringing to the customer or to that prospect. If you're in health and safety, like you talked about, as you communicate, people must get the reason why they need to comport themselves in a certain manner. If there's a zebra crossing in the environment, there are some places that are marked with certain colors, and you have to walk down a particular path in order to get to where you're going. It must be clear that it's for your safety, it's for your well-being. We want you to leave this place the same way you came in one piece, that is. One reason why you get a lot of these agitations when you're communicating things that tend to carry an air of command to people, especially in a health, safety, environment situation, is because people don't get it. People don't get it. They don't get what it is that is being communicated. They feel they're being belittled. Most times it's because the first leg of eloquence fails. When such people come in and you're able to let them know, sir, as you know, this environment is littered with a lot of danger based on our operations and the logistical activity going on in here. Sometimes there could be equipment movement without notice. And because we want to prevent any unmitigated disaster, we have some safety procedures for your safety. They are precautionary, but it's because we want to be proactive. So based on that, everyone that comes in has to pass through this route for safety, for your safety. But when they show up and say, okay, we have a few safety tips. First, when you come in, go this way, go that way, go this way. What you're doing, you're just reading out. You're reading out data. And that data is lifeless as far as that audience is concerned.
Welcome to Speak with Power. Have you ever been to outings or events and people are being called upon to speak and they could not speak? The people who are being perceived as confident, all-powerful, they are being called upon to give a remark or two. And they can't. They become fidgety, they become sweaty, they become nervous, they become marshmallows, so to speak. Here I am today on the streets in Lagos, asking of people's opinion on why they think people are afraid of public speaking. My name is Damilola. Welcome again to Speak with Power. Ma, why do you think that people are scared of public speaking? Why do you think they're afraid of speaking in public?
In my opinion, I would say people are scared because basically the number one thing on ground, I think it's the root cause of it, because they are not people are not educated, they are not enlightened, and they are scared because not everyone can express he or herself. And so when you tend to ask people to talk, it's not everybody that really has that courage, that charisma, that self-esteem to come out and really speak or say their minds about things they know.
I think it's all about state of mind and state fright. What I would say about public speaking is that every human being has state fright. Every human being has state fright. But what you have to do is to work on it. Then, after working on it, one of the clues in which you can have confidence in speaking in public is to have the knowledge of what you are speaking about, and be confident. So when you have the knowledge of what you are talking about, when you want to talk about it, will boost your confidence. They say that preparation is the mother of confidence. So if you are well prepared, you will have confidence, then you will deliver.
Some people are afraid of speaking in the public because of shyness. Another thing is not being bold enough to face the crowd, to face public. Because you know, when you are speaking to a group of people, you'll be having what they call eye contact, and some people used to feel shy when they have eye contact with people, and some people are not composed. If you are not composed, you cannot speak to the public.
Anxiety, people are anxious, people are shy, people are unprepared, people are scared, nervous. Could be a combination of so many things.
They don't have this boldness spirit. Some people are very scared. They even in the midst of their family, they can't talk more about public where people are. So to me, maybe they are not bold enough.
Maybe they don't have confidence in themselves, you know, or that's what do I call it? They don't have confidence in themselves, and they feel shy, you know, to speak in public. Maybe due to upbringing. You know, most students of nowadays, they don't like coming out to express themselves, and we as the parents, we don't encourage our kids to, you know, to be outspoken, you know, to express themselves either in the public or at home.
Everybody is trying to cover their kind of identity, because if they don't do that, if they go out or say anything that is against any other person in the public, they will definitely have to pay for it in one way or the other. This is Nigeria.
People are afraid of public speaking because, you know, in Nigeria, our own country is a place that if you speak the truth, either the law enforcement agents or whatever, they can come, you know, against you. So that is why a lot of people, when you ask them questions in public, they avoid a lot of things.
Most people are scared of camera, are scared of facing the camera, and also inferiority complex, you know. So there are so many of them that they are just scared of crowd.
So there it is. You've heard it all. Join us again for another interesting episode of Speak with Power. Speak with Power was brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking at 47B Oduduwa Crescent, GRA Ikeja, Lagos. Classes hold Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066, 0706 160 6078, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My name is Kofi Idowu Noel, also known as Kofi the Guru, beast of comedy, Nigeria's most versatile entertainer, comedian, actor, singer, producer, entrepreneur, and a responsible human being. My first time on stage was not just a wake up, take a mic and go in front of an audience. We started very small, which is what I tell young people, start very small. You know, when you're in the midst of your friends that you play with, your confidence level is normal. And they are the first clients and the last clients. Take note of that statement. Your friends that you started with in a small gathering are your first clients, and then they are your last clients. By the fading days of your career, they're still the ones around there who say, oh yeah, you're an old man then, or you'll be fooling yourself in front of the young generation that will be like, what's wrong with this old man? But those your friends, because they know the story of how you started in that small parlor with them. From there gradually to the point where you now face the confidence level grew. It was not just wake up one day, there's this crowd in front of you, then you go and meet them and crack a joke. And then because I trained as a stage actor, facing the audience with your lines in your head, you had no choice but to deliver. There was nothing like take two. It's not a camera recording. It's not Nollywood. It's stage. So the combination of training as a stage actor and then having had experience from little gatherings just made it easy for me to stand in front of anybody as a comedian, as a public speaker, whatever I wanted to do in front of people. 1,000 people, one person, it doesn't matter to me. But what is in my head to give to the person, I bring it on board and I deliver it. No fright. I've never had a stage fright, never. Before, during or after the show, never. First things first, to get out of the inability to confront an audience is to be friends with the audience. Most people don't understand that they are the audience. You have this thing in your head you want to tell somebody, a total stranger that has never met you. They don't know you. So first things first, you have to befriend them. That's why you see when comedians come on stage, area, how are they now? It's a gradual cajole and build up. But because we're used to the formal ways of presentation in public, good morning ladies and gentlemen, it just makes it flat. Comedians don't do good morning ladies and gentlemen. We go a bit more personal. That's why you see some comedians go, hey bros, how you doing? I see your head. They're just trying to warm up and be friends. So the first way to kill that phobia is to be friends with the people you want to speak with. That way, all barriers, all walls come down. When they see you as one of us, then they are ready, they are listening. You won't even know when you start flowing like a stream. You want to get done and they're like, no, it's not time for you to go yet. Continue, don't stop. Because they now feel that, this is our guy, he's talking. So, there should be no phobia if the audience, do you know you speak easily in front of your family? So that's it. Make them your family. That's the only way. The audience should be your family, not a customers. Customers are total strangers who walk on by. But for an audience that needs to hear you over and over again, they have to be family. But when it comes to public speaking, though some is scripted, but it has to be applicable to certain subject matters. Now in entertainment, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to deal on. And then of course, most entertainers are not so eloquent enough to express themselves when it comes to public speaking. Some entertainers, when you watch their interviews, you will be shocked at their diction and their thought processes. You know, first things first, we think in our mother tongue. Okay, but because English is our major expression, except you were born and raised speaking English and thinking in English, I would think first in Yoruba, then apply it. Some persons would think first in Pidgin, then apply it. But because entertainment is generally accepted with a certain lingua, you're supposed to express yourself proficiently in that lingua. Okay, so the only way in entertainment where we can marry public speaking with what we do is to train people in the act of speaking thoughtfully, not only in their thought process, their mother tongue, but for the benefit of the job itself. You need to be able to express yourself in such a way that it carries you as an upright entertainer. It places you right. You know, I want to listen to Katy Perry now. I will not just hear some trashy talk. There's a way, even if she's caught in a drama, there's a way she's going to use words to pull herself out of that drama. But if it was a Nigerian with the same scenario, he would dust it off by just, because he doesn't understand the perception of using language well to express himself, to cover up defects. You know, we just speak and then we make slangs out of everything. We make games out of jokes out of everything. We just, see the be now. You know, my people are not see the be now. So. And they're like, actually, what I'm asking is, you know, now my sister. Next question. And so we need a lot of entertainers to understand that there is need to enhance your thought processes for the sake of public speaking in entertainment, not just to entertain, but the way I speak, people sometimes I arrogantly say it at interviews. I just want you people to know that I'm very enlightened and educated. I say it with confidence. When I'm talking, people can tell that, oh, there's a difference between this guy and some other entertainers. I don't just use words. I use expressions that tell of depth and value. Okay, most entertainers, their value is in their craft, and they leave it at that. They don't emancipate themselves for the act of the public. They just do that into the work and let it go. When it now comes to the interview, you just feel it's the same thing that was in the work that has to be, it's two different worlds. They don't know. Public image presentation is different from my work in public. This is not Kofi the comedian. This is Kofi the public presentation person. I'm sending myself to the public as an eloquent and thoughtful person right now. Yes. But then when you pay me to come and crack jokes, I enter the element of Kofi Bagu, the comedian. So they need to understand these differences. It might be hard for them to want to go back to school, but then you can get training from like this place.
I hope you've enjoyed today's episode of the program Speak with Power, and you can now see how important it is that public speaking be taken seriously in order to avoid the embarrassment faced by the bland ambassador. You've enjoyed the program. Remember that you can also learn the skill, and at the School of Eloquence, we offer you all of the opportunities you require to learn the skill, to practice the skill, and to advance in your use of the skill of public speaking. Till I see you next time, I leave you with the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson when he said, "Speech is power. Speech is to persuade. Speech is to compel, and speech is to convert." The stage is yours. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
What drives me to keep pushing forward, I think very importantly, is just we all have dreams. We have things that we want to achieve. And for me, really, it's achieving my dreams, ensuring that everything that I have set out to do, I want to do it, and I want to do it successfully. So that really drives me. It's like I've set very, very high bars for myself, very high goals for myself every year, and the drive to meet those goals, and it just keeps inspiring you when you see that you can actually do something and achieve it, and the joy of achieving something every year. You just want to set new goals and go after it every single year. You have to be honest with yourself, you have to be honest with others, so that you can know the true state of things and you can make changes if necessary. But honesty is always the best policy.
What drives me forward, specifically in work, is really working with the businesses in Nigeria who There's a really incredible group of founders with so much commitment and so much drive, not just to grow their businesses, but to make Nigeria a better place. It's more attractive to international investors and to the world. It has nothing to do with being professional, but I think being happy with my family and seeing my children succeed is my greatest definition of success.
WIMBIZ is all about women, how to empower the women and to stay connected. This year's theme is profound. Own your journey, walk the journey, and nurture yourself to greatness. And the summary of it all is your community is a multiplier, and that's the joy of being within the WIMBIZ community. As I said earlier, for the past 24 years, as I navigate my career journey, I've always shown up, dressed up, shown up, and be active in WIMBIZ conferences. And I'm a product of the benefits of being consistent at WIMBIZ conferences. I take the learnings, opportunity to relearn, unlearn, and to course correct. And that is what we are encouraging all the women showing up here. Visibility is hinged on how relevant you are. As the saying goes, if you are not given a seat at the table, move in silence, build your network, grow, empower yourself until you become so powerful to be ignored. You'll be too powerful to be ignored. And that's what WIMBIZ has done. We've grown through the years. And this is the joy of the power of many. Visibility, community multiplier. And so, shout out to the WIMBIZ organizers. They've been consistent through the years. And also, shout out to MasterCard, one of the sponsors, and to all the sponsors. I'm representing MasterCard, and it's a joy to be part of this community, thriving community of world changers that are women. My personal definition of success is the people in your corner. Who are you hand-holding as you're growing? Because you need to be mindful of those holding your ladder as you grow. Because on the journey back, you will meet them. It is the seed you sow that you will thrive on. Success for me is impactful life that is growing with purpose, profiting with purpose. And that's what we do at MasterCard. Connecting 1 billion people to digital economy, 50 million small and medium enterprises, constituting 25 million women entrepreneurs. As at end of 2024, we have hit 37 million women that we connected to digital economy. For me, that's a good picture of success.
I don't want to be broke. I want to live a full life of impact. I look at patterns in my family. I have seen my parents work so hard and lose everything. I don't want that pattern replicated, and I don't want to see it in the lives of people around me. So I'm motivated to learn the right things, to teach the same, and build an ecosystem of really wealthy people. That's what drives me. Success is simply successfully owning your story, where you have been, converting it into walking in power with your skills, and then nurturing the future. Every other person is taking, be you. Your story can never be the same as another person's story. So live authentic. When you live in the reality of who you are and your gifts and talents, then you are successful. Not by what people define you as, but what you define yourself as, and just generally living a life of impact.
Success is not success until your community, is impacted or elevates or, become who they ought to be also, because you have given of yourself to that community. So it's very lonely at the top, they say. So you want to make sure that as you rise, you raise others. Every day I wake up, I tell myself, make something out of your life. And because if I make something out of my life, I get to help others too to make something out of their own lives.
Because as a woman, I'm supposed to add value. I'm supposed to create value, not just adding. I'm supposed to also create value, mentor others and guide others, because I've been guided by women and inspired by other powerful women. So that is what pushes me, so that my daughter will also have a good path to trade upon here, to do better, to become the best version of myself, better than I was yesterday.
I'll say I'm very passionate about driving growth and culture change, and because that's what I do for a living, it has helped me also push my personal life in wanting to always drive growth and drive change in my career and in my personal life as well, because that's what I help organizations do. My personal definition of success is being happy and being at peace. I think that's what really makes, or that's when I feel most successful, when I'm happy and when I'm at peace.
Success is me attaining my goals. Success is me creating values. Success is me meeting my targets. Yes. Okay, so that's interesting. So when things get hard, what keeps me going? I'm very big on challenges. I don't see challenges as challenges. I see challenges as tools to prove myself. So when I face challenges, what drives me is hitting that success, like hitting that point you get to where you say, oh yes, I've achieved this. And when something seems like a problem, like a big issue before you, and you're able to surmount it, right? And you're able to crush it. So for me, what keeps me going is that thirst for accomplishments, that thirst for I would say success. Yes, it keeps me going because I'm very big on it.
I think for me, I want to be remembered as a woman who gave her all. I want to go home to be with God when I've done everything I want to do. I want, to be able to have achieved all my dreams, all my talents, all my goals. So that's what pushes me. And of course, my children as well. I want them to remember their mom as someone who was goal-driven and who was focused in life. What keeps me going when things get hard? I think a mental resolve, a very good mental resolve that doesn't come from myself, to be honest. It comes from God. And so when things are hard for me, I go into myself and I just center myself. I breathe and I remind myself all the things that God has told me about me, and I move on from there. My personal definition, because I'm a very religious woman, I believe in God, I'll say being everything that God wants me to be is what I'll say is success. Not what I think I should be, not what others think I should be, but what He has decided for me to be, and me finding that out and walking in it powerfully is what I think success is.
So for me, social impact has always been my thing, and what drives me is actually impact and change. So when I see the beneficiaries, the girls that I work with through my organization, I see that there's a change in behavior, I see that there's a change in their lives, there's improvement. Honestly, that's what drives me. What keeps me going when things get hard? God, first of all, number one, because He's been my anchor. I go to God for every little inconveniences, for everything I go to God. And another thing that keeps me going, I'll still draw it back again to impact, because whenever I see change, I just get happy. Like this conference makes me so happy because I'm seeing that a lot of lives have been transformed, people are being touched. So that's what keeps me going. People are getting better. So I just feel very, very encouraged with that.
Okay, so for me, what drives me is helping people to have a better quality of life. As a pathologist, I work with, or should I say my work revolves around cancer diagnosis and the diagnosis of untimely deaths. So what pushes me is helping people or arming people with information so that they are healthy and they avoid, unnecessary or untimely deaths, just to have a better quality of life. Okay, so for me, my personal definition of success is number one, being at peace with myself. Number two, enjoying the work I do. And then number three, being in a peaceful, loving relationship with my family. And then fourthly, making impact and helping people have a good quality of life.
I wake up every day determined to be impactful, determined to make the world a better place for everyone around me, not just limited to those I know, but what can I do to be a better version of myself every day? Honestly, it changes from time to time. because every time I review, but I don't let other external factors define success for me. And success is me achieving those things that I have set out to achieve. And then when I achieve them, I move on to other things, and I keep succeeding every day.
Well, especially about this menopause thing, I hate to see women go through menopause. I went through it at 42-year-old. My parents didn't educate me about menopause. It was my 9-year-old son that pushed me. I used to beat him. I was always cranky. And then one day he walked up to me and he said, "Mom, you need help." And I thought to myself, how would a 9-year-old boy come to his 42-year-old woman and tell her that she needed help? So I brought up my laptop and I went through the signs and symptoms of depression. Out of 15, I was going through 13, and that changed my story. And I went through perimenopause. The signs and symptoms were crazy. I lost my branches of pharmacy. I had crying spells. I had memory loss. I had problems with my skin. The most important thing, I couldn't manage my business. I started my master's. I had brain lapses. I couldn't continue with it. And God helped me. Yeah, it was God that helped me, because I didn't go to the hospital. If you're out there, you need help, please seek for help. And God helped me. And here I am today. I'm giving hope to so many women. Now, if your body system is changing, you have a hand to hold, you have a community that can support you. And that is what I live for. Success for me is fulfillment. Success is doing what you know how to do best. Initially, there might not be what you call money, but you're laying a legacy. You're seeing the lives of people changed. For me, that is what gives me fulfillment. That is my success.
Oftentimes, women find that the journey of being a woman can sometimes feel very lonely, especially as you're growing up. It can feel like you're lost. You don't know what to do. There's so much ahead of you, but you don't even know where to begin. I believe that forums like WIMBIZ are actually key to connecting to yourself, to connecting to fellow women that can help grow you. They say iron sharpens iron. And so it's absolutely important in that place of discovering who you are, especially as a young woman, to connect to circles like this that can empower you and strengthen, equip you, and connect you with the women that will help you become the woman that you need to be for your society, for your community, and in your life.
I would say have a destination, because when you have a destination, you're able to plan what will take you to that destination, and then you can own your story because you know your plan. And so when you know your plan, you're more confident with yourself. You're able to move strategically because you have a plan. So that's why I would just say, and that's it really. Right. Also me just owning my stuff and owning myself, and being proud of my work and working endlessly. I work every time, and I think that's what the most important thing is, that if you want anything, you have to work towards it, and just know that, keep working and results will come. That's it. My personal definition of success would be, I don't say I have a personal definition, because I think everybody has their own definition of what success. For some people it's money, and that's okay. For some people it's family, but me it's everything. I want it all. I think in my generation we can do 10 things at a time, honestly. Because again, multitasking is, the more you practice it, the better you become at it. And so I'm able to do different things at a time. But again, like I said, everything that you do in life is based on practice. If you practice, you become more efficient at it. I could be singing and playing the keyboard at the same time. That's multitasking. Sometimes, but they're just particular things that you need to concentrate on. So if you are reading, for example, you need to concentrate on what you're reading on, so you'll get it in. But it's possible to multitask, of course. My advice to the younger generation 25 years from now is that be strong, be confident with yourself, Be proud of yourself. Learn from others. Learn from the people who have come before you. Because when you learn, you're working with experience, and that's one of the most important things you can do for yourself. And young ladies, please join Wimbiz. I love Wimbiz so much, even though I'm not a woman in business. But please join Wimbiz. You learn a lot. You get to network with so many important people who have walked the talk, literally. There's so many important women I could see from, the stage. And everybody who is here is important, and I know they are networking and taking the best of the event. So, you learn, you network, and of course you own it, period.
One of the things I tell people is that it's not a journey that starts at the end of a journey. It's a journey you start from the beginning. I have all boys. Yes, the first one is a lawyer. He has a master's in law, and the last one is still in the university as in Nigeria. We'll be friends. We'll play together when they were young. We'll play ball. We'll roll on the bed, and we still roll on the bed. We cook together. So that had been able to close the gap. And so it wasn't forcing them to learn. It's a thing of friendship. Okay, for example, when they were young, we'll watch literally all the videos. I know powerful girls, I know powerful boys, I know all the videos. So we could discuss. And so when we had issues of life that we literally needed to change, it was discussion. It was not force. And so, another thing that really helped me is because I had a mother who was a very strong woman, a very energetic, and then literally she studied too. And then, but I saw the gap because she was trying to force things, and we had a gap, the difference was much. So I made up my mind that raising my children, they were going to be my friend, and we're still friends. We kiss. When you see our text messages, if you're not sure, you think I'm actually talking to a boyfriend,
I'm your boyfriend.
And so I encourage parents to be friends with their children. And some people say you cannot be a friend to your child. But sincerely speaking, when you understand their language, you speak, you talk the way they talk. I understand some of the Gen Z languages. The value, I happen to be a born-again Christian, so I taught them the rudiments of the gospel from the beginning. You can almost read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, and that's a standard, that's a period. And then the value of education. I grew up in the midst of elites. My mother, when I didn't pass my O-level, then would say, elites are talking, so I should keep quiet. So I understand the value of education because we know that education is a leveler. It brings you to the level where you think you cannot get to. Culture. Greeting is one of the things that people are losing this day. It's not wrong for you to meet somebody on the street and greet, and you don't know your destiny helper. If you fight your destiny helper, you've lost it. But if you're a friend, and it's cheaper to be friendly and more expensive not to be friendly. So I encourage people not to lose the value of friendship. As a younger woman, I read so much when I had not even joined Wimbiz. I read so much about what they were doing. Wimbiz is doing so much. I have a platform for women. I've been training and empowering women. So I see this opportunity in Wimbiz to connect with other women, especially women of value. I mean, you see the value, the people coming to talk to you. You know, these people had gone through it. They're talking with experience. They're talking from experience. And so I love Wimbiz, and I wish Wimbiz bigger, get bigger, stronger.
Amen. Shout out to Achievement Channel and all the good people, all the media team that is supporting Wimbiz annual conference.
My name is Rita George Oko. I'm a lawyer. I'm into real estate, also into oil and gas. And this is a big shout out to Achievement Channel. You guys are doing great. Well done.
Oh, hi, my name is Richmond Bassi, and this is a big shout out to Achievement Channel.
Shout out to the Achievement Channel for covering this event so professionally.
My name is Sharon Ecott. I'm a management consultant at Seed Academy. And a shout out to Achievement TV. They're doing a great work here, and everyone should follow them and tune into their channel. Thank you.
Hi, Achievement Channel. Shout out to Achievement Channel. Shout out to you guys. You are amazing. You've been doing so well. I'm Ijo Mani, Managing Director of Verify Experts Limited.
Hi, my name is Pai Gamde. I'm an enterprise architect. Shout out to Achievement Channels. Well done for the work you do. Thank you.
Hi, Bumi George here, CEO and founder of Shredder Gang, Nigeria's #1 fitness community, giving a big shout out to Achievement Channel.
Hello, Achievement Channels. You're doing amazing. I just want to say keep doing it and more grace.
Okay, so my name is Dr. Agility Obi Hesie, consultant pathologist and founder of Dr. Pure Joy Skincare and Wellness. I'd like to give a shout out to the Achievement Channel. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Hi, this is Anugba Degeshi, and I'm a lawyer, I'm a compliance and data protection professional, and I'm shouting out to the Achievement Channel. Well done, and I wish you all the best.
Ooh, Achievement Channel, take 5. You've done well. My name is Musumola Dosumo, founder, Menopause Support Initiative. I hope that one day, Achievement Channel will partner with us and take menopause to the next stage so that every woman in Nigeria from the age of 45 will not have to go through the pain of menopause.
My name is Annie. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
Achievement Channel, we are borrowed sense. We are achieving big things. 2025, 2026, this decade, next decade, we are building big money things. Shout out.
Ifoma Okolo, and I'm a mighty mom.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Osage, and I'm a mighty mom.
My name is Mrs. Emmanuel Efe. I'm a mighty mom.
Hello, I'm Mary Frances Nagoni. I'm a super mighty mom.
Hello, my name is Ogunmuyiwa Folakemi, and I am a mighty mom.
First episode of Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. I'm your host, Sarah Robert, and I am thrilled to share this journey with you. Here on Mighty Moms, we celebrate the incredible journey of motherhood, sharing inspiring stories, valuable tips, and heartfelt moments. Whether you are a new mom, an experienced mom, or simply interested in the joys and challenges of motherhood, this is the show for you. So sit back, relax, and let's dive into the maiden episode of Mighty Moms right here on Achievement Channel. Sometimes it could be challenging to pay complete attention to your career and still be fully present as an active mom in the lives of our children. On the show today, we will be focusing on balancing career and motherhood. I'm thrilled to welcome our very first guest today, Mrs. Patience Okonta, an exceptional architect, a woman who has maintained world-class standard in the practice of architecture in Nigeria and beyond. She's the managing partner of InterDesigns Partnership, and most importantly, the mighty mom on the very first episode of our show today. Mrs. Okonta, can you tell us a bit about your career journey as an architect and how you managed to balance it with motherhood?
I'm so happy this is called Mighty Moms because my career journey as an architect actually started because of my mum. My mum worked with Aquarium & Associates, an architectural firm, and she was their receptionist. So my first vacation job, or my first job ever, was the photocopying girl at Aquarium & Associates. And from the inspiration that I got there, I made up my mind that I would be an architect. And I've not
Right
looked
there
back.
and then?
Right there and then, I only had to look at these beautiful things that I was photocopying and issuing to people and the whole ambience of the office, and I knew that I didn't want to do any other thing apart from architecture.
And that, I suppose, led you to a journey of architecture.
Yes.
And so far, have you regretted it?
No, I have never looked back. I've never really wanted to do any other thing apart from the fact that, you know, times are really changing, and you probably need to do a little bit of diversification when you want to fill in gaps here and there. But I love architecture, and architecture has been really good to me.
So, being an architect, how were you able to balance it with motherhood?
I was lucky. I was privileged. I had a fantastic family support. My husband was ever ready to, you know, give me the go-ahead to do whatever I needed. And then I had my mum, I had my dad, and I had my brothers and sisters. I had a fantastic family support system, which I don't know what's happened to it in this day and age, but we were privileged, and that's how I managed most of the time. Sometimes I had to be out of town, and I had to be out of town on short notice, and the only people I could rely on were my family, and they were there for me, and that's how I did what I had to do.
That's great. Now, Mrs. Okonta, have you ever experienced mom's guilt? And if yes, how were you able to handle it?
Mom's guilt, yes. So I would say yes, and I don't think I'm ashamed of experiencing mom's guilt. I do things to make myself happy. Sometimes I just have to close the door and have my peace of mind. I have a set of twins, and my children were all maybe 1 year apart, and sometimes the reporting could go on forever and ever and ever and ever. So there comes a time where you just have to draw the line and do something that makes you really happy and shut out the rest of the world. So I don't know what I'll call my guilt. I think I'll call my mom's me time.
That's fair enough. Let's talk about your challenges.
Yes.
While juggling between your career and motherhood, what were those challenges that you would want to share with us, and how did you overcome them?
Seriously, the challenges were the amount of time that you had to put in to progress your career. Sometimes in my field, there are lots of deadlines, and those deadlines are taken seriously. So you find out that maybe you're supposed to be at home at a certain time, have lunch or have dinner, and make sure the children are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you can't be there. Sometimes you just need to be able to say to yourself, I'm going to give this amount of time to the children and do whatever it is. It means working doubly hard and everything, but you do whatever it is to make sure that at a certain time, this 2 hours or this 3 hours, I'm going to be there before my children go to sleep. Those deadline times and those times where you have to deliver, and those times where things have to be done in a certain way. You just have to get them done and make the choice and try and sort of compartmentalize. This is the time for my work and this is the time for my children. Sometimes the children get less in those type of trying times, but that's what happens.
Okay. If you had one advice for a mother who juggles between parenting and her career, what would that advice be and why?
Certainly, I would really say that it's not one solution for everybody's situation. We do not all parent the same way. For instance, motherhood is such a beautiful and exciting journey. It's not something that I plan. I don't plan when my children decide to get sick. I don't plan for my children to call me in the middle of a meeting and say, Mom, I want to eat a bag of chips. it's not something you can actually plan for. It's not something I can actually tell you this is the way to go. For instance, I said I had a very fantastic support system. My daughter is in Aberdeen right now. She doesn't have that. She has to make serious arrangements when she has to go out of town to do her work. So it's not a one-size-fits-all thing, and it's not a do-or-die matter. If you cannot achieve what you want to achieve in your career at that point in time, I would say the children always come first. The career doesn't run away. I know so many people that had to put their careers on hold. We're all more or less at the same level now. So family comes first all the time. That's my advice.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Patience Okonta, for sharing this inspiring story with us. We have had a very wonderful conversation. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive deeply into how to prioritize time for yourself and your family in the midst of a demanding career. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Mighty Mom. So far, we've learned about the journey and challenges of being a working mom. Now let's get into some practical tips you can use to manage your time and prioritize both your career and family. We are going to talk about time management, delegation, and self-care. Time management actually is very, very key in juggling between your career and motherhood. Without doing this, it may be difficult for you to achieve your day's schedule. What about delegation? Who do you delegate to take care of your child? And even at your workplace, who do you delegate to in order for you to have a proper balance of your day activities? Now, self-care. The body is like an engine. It needs to be cared for. Gone are the days when mothers just refuse to take care of themselves, sacrificing their time, sacrificing their goals, sacrificing their dreams for their children, husbands, and their work. These days, you need to take care of that self. You need to love yourself. You need to care for yourself to be able to juggle between motherhood and career. So think about it. Mrs. Okonta, what's your take on these issues?
I am a full believer in self-care and delegation. I try not to delegate so much when it comes to my children. There are certain things concerning the children and the family that you must do yourself. For instance, when you're asked to come to the schools, you need to take time off from the office, and I try as much as possible not to delegate in those regards, but sometimes there are things that you have to delegate and the things you cannot meet up with. Self-care, I will always look after myself. Luckily, I had a husband that believed in me looking after myself, so I didn't have any problems with that. And my children always even was very, very happy to say, that's my mom. So that's another reason why every mom has to take care of themselves, so that you make the children also proud as well.
We will take a short break, so please stay with us. We've talked about some great tips on managing career and motherhood. Coming up, we'll hear a special message from another mighty mom who has found her own unique way of balancing it all. Stay tuned.
My name is Giselle Oladipo. I am a HR professional. I'm also a career coach. By the grace of God, I have 3 boys, and God has been helping me to manage both the career and the home front. It's not an easy journey, but with intentionality, I have been able to manage both. So one thing I know I do well is I delegate. I delegate a lot of things. I delegate house chores. I ensure that I have people that help me do things part time. I am intentional to be in my children's space. Like, I want to know everything that happens there. It's something that we must be conscious about. So working for 15 years now and managing 3 children, I'd say is being by intentionality. Remember that motherhood is the greatest accomplishment of life, no matter how chaotic it can be. Embrace it, and I'm sure that you'll scale through.
Hi, my name is Lois Kess. I am a businesswoman and also a journalist. Combining this together as motherhood is actually challenging. I take my beautiful daughter to school in the morning, her normal routine school runs, and then back to my business, attend to my clients. At the same time, once she's back from school, I make sure I attend to her assignments. You know, being a mother and combining my career together with it is kind of challenging, but it's worth it. You know, it's worth doing because it actually gives me joy. Thank you so much, and do have a wonderful day.
As you can see, no 2 journeys are the same, but every mother finds her own way to thrive. These women prove that it's possible to be both a dedicated mother and a successful professional. We'll be back in just a moment to wrap up this inspiring episode of Mighty Mom. You won't want to miss the final word of advice from today's guest.
Well, my experience here at School of Eloquence, I was able to overcome my shyness and anxieties because previously I was not able to communicate well with people. I wasn't able to look in the eyes of people. I was so nervous, but coming out today on my last masterclass, I was able to overcome all of my fears, and I am really grateful for that. Thank you so much, School of Eloquence.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
We've had a wonderful conversation so far with Mrs. Okonta. I'm sure you will agree with me that it's been a wonderful day. Mrs. Okonta, your final advice to mothers out there.
I think that my final advice would be that every mother should be intentional and enjoy the experience of motherhood. Well, if you have to set your career aside for any reason, there's no better reason than for the children. So my advice is to love yourself, love your children, put the family first, always.
Motherhood is one of the toughest jobs in the world, and combining it with a career is no small feat. But remember, every day is an opportunity to thrive in both roles. You are enough, and your best is always enough. Thank you so much for joining us on this first episode of Mighty Mom. Next week, we'll be talking about the silent strength, unspoken sacrifices mothers make for their children. Don't forget to tune in, and always remember, you are a mighty mom. My name remains Sarah Roberts. Thank you.
There's an old African proverb that smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Just imagine life as a voyage and a quest, and you are the sailor. Indeed, the navigator, and your dreams and your aspirations for greatness and for goodness represent your destinations. Hello, dream chasers and future history makers. Welcome to another timeless capsule where we dive deep into the wisdom of ages to fuel your journey, your quest, your desire towards greatness. Today, we're setting sail on the vast ocean of life, guided by an ancient African proverb. Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Think about it. If life were always calm and predictable, how would we grow? How would you learn to navigate the storms, harness the winds, and chart our own course towards our dreams? It is indeed, and in fact, the challenges, the setbacks, the unexpected turns, the twists, those difficulties that truly shape us into the capable, resilient individuals that we are meant to be. Just like a skilled sailor relies on their experience and knowledge to conquer the roughest seas, we too must draw upon our inner strength and determination in order to overcome some of life's obstacles that stand between us and our aspirations. Remember, every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. It is a chance to test our limits, to learn new skills, and to emerge stronger than ever before. In fact, as the great Jim Rohn once said, it should make us stronger, wiser, and better. And that's why we must embrace the storms no matter what happens. We must embrace setbacks, for they will teach us valuable lessons. We must also embrace the detours, for they may lead us to even greater destinations than we originally imagined. That is a very important lesson for you. I know it's not always easy. There will be times when the winds are against you, when the waves crash over your bow, and when you feel like giving up. I know. But in those moments, remember the words of the great Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So keep your eyes on that horizon, your dreams in heart, and your spirit unwavering. You are the navigator of your own destiny. You have the power to turn those challenges into triumphs, setbacks into comebacks, and dreams into reality. So let the winds of adversity blow. Let the waves of doubt crash against you. You are that skillful sailor. that is capable of navigating any storm. And remember, the greatest rewards await those who dare to venture into the uncharted waters of their own potential. Set sail, my friends, embrace the journey, and may your voyage be filled with courage, resilience, and, of course, the unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello and welcome to Corpuscan, the show that inspires and empowers young Nigerians to make the most of their NYSC's journey and beyond. I am your host Amy, and you're watching us right here on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational television station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence Studios in Ikoyi, Lagos. Today's episode hits close to home. Every young Nigerian, the hustle and the calling, chasing money without losing yourself. Let's be real. Everybody wants to make it. We all want success, comfort, and a soft life. But not everyone keeps their peace while doing it. So how do we find that balance between ambition and authenticity, between chasing money and following purpose? Joining me today are two remarkable young Nigerians whose life reflects the balance between hard work and inner peace. Our first guest, Madu Dennis Uchechukwu, is a purpose-driven young professional currently serving with the School of Eloquence in Ikoyi, Lagos. Passionate about growth, leadership, and creativity, he's building a career rooted in excellence and impact. He believes in working hard, staying consistent, and pursuing success without losing touch with one's value. And our school guest, Abdul Wahid Issa, is a proud son of Ilorin in Kwara State, a passionate communicator and multi-skilled young professional with background in mass communication from Kwara State Polytechnic. He's gained hands-on experience at New Telegraph's publishing company and Daily Trust newspaper, and he's also trained in solar and inverter installation. Prove that versatility is the new power of today's youth. Together, we'll explore how to stay true to your purpose in a world that never stops hustling.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Hello Uche, hello Wahid, welcome to this show.
Thank you, Amy.
Corpuscan.
Thank you.
How are you doing this morning?
Very well. Well, good. Thank you.
Okay, we're diving right into the topic, the hustling and the calling, chasing money without losing yourself. Hello Uche, I would love you to let us know how one can continue chasing the person's dream while remaining steady to the person's core value.
Thank you, Amy. For me, I've learned that chasing your dream or money doesn't mean anything to you if you lose yourself to it. It's not all about the money, it's not all about the success. Still, you kind of like have to put yourself on hold, make out plans, get ideas, and get it all thought out. For instance, in my PPA at the School of Eloquence, I kind of like have myself scheduled, and I kind of like line up things that I mean to do, and I try to kind of like achieve one or two things a day before I go. Or if I'm not able to achieve something, I'll kind of like have in mind what I'm going to start up in the next day. And before I come the next day, I have it planned up. And when I come, I start up with it. before the main jobs for the day comes. So it's not just about success or the search for the money or fame or what. I kind of like feel it's more of the value, the insight, and what you're looking at to gain from it.
Okay.
That's my point.
So in all, we should always just look towards what we always wanted or what we always know before the success starts coming.
What we always wanted, what we always know, and what we want to achieve, what we want to impact. The kind of like the footprint we want to leave behind as we pass through the process.
Oh, that was very insightful.
So let me just chip in just a point with what Uchi has said, so as just to make a contribution to his question. In order not to lose yourself, your value, you just need to be careful of how you chase the money. Although it's legal to chase money, and the way you chase it determines if it's legal or illegal.
Oh, that's a point.
So if you chase it legally and you are able to control yourself, because money controls people.
Okay.
If you are able to chase it legally, I guess you are still within, you are still maintaining your value. But once you chase it illegally, you are coming out of it.
Oh.
So that's just what I want to chip in.
That's a very nice add to what Uche has said, and I love that.
Thank you.
And I know the people listening would also pick from that. Don't lose yourself and the value.
Exactly.
Once you go illegally, you've lost the essence of the game.
Exactly.
Okay, now, so I'm just going to ask you some other things for people listening and for us also. You know, there's a lot of fake get quick scam going on, and everywhere you go they just say click here and make this money. How do we become able to spot it? Like once you see those, you say this is fake, is a scam.
Thank you. You see this question, okay, there is a saying in Yoruba language.
Wow.
Yoruba will say which means there is no shortcut to success.
Wow.
Any shortcut to success will cut your success short.
Okay.
So there are some things, let me say there are several things, there are several ways you'll be able to spot.
Get quick rich trap.
Yeah. There are different ways you can spot such things.
Okay.
One of it, let's take for instance, maybe you're just scrolling on the internet or maybe the social media, or you see some people advertising this, advertising that. Once they are asking, or once their demand is much more than expected, you should be able to figure out that, no, is this real?
So you're going to use the memo of nothing good comes easy.
Exactly. Because if it's something good, most of what is good, although it doesn't come easy, but at least, even as a human being, you should be able to differentiate how this thing works. Okay,
like
is this real?
With values, what
is this real? Okay. Or is this, let's take for instance, there are some, let me say there are different platforms whereby you invest. When you invest, then at the end of the day, you get your return back.
Amen.
Also, and we also have some. We have legal ones and we have illegal ones. And I'm very sure at this age we are now, although it might not be easy to identify the illegal ones, and it might be easy at times. There are some platforms whereby they will ask you that, okay, payment is delivery. Why some will ask you to pay before delivery. And those who will ask you to pay before delivery are the well-known ones. If you can understand, if you are the type that do this online transaction. And if there are some whereby even if they want to require for payment first, at least they might not even request for maybe you pay the full payment. They might say, okay, we'll make half payment then.
Okay.
But at least once it gets to that stage, one should be able to identify, is this real? Is this not real? And so, in this age we are now, there are a lot of things we can do which are legally that we don't even need to be panicking. Okay, is this real or is this not real? I don't know if I am permitted to say this. There is this something called trading. We are all familiar with it.
The crypto trading.
The crypto trading. These are some of the things whereby we can, although it might flop at times, but I'm very sure it's not every time that it flops.
Because you're trying
Even
to...
if it comes down, then it rises again. I think that, and even if you are a business type, there are risks. So everything in this life is risk. So once you are able to, okay, let me just give it my trial. Once you are seeing that where this thing is going, it might not favor me, so you can easily withdraw. But when you see that, okay, this thing where it is going, I think it will yield a good result. At least you can just keep going on that.
Thank you so much. We're going to take off. Nothing good comes easy.
Exactly.
Just everybody be careful, watch out, probe what you want to do. Don't be quick to analyze and everything. Mr. Uche, would you love to chip in to anything Mr. Wahid has said?
Well, he has already hit the nail on the head. But I just would like to add one or two things. If it's too good to be true, then it probably is. Then make researches. Always make researches. Don't just jump into conclusions or whatnot. Then again, if it's something you want to do and it's something that they rush you to make payment and stuff, have second thoughts. It's kind of like, it's quite scary.
Yeah, exactly.
Then I believe this is Nigeria. Everybody wants to make money.
Exactly.
And even as coppers, what we have is not enough, really. But let's be careful. Let's be careful.
Okay, this takes me down to a very similar question, but I think it would be something different. What are some red flags you think we should look out for when we get opportunities? What are those things that once an opportunity is coming, we're like, no, this can't be true. This can't be it. Like, what are those hinting red flags to those opportunities? Something you just pick up and say, this is a no. I have to be careful of this.
All right. I would like to give an example, which I experienced myself. The first time I came to Lagos for my service. Okay, I was home. I wasn't posted yet. So I wasn't doing anything. It was boring. And I was thinking of what should I do? Boredom, how it can be. So it was an auntie of mine who kind of like wanted to introduce me to a platform where they kind of like key in money to get more money. Even from the way she was sounding, like she was saying it, it was sounding so sweet. Come on, you put maybe as a student, let's say something like 70, and then in 1 month or before December, you'll be getting like a meal. I was like, God, it picked me actually. But then along the line, when I went, I didn't go directly into it. I still kind of like, thank God, I still kind of like slowed down. I was hyped about it. I was very much interested. I was like, my service will be sweet. So, but I slowed down, I asked, and then I found out that it's not the first time this kind of thing is happening. It's not the first time this kind of thing is being heard or spoken about. There are other platforms. It's kind of like these MMMs scam and stuff. But their own was looking so real in the form that they sent us, it was a conference. I went, it was a conference, it was in a hotel somewhere in Ikeja owned by Reverend Sisters. It is a hotel. I think it's a very well-known hotel. So the thing was, but I reasoned it. Are these people expecting me to kind of like put the 70,000 I should be saving into this thing, and then expecting me to kind of like wait for that 1 million, and then from it, it's not just like it comes instantly. From it, you start getting extra jobs, because when they tell you about this thing, they say it to you as if it just comes like that. You don't have, but when you do your researches and your findings, you find out that you come, you have to bring up people, and those people have to bring up people, and it keeps going.
It's always a chain.
On and on and on and on.
Okay.
And then this kind of thing, they give you promises, and promises which are kind of like unbelievable.
That can be true.
So that's kind of like the red flag that I saw, and I was like, no, I can't do this. And I came back and I got back to myself, and I didn't do it. Yeah.
Okay, I think I have something to say.
Okay.
I just want to reference to the question you asked earlier, and one of the answers which I gave is just to make research. In anything, I say it again, in anything we do, we should just make a proper research, a deep research about anything. Because if you are researching, we'll be able to get what is real and what is not. And secondly, let me give an instance. Let's take for instance, how do we spot a red flag, right? We normally see some adverts. That's happened to me some times ago. So we normally see some adverts whereby they will just place the adverts maybe on the streets while walking. You see it on the pole somewhere. So once you get that advert, they will ask you to call so number to get so opportunity. Once you dial the numbers on it, they might ask you to, okay, come to so place to get the opportunity. Once they are able to convince you and you go there, before you go, make sure that the place they invited you to, make sure it's somewhere everybody knows. So that we don't just fall victim. Because why I'm saying this is that when it happened to me, I called that number, the number I saw on that advert. I called the number, and I think I told maybe my dad or my elder brother. It was like, where were you invited to? Where did they ask you to come? I said, so place. So place. I think then I was still much younger.
Okay.
It was like, why would they ask you to come to this? This is not real.
Okay.
I didn't mean that if it's something real, they won't ask you to come to that kind of a place. At least it should be something they can do publicly or in an open space whereby other people will see that, okay, something is going on here.
Okay.
So once you are not able to verify the address you are being invited to, it's a red flag.
And luckily for us, we have the internet at our beck and call now.
Exactly. So you can just go on the internet or on the map, just search. So thank God now you can access everywhere from the Google map now. So if you are not able to locate a so place that you are invited to come for an opportunity, my brother and sister, it's a red flag.
These are eye-opening experiences, and I'm so glad we have you people here to share with us, because this hearing your experience is my first time hearing it. I know I've heard lots of stories about the money chain thing, bring someone coming, but I've never heard of this, and it's scary. And I also picked something from here: involve people. When you get this kind of opportunities, there's no need to rush into it. Talk to people. Like they always say, 2 heads are better than 1. Thank you so much. We're going on a short break now, and when we're back, we'll continue this conversation. Stay tuned.
We wear the khaki, but we carry more than just a bag. We carry dreams, grit, and a will to serve.
This is Corpuscan, rising to serve, rising to lead.
Welcome back to Corpuscan. Before we left, we were talking about how to chase money without losing yourself and your core values. Back to this discussion, I would love to ask Uche, what does real success mean to you?
Real success to me is not all about the money, not all about the wealth, not all about being at the top of the pyramid or whatnot. Real success to me is kind of like being at peace with whatever I am doing, being at peace with whatever I want to achieve. I know I want to be there, but I am not there yet. So I kind of like strive to be there by working hard. I pray, I work hard, I follow a schedule, a timeline, and in all, I kind of like try to be consistent and efficient in whatever I'm doing. All in all, to kind of like achieve the success that I want to achieve. Thank you.
Well, that's very insightful.
I think I have an insight.
Okay.
Real success is not just about the amount of wealth you have now.
Mhm.
It's not the influence you have. What I feel real success is, let's take for instance, you have a knowledge and you are able to impact it into someone. And from that person also is able to transfer it to another person, and it keeps going on like that.
Okay.
So let me just say that's an impact that you've made in the community, right? As long as the knowledge, people are benefiting from it. It might not be knowledge alone. It might be from your resources that you have. As long as people keep benefiting and they pray for you in return, I think that's success.
Oh, very profound. So moving on. So I would love to ask you why peace of mind is part of real success.
Yeah, peace of mind and real success, they are two different things, but it can be linked together. As I've said earlier, real success is not just the amount of wealth you gathered or the properties you had. If you are successful, so how we can link it? If you are successful in life and you don't have peace of mind, what's the essence of your success? So being at peace is very, very, very key. Okay, let's take for instance, you are successful and you have some things going within yourself, like you are not pleased with yourself. Probably internally, let me say internally, like you are not happy. The wealth that you have gathered, that we are counted as being successful, if you are not happy, you won't be able to manage the wealth or the resources you've gathered. Let me give a point. If you are successful, okay, people might know, okay, this person is successful, right? Okay. But if your mind is not at peace, my sister, even your health status, it will be obvious from the look of things. No, this person doesn't have peace of mind. So, peace of mind, it improves your health status. It even increases your mental stability. So, if you are successful and you are not at peace, I don't see the reason for. Let me say, I don't see how. I don't know how to put it. You are successful and you are not at peace. So, what's the essence of being successful? So, if you want to be successful in life, or if you want to be successful in life, we should also take into consideration our peace of mind. How do we want to get our wealth, the properties we've been longing for? How do we want to get it? And at the same time, keeping our peace of mind. Some people today, I can boldly say that the way they gather their wealth, once they are able to gather it, they don't have peace of mind anymore. Why? Because the way they've gone, they went, the way that they've been, what they've been through, in order to gather those resources or the funds or the wealth. So the ways they've run through, the way they've gone through, whatever places they've gone through is what is not giving them the peace of mind they need in order to be able to manage what they've been able to get. So if you are not peaceful with yourself or you don't have peace of mind, so I don't think the wealth you've gotten or the properties you've gotten will take you to anywhere.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'd like to contribute to what Wahid just said as pertaining to getting wealth and peace at the same time. Sometimes some persons, getting jobs, getting a business or being into something is kind of like difficult. So sometimes some people are lucky enough to kind of like be in a certain place of work, in a certain position or in a certain job, but they are not happy with the job because it's not what they actually want to do.
Exactly.
But yet that job is kind of like paying the bills and taking care of whatever they are doing. So a candid advice is kind of like a story I once heard. There is this man working in a place where he doesn't want to work, but he still works there, he still gets paid, he still delivers. But delivering, he's getting paid. What he does with his payment is he channels the payment into what he like, his passion, his dream. It might be art, it might be like painting, might be music or whatever. But he kind of like gets a payment and he channels it there to where he feels like he has that peace. And he kind of like uses the place he's not comfortable with to move himself to a comfortable and a more stable place. So that's my own point and the kind of like advice I was trying to put. You don't just, because you're not comfortable with where you are, you kind of like give mediocre or unacceptable output or service to that place. You kind of like, you can use what you don't want to get what you want. Thank you.
So we've all heard it from our guests today. Firstly, they talked about core values, not losing yourself when going for the things you want. Remember where you're coming from, remember where you're going, because when you get the success you want without the values, it becomes nothing. Also, nothing worth of value is for free. So when you see opportunities, you probe, you research, when you think they come easy, just make sure to know that nothing very good comes that easy.
This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
What a refreshing and powerful conversation. Today, we've learned that real success isn't just about the hustle, it's about finding peace, purpose, and balance along the way. A heartfelt thank you to my amazing guests, Uche and Wahid, for sharing their wisdom and reminding us that success without peace isn't true success at all. And to you watching, remember, the goal isn't just to make a living, but to make life that feels right to you. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at Achievement Channel and keep the conversation going with the hashtag CorpusCan. Until next time, I am Amy, reminding you, hustle hard, but don't lose your heart. See you on the next episode of CorpusCan. Thank you.
This is Corporate, rising to serve, rising to lead.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Welcome to another soul-stirring episode of Achievement, your weekly show on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station. We are coming to you from the School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. This program is dedicated to men, fathers, leaders, dreamers who are facing life's real challenges and need the fuel to push forward. At Achievement, we uplift, encourage, and inspire men to live with purpose, lead with strength, and rise above every setback. Today's topic is resilience, standing strong in tough times. We are diving into what it means to be truly resilient, how to bend without breaking, how to fall but rise even stronger. Joining me today are two exceptional guests. Mr. Austin Onono, a leadership expert, entrepreneur, and humanitarian. He's a former factory inspector, a veteran corporate leader, and the current CEO of Nutrify Farms Limited. His 25-year service in Lions Club International includes leading life-changing health projects across Nigeria. Austin is a builder of both people and institutions. And we also have Mr. Asef Kolawole Agbeyihane, a chartered accountant, a public speaker, and grassroots politician. He has served in various political leadership roles and is deeply committed to youth empowerment and also women's development through his foundation. He's also a financial consultant and public affairs analyst. Let's dive into a conversation that will empower you to stay the course, even in the storms of life. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you very much.
It's a wonderful profile, and I'm happy to be in this moment right now. And I'll ask from the very basics. Let me start with Mr. Asef. How do you define resilience? Personally, what's resilience to you?
To me, the resilience is ability to cope, to adapt, and also move forward from there.
Can I have your take, please?
Yes, it's your ability to tolerate, it's your ability to overcome, and it's also your ability to grow and respond to adversity. It's about survival and growth. You have to endeavor to survive in the moment and then find a way to get past it.
I love that. So I'll ask you directly, Mr. Austin. From your profile, it's obvious that you've gone through different sectors. And from your definition of resilience, I can see that you're actually very, very resilient. So what was the most difficult moment and how did you transition? How did you overcome it? How can you align these moments to express it that, okay, I'm learning from you now. This was the toughest. How did you go? How did you overcome it?
Okay, I think maybe one of my most difficult turnaround jobs was when I was divisional chief executive of Technical Products and Leasing Services, John Holtz PLC. I think it was primarily the weight of expectation from the outcome of the job based on the impact it was likely to have on the business. So it was like a lot was resting on your shoulders and you had to do this. And then in the course of executing the turnaround, I discovered that I needed to spend a lot of time to get it done. So it wasn't just the time you were interfacing with people in the office. It was time before and time after that interface. So I found myself at some point, for a long period of time, working for about 19 hours every day. So I think that was the toughest period. And how I got over that was to motivate myself. I broke the overall objective down into smaller achievable goals. So as we were accomplishing one small goal after the other, I was getting more and more motivated, apart from, of course, ensuring that you were properly exercised and all.
Wow, that's some standards that I hope people can actually emulate. But 19 hours is a lot. It's really a lot.
It's ridiculous. I live on the peninsula, and then the Lekki Expressway was being built. So I had to leave home at 5 a.m. latest in the morning. The minute I got into the car, with the inner lights, I'll start working. Get to the office, continue working, and then after people had left, I'll still try to finish up, walk all the way in the car going back home. And then unfortunately, when I get back, just again, because as you were seeing those numbers coming through and they were exciting you, let's do this one more. So I'll put in a little bit more time in the study before going upstairs. And that's why, it became 19 hours very, very quickly before I realized it.
Wow. Mr. Asef, I want to dig deep into your own moments too. And I'm sure you have a lot of them because you've been in the political sector. You've done a lot of primaries. We're in Nigeria, so we understand what's happened. So I'll ask you this question personally. And I want you to, take a moment and, feel it in. How have you been able to cope? Or for better use of the word, how have you been able to endure and go through these setbacks? How are you overcoming it? Because I've seen your profile. It's deep. So how did you do it? And you are not looking like what you've been through, if I want to use that word. You carry yourself so well with so much grace and compassion and panache. You are calm. You are not even showing it. So how have you been able to get through these setbacks and upsets, if I will use that word?
I think a lot of factors played out. One, like the popular say, when there's no purpose, there's bound to be an abuse. One, a purpose is driving you. Then you have no reason to let go because that becomes the inner driving force. Correct. Then number two is also that a positive mindset. You already have a mindset that something is achievable. Then number three, knowledge is power. Even in the Bible in all your getting, get knowledge. And then when you get that knowledge, then the next step is understanding of the knowledge you got and then the wisdom, ability to apply it. Because, for example, in the political system, one of my focus is that I have that inner voice that I'm among the people that will make Nigeria better. Because you run to USA, you run to Canada, you run to UK, some people pay the sacrifice that made that place stand today. That is why I don't blame people that japa, but me, my focus that I have that inner conviction that I'm among the people that make Nigeria great. Then I have no reason to live, and I have no reason also to lose focus because a lot of also destiny rests on my shoulder. Because whatever you are doing is not for yourself, you are doing it for others. Even the scripture also says, those that steal should steal no more, so that they should walk. Can you imagine? And get to give order. He's not even thinking of you because your own case is settled. You are in the kitchen cooking. And you know the one that will determine how the food is served. You already taste, you already feel, even the aroma already, you are satisfied. Then that positive mindset that, no, something will just work. After if it didn't work, you change your strategy. Correct. Nobody that succeeds, even most of the people that are successful today, their number of failures were more than their success. Because you learn from that and then you move on.
That is deep. That is reassuring. And I want you to, in that flow, talk about the next question. I want you to just say this. Do you think, or why do you think resilience is a crucial trait that young men or people should have? Because what you've just explained shows that you just have to do it. I'll give you an analogy so you can tell us deeply also why resilience is key. Why do you think it's key? I do a lot of work. I love hiking a lot. And I've done some hiking in places in Europe where our guide would tell me that we're like 4 hours into the woods. This particular tree has been planted for 1,200 years. So it means that Greek proverb of planting trees that you won't be under for the next generation, for posterity, which is why I love what you've just said. So why do you think resilience, like you've exemplified now, is key trait that people should have, especially the young generation, for you to succeed?
Well, there's a popular saying that not taking a risk is a risk in itself.
Right.
That's supposed to be a natural instinct for every human being. I used to give an example. If rain is falling and an animal is under it, do you know you begin to move, looking for where the rain will not touch him. Once you get there, we stop. But as a human being, you can observe your environment and be able to know where to hide. But like animal is testing the water, is testing on the get. But as a human being, that resilience is supposed to be a natural trait. Because what I mentioned also knowledge earlier on, every human being in life must give attention to reading. Every successful man, when you pick their biography, you will be surprised. You'll be amazed what they passed through. Even in my journey in life, one of the books that helped me is the book they call The God's General. When I read that book, I didn't even know the importance of that book until when I have one of the challenges in life. And I remember that if these great people suffer something like this, then you are just a baby. That means we must establish that resilience for we to survive. Nobody that became successful in life that doesn't pass through one pains or the other. That means it's a natural thing. If you now narrow it down to Nigeria now, it's more tougher. Thank God when Mr. Austin was addressing my son, their generation is more difficult than when we were growing up.
Right.
Sometimes I feel pity for them, but they need to also develop more because at this age now, they have access to more information than us. How they utilize those informations is very key for their resilience and survival.
Mr. Austin, I must have your take that because of your... I want to approve you based on your experience. So why do you think this resilience is a must-have, not a nice-to-have for this generation?
Based more on what I see now, and what I can deduce from the experience I've had. This is a social media generation. And there's a lot of pressure on people, especially the younger ones now, that didn't exist before. Because your scope was limited to a few people. But with social media, you're exposed to a lot of people. You also now can't control what people are posting. So a lot of what is being posted is very far from the truth. Unfortunately, people consume the things that are posted and then try to measure their own performance against what they are seeing, not realizing that a lot of them are really false. So that puts a lot of pressure. As a matter of fact, not just the younger people, but everybody, who is not self-confident. And it's everyone, it's men, it's women. Now, matters are not helped by the fact that our value system is also now upside down. So the people who espouse to the pristine and traditional values, that we all cherish, are now being made to look as stupid, as slow, and as unsuccessful. Mr. Saab just mentioned reading and knowledge. All right. What you see today is that, guy, look, forget that matter of reading, shine your eye, clear road, make it, whatever is the case. And then you can buy all the doctors you want. You can buy all the lawyers that you need. And this is what people are being made to believe is real. It's now become the reality, but it's absurdity. Now, specifically, let's even go further. In 2018, the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Health announced that 30% of Nigerians were suffering various levels of mental health challenges. At the same time, WHO had the number at about 25%. This is 2018. Do the math. Do you think things have improved since then?
Interesting.
And if the Permanent Secretary of Federal Ministry of Health officially was acknowledging 30%, do you not think that the number could have been more than that?
I love that data.
What would it be now? It's frightening.
I love that data. And do you mind? Because it's obvious from what you've just iterated that we need a paradigm shift.
We do.
So can I ask you the question? And I want you to answer also, but let me take it first. Can resilience be taught?
Resilience can be taught. Resilience can be learned. But while you're doing that, you also have to be mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, it comes down to you taking care of yourself. Now, going back to this Ministry of Health statistics, in Nigeria, we actually have less than 200 psychiatrists. Less than 200. For a population that is upwards of 180 million. So you find that you have to, by yourself, nurture your inner strength. So you can learn resilience through practicing of mindfulness, where people wake up in the morning and the first thing they do is to grab their phone. And you're going into that cycle. But you can actually distress and prepare for the day deliberately to engage with the day based on your own terms. So if you go into that day, just open to anything that comes, you're going to be blown away by all sorts of things.
Can it be taught?
Well, resilience can be
answer from your political
and also can be learned. Now, if you talk about how to taught resilience, as a father or as an experienced person, either political or in the secular world, you should be able to taught people, share experience and knowledge of what you pass through and how you survive it. That's how it can be taught. Even as a parent, you can sit down your children, begin to share life experience with you, some things you have passed through, how you were able to weather it. But there you must put a clause. They may not pass through a similar thing. They may not pass through the same thing, but there are some of those lessons that they can apply. That is how it can be taught. Then it can also be learned, like I said, about knowledge. When you've read the biography of people that were successful and you see how they suffer so many failures. Look at Thomas Edison. He tried 1,000 times before he was able to get electricity. He now make one comment that he now discovered that there are 10,000 ways of doing something.
I'll take it from
that
you.
That means it can be taught, it can also be learned.
You fail forward. Yeah. Let's go on the commercial break. That's a really insightful one. We'll see you on the other side of the show.
Hi, my name is Olufemi Shea. I'm CEO of Casafina Development. I'd like to tell you this. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Roma Daniels. This is Achievement Channel. Please keep watching Achievement Channel, the first and only motivational channel in the country. Thanks, man.
Hello, guys. My name is TK Classic. I'm a singer, songwriter, and performer. I'm here live at the CEO Summit 2025, and this is Achievement Channel. Stay on the dial. Don't leave.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to the other side of the show. I'm sure you were itchy to see how it goes out. That's how we're also feeling here. Miss Austin.
Yes.
Resilience means reinvention. So for everyone out there that needs help, that needs, they're feeling rejected, dejected, there's no work. We know how the situation is global because I have data of Spain, at least Italy and the US. So it's not like there's job everywhere. So, and resilience means reinvention. You have reinvented yourself. Simply put, I'm sure a lot of our viewers will go and look you up. So how do you explain, how do you advise? I think that's what, how do you advise the younger generation to pull through whatever circumstances they find themselves?
Thank you very much. First of all, contentment works for me. Contentment has helped to ground me. And if people can build that contentment in themselves, it helps to prevent you from falling off the wagon, first of all. And then it's never too late to start all over. At some point, you have to make a conscious effort to stop digging. You know how you're digging a hole, you keep digging and you're going further and further. At some point, you need to stop, come out and look at it. It's almost like somebody drowning. When you're drowning in a river, you keep thrashing, you're dissipating energy, you're likely to take off faster. But if you were to actually slow down and tread water, allow the water to carry you, you have time to think, you have time to see whether there is something that you can support yourself with. And then maybe the water can even carry you to safety. It may carry you to peril, but it will take you there much later than if you were digging. So when you slow yourself down, you have to build up your versatility. You have to be ready to try new things. You have to be able to think innovatively. Innovative thinking will help you determine those things that you can do with little capital. Because what a lot of people have challenges with now is, how do I start? Where do I find the money? But there are things that people can do, but you need to just lose yourself first of all. Get yourself off that pedestal. Forget who you used to be and look at what you need to become the person that you need to become.
Excellent. Mr. Asef, you are the water person. I love the analogy, the example you gave on the water part. There's something called blue ocean strategy. You are doing it when you are the first person to do it when nobody is doing it. And there's something that you are doing that I think you need to see as a trait, which I'm asking. That's why I'm asking for this. Asking you this particular question. When you get stuck, when you don't know what to do again, how did you continue? Because there are moments that you knew that this looks, because of the politics parts, this is it. So when people get stuck, younger people, how should they go about it? What should they do? What has worked for you?
Now, if things didn't work, it's just like Mr. Austin said, first of all, you need to relax yourself. Then that gives you the opportunity to think, to analyze, to review, and to strategize. Just like the example of Thomas Edison. 1,000 times is not a camo, it's not a joke. Somebody tried something 1,000 times. That means if it didn't work for the first time, you need to also sit down, review what you've done. Is there anything to amend? Is there anything to change? Just yesterday, a younger person chatted me up. I've referred him to 2 companies to supply his into chemical. He now say he need more business. I now asked him, I said, the area I've already recommended, what have you done with it? He said they've not called him. I said, did you sit down to review? One, is your price competitive? Is your product quality enough? Because they already have existing suppliers supply the same thing. These are the questions you need to ask. I said, thirdly, you also need to go back to those people. Why have they not patronized you? From there, you'll be able to now know how you reinvent yourself. That means if it's not working, you need to review, you need to strategize, you need to examine, and then look at what you need to amend. And then you'll be able to find a way out.
You've stylishly mentioned my next question. And this is for both of you, but I'll start with you since you started it. Let's talk about support systems, faith, mentors, mentees, because some of us actually draw strength from the people we are mentoring. It has happened to me.
Absolutely.
I'm mentoring this person, but I actually draw strength from the person. The fact that I'm here today doing a lot, I think it swings both ways. So what is the role of support system in being resilient? What do you think? How do we need it? How far should it be applied? And is it even important?
Support system, very great, very necessary. But also there's a caution. Because some people also see support system as an entitlement. That would be very bad. But naturally, we need support system. From family, from faith. Like myself, I enjoy fantastic support system from my wife, from my elder brother, from the family circle. From the faith, there was a time I had some challenges. My pastors and deacons stand beside me. One day, the deacon was talking to me. He said, do you know I've used your case to encourage someone? I was so excited. I said, that means what I was going through was also becoming a testimony to encourage someone. Then also, I've also benefited from mentor. either far or near. You know, some people are your mentor either because the way you read their biography, their lifestyle encourage you. But what also interests me is the aspect of the métier. Whatever you are giving out, you are getting it back more. I think there's a Yoruba proverb that says, or a general, that when you are pointing one finger at other, the remaining four come back to you. When you are mentoring people, you are the one that is even benefiting more, because that is what it's like. You are meant to give. That's why Jesus said, they say it's better to give than to receive. When you are giving, you are the one benefiting it more.
I think that's in almost all the holy books. At least my song says,
let me add something. Like now, if you are mentoring someone, you know, sometimes you do research on your own. Because this person that I'm going to guide, there are some things I also need to look at. Can you see how you are also benefiting? Because you can't just go as an empty person. Even though the area you've gone through, you still need to look at what are the current happening in those areas. You want to advise them.
I want to take on it as a man of many parts and as someone that has grown through the ranks. Literally, that's just the word, through the ranks. What do you have to say for the support system?
My main plank is faith. My faith is my main plank. I believe in God like a child.
Interesting.
I trust him without doubt. You know how you throw a child up? The child is laughing all the way up and laughing all the way down. Intuitively, the child knows. The child is not even thinking about whether you're going to catch him or her or not. But the child doesn't hit the ground because you're there. That's how I take God. I don't question. So when things happen that are adverse, I see it that he has allowed that to happen for a reason. So I just align with what has happened, and it makes it easy for me, do you understand, to carry on. When you question and you begin to want to find the reason, oh, this, oh, that, then you're putting yourself ahead of what God has done. That's for me. All right. So my faith has really helped me, you know, to prevent challenges in those areas. I started early and became pretty successful, you know, at least by my own metrics, quite early. So I did not benefit from a lot of mentors. At the time, people should be mentoring me. They thought I was already doing well. But what that now did for me is that I drew strength and joy from the people I now mentored. I have a very interesting story that gladdens. In fact, I have so many stories like that, about 6. One of my house helps when I was still a bachelor, Matthew, came to my house, read all the books in the study, and would always ask for books. Long story short, put Matthew through school, HND, OND, HND, BSc. His uncle took over. Next thing he calls me, he's in Poland. What are you doing? He's doing his master's. As we speak today, Matthew has 2 doctorate degrees. It gladdens me that I played a role. Whenever I meet someone, my plan is for that person to become better than me. I want to impart enough for that person to achieve more than I did. So that's...
Stemming from what you've explained, it's wonderful when we have people that not just look out for others, but go all the way. We look forward to meeting Matthew. We'll ask a question also. I love when I have follow-ups like this because we make it very sweet and smooth for even our viewers. Criticisms, oppositions, betrayals, it will always happen. Well, it hurts deep when it's from people that are very close to you. Starting from you, let me ask you, so how do you handle such situations?
You see, again, we try to build things, you know, that shouldn't be built. The human nature by itself is given to betrayals and things. Once you understand that, do you understand? Then it makes it easy for you to understand that somebody has done this. Now, one of the mantras that I live by is that I don't expect to see me in another person. The stimuli that forged me, the things that made me who I am, the value systems that made me who I am, the environment and background that made me who I am, are different from the ones that made you, different from the ones that made Mr. Saf. So your interpretation of a particular situation is based on the body of knowledge that developed you into the man that you are today. So more than likely, you will see things differently from the way I see it. So once you understand that you cannot expect to see yourself in somebody else, you give them a long rope to express themselves. In doing that, you allow room and time for tempers and everything to calm down. You allow yourself room to adapt to whatever is coming your way. So with criticisms, I listen attentively. I listen actively. I listen to hear exactly what you are saying, not how you are saying it. And when I see things, that make sense from what you're saying, I actually adapt. I do that. It's easy for me. When you say betrayal, yes, it's only people who are close to you that can betray you. You understand? Because you have invested trust in them. But if you understand that this person is also human and no one is above mistakes, sometimes people do things not necessarily having thought it through. Some people don't sit down and plan that I'm going to betray you. Some people just respond, to stimuli, and it happens.
So they are just opportunistic betrayal.
Sometimes it happens. But even when some people wake up in the morning and they ask themselves, whose life am I going to make miserable today? And imagine if it turns out to be you.
I find it amusing how there's a lot to learn from both of you. Criticism, opposition, betrayal. You are the political guru here. How do you handle it? Even if it's from, especially when it's from people that know you, they know your story. So his experience is really deep, like you mentioned. So how do you handle your own people that are very close to you?
Now, for me, out of the three, criticism, opposition, and betrayal is a little difficult. But criticism and opposition is good for every one of us. Even when you talk about positive and negative criticism, positive one is good for you. The negative one is also good for you. One thing that normally if people criticize me, one thing I know that sometimes people criticize because they were not even privileged to know something you know, something you have. Then they criticize you based on their level. But if you are sincere enough, you will now look at it, okay, what this person is saying is correct, then I need to improve. If it's not correct, let me give you an instance. There's somebody we share the same office. I have 5 whites that wear under as it should, but the guy thought it's only one white I was wearing every day. You can imagine as close as that person to me. I just look at if this person knew, he won't have even said what was saying. Then you can imagine at that level. That's why I say criticism and opposition is good for you. If as an opposition, you need to prove the person. If somebody is opposing you, your own is to determine to prove to the person that you can be better. But betrayal, like I said, become difficult a little to manage. David said that if it is an enemy that did it to me, I won't have bother. But we go to the house of God, we put counsel together, we eat together. But like he said, you must realize that as long as that person is human, is bound to make mistake. How I manage betrayal, which I say is difficult that. One, like God Mr. Austin said, you don't expect everybody to be like you. 2, again, I will feel it initially, but within a second, it's a human being. Because I expect any human being to behave funny, to do anything to you. But with that, you'll be able to manage it and move forward.
Parting shots now. Someone is listening. That's how our show is. The person wants to give up. What do you have to say to the person?
No, this is not the time to give up. Don't give up. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how dark it may seem, there's light at the end of that tunnel. This is the time to actually dig in. This is the time to reinvent yourself. This is the time to think of new things. This is the time to develop yourself further. And it's only over after you have decided that it's over. Once you switch yourself up, that's the time that it's over. But as long as you remain in the mix, a lot of better things can actually happen. Let me just close by saying there's a guy, I think his name is Gary Hamel, he's a businessman. He says that companies fail, and by companies, now let me also use individuals. Companies fail by investing a lot in the things that are happening now, as opposed to investing in the things that could happen.
In the future.
In the future. All right. So if you decide to give up now, then you have shut yourself away from the wonderful things that are waiting for you in the future.
Your take?
Well,
Like question, final answer.
For
In
me,
conclusion, what do you say to them?
There's no need to give up. As long as you are still breathing, that means there's a hope. It's only a dead man. That's why they say a living dog is better than a dead lion. As long as you are alive, there's no. You can see somebody beside you that is making it. Then why can't you make it? You see somebody. If you listen to some people, you will even be surprised that your own case is a calm case. Some people are surviving a more difficult situation, and then you are shouting over a minority. But also remember, difficult time bring out the best in every human being. Nobody achieves something successful by being peaceful. When the tough time comes, it bring out the best.
This is amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll finish with the Akamu case. Even that Akamu is not easy to make. It means that as simple as life may look, it gets difficult. Well, you're not giving up. You are resilient and you will get to the other side. Thank you for having this show with us. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank you.
What an honest and empowering conversation. Resilience isn't about being perfect. It's about not quitting. It's about standing tall, even with scars. And today, Austin Onono and Asef Kolawole have shown us what it truly means to be built to endure. To every man watching this right now, maybe you've lost something, a job, a relationship, a dream. Maybe the weight feels too much, but hear this, you are still standing, and that means your story isn't over. Thank you, gentlemen, for your wisdom and transparency. And thank you to our viewers for joining us on Achievement, where we remind you that your struggle is valid, your strength is real, and your future is still bright. Let's continue this important conversation. Follow at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter, and YouTube for more achievement content and updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. I'm Mantizoloye, and until next time, keep pushing, keep growing, and never stop believing.
Keep on watching Achievement Channel. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, Achievement Channel is the best. Achievement Channel is the best.
My name is Azu Ishekwene. I'm the editor-in-chief of Leadership. Keep watching the Achievement Channel if you want to be and continue to remain an achiever. Best.
Keep watching Achievement Channel because my name is Ray Chebri. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Okay, my name is Nkechubi and you should watch the Achievement Channel.
Welcome once again to Achievers Book Club. I'm Sarah Undu, your reading companion and guide. Every week here on the Achievement Channel, we open the pages of transformational books that help you live, lead, and achieve more intentionally. This week, we are focusing on a cornerstone text for anyone serious about impact, Developing the Leader Within You, by the incomparable John C. Maxwell. Get ready to discover that leadership isn't just a title, it's a journey of growth and influence. Because here at the Achievement Channel, we see possibilities. This book isn't just a bestseller, it's a masterclass in true leadership. Since its original release, Developing the Leader Within You has revolutionized how millions worldwide perceive and practice leadership. Maxwell dismantles the myth that leadership is solely about position or power, teaching us that it's fundamentally about influence. He invites us to understand that effective leadership is an inside job, beginning with personal growth before extending to others. Let's unpack the core principles that build an influential leader. My guest today is no stranger to impact. He's a speaker, coach, and Nigeria's one Mr. Motivator. He's here to help us uncover the life-changing wisdom in John C. Maxwell's principles. Welcome back to the book club, Mr. Motivator.
Thank you, Sarah. It's good to be back.
Thank you. So, Mr. Motivator, John C. Maxwell fundamentally states that leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less.
Absolutely.
So, but in a vibrant and a dynamic economy like this, Nigeria, where influence can manifest in so many ways, either from community leadership or to tech startup, whatever, how crucial is it for aspiring leaders now to truly grasp this concept, both locally and on a global space?
Yes, the concept of influence.
Influence.
Which is really what that book is about. I like to refer to it as the most developmental book on leadership, the first book anyone aspiring to grasp the most basic of concepts about leadership should read. Because if you cannot discover yourself in order to lead yourself, you don't stand a prayer when it comes to leading others, developing the leader within you. So let's look at your question. How crucial is understanding John C. Maxwell's core argument, or his own core definition of leadership, which is simply put, influence, impact, making a difference. How crucial is that understanding for Nigerians, especially in a given context? It is very crucial because when you look at the typical mentality surrounding leadership in Nigeria, it is titular. It is always title-centric. It is always about position. Your brother gets appointed the chief executive of a company today. You jump up in celebration. We have arrived. We have someone in a very key and powerful position. You used to look at him in the eye to greet him before that time. Now, all of a sudden, because of that position, you no longer can look at him eyeball to extend a common courtesy. The position has changed a lot of things, and we use the word change in level. And so we begin to create so much more out of human beings because of position, positional changes. And by extension, we conclude that that is what leadership is all about. Such paradigm is what John C. Maxwell challenges in his book, in this book, Developing the Leader Within You. So say, wait a minute. That shift in position or that elevation to a higher post does not necessarily imply that leadership is in the mix, because if the person has not yet developed themselves to lead, the position does not change anything. In fact, in the same book, John Maxwell puts it this way, that the position only buys you time. It buys you time to either develop the leadership skills or buys you time to expose you. Absolutely. And for you to lose whatever respect you once had. It's all your choice as to how you use that time. So, to your question, how important, how crucial it is for us in this environment, regardless of what we are into. And we must interpret whether we are in tech or community leadership, business leadership, religious leadership, political leadership, whatever it is, positions or context. Let me not just use the word leadership. We must see all of these contexts as mere situations, calling for us to bring to bear the leadership skills we've developed within ourselves. So first, I say get away or push aside that titular mentality, that it's about a title or a position, and focus on the very essence of what leadership truly represents, which is influence. Meaning that I may have a small community. It doesn't make me any less a leader than a man who leads an army. Because it's not by sheer size or numbers. It's not by mere quantifiable metrics. that one becomes more of a leader than another. Rather, it's by the impact, the influence that they bring to bear within that context. You're a leader if you have a team of 2 in your office and you can influence them to stay on target, to focus on the goals, and to achieve results. And you didn't need to bang the table, you didn't need to append anything, you simply guided them, became a source of inspiration, challenged them, and made sure there was collaboration, and in the end, they met the timeline and they delivered on the objective. That's leadership. Based on John C. Maxwell's definition in this book, influencing means that you were able to influence those 2 colleagues of yours to get the job done, to achieve the results. That is leadership. Whereas you could have a political figure, a governor who is in charge of a state, for instance, with all of the resources, financial resources, human resources, the clout, the goodwill, the laws, everything, and they are floundering and unable to provide leadership. Why? Because they've not developed the leadership mindset and the leadership skill set required in those respective situations. So let us separate situations and positions from the actual disposition to lead. That is how Nigerians must understand this, so that you don't think of yourself less a leader or not even a leader because you don't seem to have the trappings or the external markers of a title or of a position or of a situation around you. So you wish yourself away from actual leadership. That is not true. It is the skill set, the mindset that you apply in being selfless, in working towards goals and harnessing the involvement of others towards producing results. That is what influence is about, and by extension, in very clear terms, that is the definition of leadership. You can do it. The little child in primary school can do it. The secondary school kid can do it. In the university, you can do it. In your private business, you can do it. In your home as well, you can do it. Yes. Siblings can lead one another, even in their homes. In a family of what, 2, 3, or 4 children, even 2. Leadership can be cultivated there. It's not a title, it's not a position. So Maxwell deals a very serious blow against that mentality. And that is what we have to deal with, or put properly aside, or push aside completely in this kind of culture, in a cultural context where you begin to look up to people because they are in a position. Yet, that responsibility attached to the position they are unable to deliver. There are people today who are governors of states who have failed the leadership test, but everybody sees them because of the position they defer. There are chief executives of companies who are running the companies aground. But when they drive in, everybody kneels around. Everybody rushes. Everyone would rush and say, hey, we want to be a part of this. Oh, we look up to you, you're the one. That's not leadership. That's positional attempts to claim leadership. It is not sustainable. Invariably, we will see you for who and what you are, that you lack the leadership capabilities. But there could be someone in a nondescript position who gradually, through their influence, there is impact, there's results. And we look at it and say, wow, how did you get there? Someone was being responsible, being alive to what that position or what that context required. They used their initiative, they volunteered themselves, they were selfless. And they found ways to galvanize participation by others to say, look, let's do this together. Let's get to where this needs to be. Which is part of what John Maxwell describes in his book, that a good leader is one that knows the way. He not only knows the way, he's also willing. They have a vision, they have skills, they have talent, they have knowledge. He's also willing to take some risk to what? To go the way himself. A good leader is not waiting for permission. That's leadership. He's willing to go the way himself, regardless of risk to him, regardless of the unknown. meaning that leaders should be dealers in hope. And then after going the way, it then looks and says, wow, this journey could be much more productive if I could bring others on board. And that leader then, according to Maxwell, shows the way. He knows the way. He doesn't just keep quiet or stay apathetic. It inspires him to say, what next? What can I do about it? At what risk to myself? At what cost possibly to me? You know what? I'm going to take the bull by the horn. I'm going to invest in the effort, take the risk, seize the initiative. Rather than being a wheelbarrow, I'm going to self-start and go the way and not stop there. I want to transcend by showing the way. Then that's what makes for leadership. And that has got to be the new way that we approach things in Nigeria, regardless of what we do.
Wow. Wow. That's absolutely true. So in a nutshell, you say that leadership is not just a title.
Yes.
Yes, so it simply says that it's an inside-out journey.
Absolutely.
So it starts from your character and your consistent action.
That's right.
Okay, amazing.
That then inspires others to say, wow, we can follow.
Okay.
That's the beauty of it, because as John Maxwell will also tell you, that he that thinks he's leading and has no one following is merely taking a walk. And there are many people today taking walks in their minds. They think they are leading. They don't know that they're just on their own, because no one is actually following.
Mr. Motivator, so the law of the lead
Yes.
is one of Maxwell's most impactful principles, suggesting our leadership ability caps our overall effectiveness. So how does this lead typically manifest, perhaps for someone building a business here in Nigeria or a global professional thing? And what immediate action can our viewers take from this?
So this lead, the concept of the lead is, a lead is a covering, a ceiling, which is essentially saying there's a ceiling there that you cannot go beyond. And that ceiling is usually self-imposed. You have a business leader or a business owner who stops taking courses, who stops learning, who stops attending conferences, who stops even reading, who stops going out there to learn more and understand the current trends about that business, the kind of skill sets required. A business owner who stops learning about human behavior, because you need to understand human behavior to run that business. It means, based on the law of the lead, that once that business leader plateaus there, automatically the fortunes of that business, of that enterprise, with regards to the people there and everything there, plateaus. Not because of the economic situation around, not because of the industry development around, the forces of demand and supply, no, but simply because the leader has stopped growing. The leader has stopped growing. That's what the law of the lead is essentially saying. In other words, your level of knowledge, your competency level, your motivational level, all these, if you don't continue to grow these parameters personally, you have executed a fait accompli on your business, on your venture, on your enterprise, that you can never go beyond, or this business, this enterprise can never grow beyond, say, this local level, because the leader's mentality, the leader's skill set, the leader's capabilities remain restricted. That's what it means. It's simply trying to tell us that no leader can give beyond what they have. So any leader that wants to give more must take off that lead and grow into becoming more. Intellectually, grow into becoming more. Experientially, in the area of expertise, in the area of exposure, in the area of inspiration and motivation, in the area of industry and business awareness. You must continue to expand as a human being In the area of know-how, how do I lead people? How do I manage the organization? What are the current trends in human behavior? What are the current trends in technology? For instance, any leader today that is not averse, that is not up to date, that is not comfortable and growing, say, in the field of machine learning and artificial intelligence, has already placed a lead on the ability to lead in these times. I run an organization, and I can tell you that I know about AI more than all my staff, including the very young ones who we claim are the ones that are the digital natives. I have to sit with them, educate them, show them. And sometimes they wonder, this is supposed to be an old school fellow, what is happening? But for me as a leader, if I'm going to lead, I must know the way. I must have what? Also gone the way. And then now I show them the way. I mean, you sat in as I showed a copper currently working with us. This is how I want you to do it. Using artificial intelligence. That's leadership. And she will take that and grow with it. So leaders cannot give any excuse. So if you do not unleash yourself, take the lead off, that business will not grow. That idea will stagnate. And once it stagnates, people start peeling away. You no longer have people to lead because people are constantly looking for inspiration, people that they can look up to, look forward to their leadership. And so once you stagnate, human nature takes its toll and people find alternatives that can bring freshness into their lives. It applies in music, in entertainment, it applies in business, it applies in academics, it applies in every facet of human endeavor. Leaders must reinvent themselves as often as possible, as often as possible, as often as possible. Just keep on going and going and going so that there is no lead at all. Yeah. So we shouldn't be talking about any lead.
So it's a
except the ones we impose on ourselves. So there must be continuous and never-ending improvement so that you grow that space and other leaders grow. It starts with you.
Wow. A continuous personal development.
Absolutely.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Mr. Motivator. It's been a wonderful and interesting conversation on the book, Developing the Leader Within You. We are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we will continue with this conversation. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical coaching in public speaking. Call 0802-303-2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It is still the Achievers Book Club, and I have with me here Mr. Motivator. We are uncovering the book, Developing the Leaders Within You. Okay, Mr. Motivator, Maxwell emphasizes that leaders are perpetual learners.
That's true.
Given the rapid global shifts and the incredible dynamism we are seeing currently, particularly in places like Nigeria, why is this commitment to constant learning a non-negotiable to leaders today? And how do you personally stay in that growth mindset?
Okay, why is this commitment to constant learning non-negotiable? To me, I believe first and foremost, it's non-negotiable because of the ramifications of failed leadership. Anywhere you find a failure in leadership, it is usually very costly. It's expensive. Failed projects, wasted resources, various other negative consequences that reverberate into the future, not just in the near term. For instance, failed leadership in governance that does not recognize the importance of planning, because planning is part of governance and you expect a leader to be visionary enough to plan. you don't plan, say, for your population to grow. And because there's a lead on your leadership, we've talked about the law of the lead, you can't see beyond the current numbers. A leader has to ask, what if this place grows, the people living in this place grow from 20 to 50? What arrangement should be in place, say, for the water supply? So that failure, if it happens, 50 people occupy that space meant for 20, pressure on the resource, on the infrastructure, it leads to other unintended consequences. It could increase the crime rate, it could increase the mortality rate, there could be a breakout of diseases, all kinds of problems snowballing over something that a good leader ought to have envisaged if they did not have a lead on their leadership capabilities. And so it is the ramifications that makes it imperative for leaders to take leadership seriously. To your question, for me, it is because it becomes very costly. That mistake comes at such a huge cost. And sometimes it could border between life and death situations. The inconvenience, the pain, the agony, be it at work, in business, in countries, in communities. So that is why it's so important, because there could be fallout. In fact, not that there could be. There will always be a fallout, good or bad. So it makes it imperative that leaders continue to remain on the cutting edge of their leadership skills in order to show that they were proactive enough. When the challenge comes, that readiness is there and they are able to deliver. And now to the second aspect of that question. How can leaders, who should be learners, remain or stay in that perpetual growth mindset? What do leaders need to do? I always advocate that leaders be proactive enough to surround themselves with knowing people, or leaders should surround themselves with knowers. When you surround yourself with knowers, for want of a better expression, what that does is that it guarantees a consistent influx of fresh ideas, different perspectives, with regards to whatever issues a leader has to grapple with. And that dynamic almost always guarantees that there is growth, because you are not a pond. You don't, I beg your pardon, you don't become a lake that is stuck and then stinks. Yeah. Like a river that flows with freshness, fresh ideas, fresh perspective. It means that even you, the leader, can be challenged in terms of your own thinking. Someone can come up with a different view as to how to get it done. Remember, as the leader, you are the one showing the way. This is where we're going. But if you are surrounded as a leader with knowers, you can have a preponderance of ideas as to how to get there. How to get there sooner, cheaper, more efficiently. That way, your leadership grows. That way, you too, as the leader, you learn. Keep in mind that the leader is not an almighty figure. The leader is not an all-knowing figure. The leader himself or herself is a student of life, a student in general. And you can learn from even those around you. There is no stipulation that you learn constantly from those that are above you or ahead of you. So how can you retain that growth mindset? Stay humble. Stay humble, because that challenges you to submit yourself to superior knowledge that adds value and continues to lift that lead that John Maxwell talked about. Stay hungry, because that then motivates you. It motivates you to keep on going and to keep on learning and to keep on growing. Stay humble, stay hungry. These are two ways that any good leader can perpetually retain that growth mentality. You are humble because somebody else can be a teacher to you. And so you can orient and adjust. Even the situation that goes bad can teach you. We've seen how circumstances have humbled many people. Rather than react, they took the lessons and they returned to that development, they got it right. And then being hungry motivates them to say there must still be something more, or there must be something we are missing. So that forces them into seminars, attending seminars, conferences, symposiums, being part of critical associations, mastermind alliances, as Napoleon Hill in his book, Think and Grow Rich, we talked about. Surrounded by wise people or wiser people. In that way, you can remain on the cutting edge. And staying hungry means that you can learn, even learning on your own with technology. Those are options as well. And also, respect feedback. There's a popular saying that feedback is the breakfast of champions. Respect feedback. Any leader that discountenances feedback will soon run out of equity. Any leader that discountenances feedback. And we're not just saying, okay, you're giving people the opportunity to air their views. No, you're genuinely paying attention, constructively, intentionally, onboarding it and saying, you know what, let's make some adjustment. This is so instrumental. This is critical. So we could go on and on and on. But I think these two critical principles of staying humble, staying hungry, and with the disposition of welcoming feedback, being a leader, having more knowers around you, shouldn't threaten you. It is only insecure leaders that find it difficult to stand rising stars. You should be secure in your own self as a person, not being secure by virtue of the position. Don't derive your security from the position you occupy. Derive your sense of security from your own sense of self-worth in terms of your uniqueness, your own capabilities and competencies. Let that give you a sane self-estimate of who and what you are, so that others around you who may be different, who may be distinct from you, don't come across as a threat, but rather to complement you. If you have that mindset, then the lead on your leadership is taken off and you continue to grow. That's the growth mindset we're talking about. Because that then challenges you to grow. Growth is not convenient. Growth is not convenient. So with these factors, I think, or rather I believe very strongly, that anyone who is leading, who aspires to lead, can perpetually attain greater heights in leadership. That's how I think you do it, in terms of a growth mindset.
That's interesting. I believe that when you stop, as a leader, when you stop learning, you actually stop leading.
That's right. Absolutely, because you stop growing.
Stop growing.
You can't lead if you're not growing. That's the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Motivator, for sharing such inspiring and knowledgeable insights. Thank you so much, Mr. Motivator.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Motivator has given us so much to reflect on. Now, let's make these principles real. Here is your Achievers Challenge for the week, inspired by John C. Maxwell. 1. Identify your influence. This week, observe where you have influence without a formal title. How can you intentionally use that influence for good? 2. Raise your lead. Pick one area where you feel capped. Find one resource, either a book, a course, or a mentor. Start learning and growing in that specific area this week. And 3. Develop another leader. Identify one person you can intentionally invest in. Offer them advice, mentorship, or encouragement to help them grow their own leadership potential. Don't forget to share your journey with us using the hashtag Achievers Book Club. Let's grow together, leaders.
Today, we're exploring Developing the Leader Within You by John C. Maxwell. A titan in the field of leadership, Maxwell has dedicated his life to teaching and empowering leaders worldwide. This isn't just a theoretical treatise. It's a practical, accessible guide born from decades of experience, debunking the myth that leadership is an innate talent. Maxwell asserts that leadership is a skill you can learn, practice, and master. At its heart, Developing the Leader Within You introduces a transformative framework, the 5 levels of leadership. Maxwell argues that true leadership isn't about a title, but about your ability to influence and impact others. As each level appears on screen with its icon, it begins at level 1, position, where people follow you because they have to, simply because of your title. But true growth comes at level 2, permission, where people follow you because they want to, built on relationships and trust. Then, at level 3, production, you become a leader because you get results. People follow you because of what you've accomplished. The highest levels are found at level 4, people development, where you grow leaders, not just followers, and people follow you because of what you've done for them. Finally, the ultimate aspiration, level 5, pinnacle, where you are revered for your character and influence, and people follow you out of respect and admiration for who you are and what you represent. Maxwell's philosophy extends beyond these levels, emphasizing crucial leadership qualities like integrity, self-discipline, vision, and the power of empowering others. He champions the idea that everyone has the potential for leadership regardless of their title, and that true leadership is ultimately about service. The beauty of Developing the Leader Within You is its universal applicability. Its wisdom translates across industries, cultures, and roles, whether you're leading a large corporation, a small team, your family, or even just yourself. It provides a roadmap for consistent personal and professional growth. The impact of John C. Maxwell in Developing the Leader Within You is immeasurable. His work has inspired millions globally, solidifying his reputation as a master of leadership development. This book is more than a guide. It's an invitation to embark on a journey of self-discovery and influence, proving that leadership isn't just for the chosen few, it's for anyone willing to grow. This book challenges you to ask, what kind of leader do you want to be? And what steps are you willing to take to get there? If you're ready to amplify your influence, inspire those around you, and truly make a difference, then Developing the Leader Within You is your essential roadmap. It's an invitation to step into your full potential and become the leader you were meant to be. Join us next time on Achievers Book Club, where we continue to explore the books that empower extraordinary lives. Until then, keep leading, keep developing, and keep achieving.
Next week, we confront a silent saboteur that holds many back, an enemy called average, in John L. Mason's incredibly direct and powerful book. You'll discover why settling for mediocrity is a dangerous trap and how to unlock your unique God-given potential. It's a call to action for anyone who believes they are made for more than just getting by. So if you are ready to break free from the ordinary and step into the extraordinary, you absolutely cannot miss our next episode. Thank you for spending this enriching time with us here at Achievers Book Club. Remember, whether it's in your community, your business, or your home, leadership is your capacity to influence for good. Embrace the journey of self-development and lead where you stand. I'm Sarah Undu, and until next time, we see possibilities.
On Wednesday, the 19th of November, 2025, leaders, policymakers, and media professionals gathered in Lagos for the 13th anniversary lecture of Real News Magazine, a platform that has become one of Nigeria's most trusted spaces for national dialogue. This year's theme tackled one of Africa's most threatening challenges: cybersecurity, illicit financial flows, and achieving Agenda 2063. a discussion set against the backdrop of Africa's digital revolution and the growing need to protect the continent's resources from cybercrime and economic leakages.
So cybersecurity sector has a lot to do. The fintech also we're doing, also the government, the regulator, the private sector. So it's a win-win thing.
Regulation is the bedrock. It should be the framework. How the operators work should be there first before the operation.
In her opening remarks, Real News publisher Maureen Chigbo warned that Africa loses tens of billions of dollars every year through illicit financial flows, money that could transform education, infrastructure, and healthcare. Her message was clear: if Africa must achieve the African Union's Agenda 2063, it must first safeguard its wealth.
Real News Magazine is all about investigative, robust, and excellent journalism. We are your partners in development, and together we will build a strong and balanced society where all will be free and happy to live in.
Delivering the keynote address, Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu, SAN, chairman of the ICPC, emphasized that cybersecurity is no longer just a technology issue, it is a national security priority. He noted that as Africa becomes more digital, cybercriminal networks are expanding just as fast, exploiting weak systems, unregulated platforms, and insider collaboration. He outlined a strategy that includes stronger laws, improved technology, international cooperation, and financial transparency.
Let us understand what is illicit financial flows we are talking about, and in this digital age. Now, illicit financial flows are illegal movements of money or capital from one country to another. The funds could be illegally earned and transferred, or legally earned but illegally transferred. Illicit financial flows remain one of the most devastating drains on Africa's development capacity. Estimates by African Union High-Level Panel, led by former South African President Mr. Thabo Mbeki, suggest that Africa loses over $80 billion annually through illegal tax practices, transfer, mispricing, corruption, trafficking, and the outright theft of public resources. This illicit financial flows, I want us to note that it also includes our artifacts, because our heritage are taken out of the continent, or have been taken out of the continents that are in other parts of the world, where those countries are using our heritage to get money.
The panel session deepened the conversation. Experts challenged government agencies and financial institutions to strengthen transparency and internal controls. A notable moment came when a participant demanded that the ICPC publicly name banks allegedly enabling illicit financial flows, a reminder that accountability must go beyond policy and become practice.
Tell us here and now so we can report it, so that we can start from there to fight this corruption, illicit flow of terror financing or whatever. So tell us the banks, name and shame. They do it in Asia, they do it in Europe, they do it elsewhere. Let us do it in Nigeria and Africa. Thank you very much.
As part of the celebrations, distinguished contributors were inducted into the Real News Hall of Fame, honoring their support, integrity, and commitment to national development. There were lighter moments too, including a warm celebration for one of the discussants, adding joy to an otherwise serious conversation.
Anybody, any human being, any country who is not planning is planning to fail. So, and you don't wait until you are in 2063 to start planning, to start developing, to start corralling all the resources you need to develop. And we know that the continent is bleeding dry because of illicit financial flows. And technology is aiding it greatly and also making it impossible for those involved in this illicit financial flow to be tracked. So we chose this theme to raise awareness and to call attention to governments that they have to step up their action to stem the tide of illicit financial flow. When you have about $50 billion being drained out of the economy of any country, that's a huge sum of money. of any continent is a huge sum of money. And then when you think, take Nigeria for instance, they have about 10 million children who are out of school, right? Now, can you imagine what such an amount of money could do to the life of these children if those monies or the illicit flows are stopped or the monies are tracked? So you have to plan. If you don't plan, you are planning to fail. That's what just it is. So the earlier we start to plan to curb illicit financial flows, the earlier for everybody involved and for us to achieve the sustainable development goals we have always talked about. So the most important thing is that information is power. When you don't have information that will help you to change your life, you will be wallowing in ignorance. So the cure of ignorance is to arm people with adequate information that can help them to uplift their well-being, achieve their aims, and contribute to nation building. Illicit flows is different from illicit financial flows because it's just not in the public space, it's both in the public and private sector. So we are helping to create awareness. We are helping to let people know that this ill exists in the society and it has to be fought and it has to be stemmed. And for us to achieve the aim we want, all hands has to be on deck. No matter what is happening in the country, integrity is still possible. There are people who could not succeed, but they are forging ahead because of their integrity, because people believe in them. And in the business we are in, the business of the media, integrity is everything. If you don't have integrity, nobody will trust you, nobody will come to your program, nobody will believe you. Once they see your medium, they will just wish it away. So integrity is everything. Achievement means what we have achieved here today now. That's it. We have achieved this. We wanted this hall to be filled up, and you can see that the hall is filled to the brim, not by colorful people, by a galaxy of intellectuals from different walks of life, from different countries, and there are so many people online who are watching and following this event. So we have achieved success here today, and we are indeed grateful to God. I'm here today because of perseverance and hard work. So my life is a testimony to that. So if there is any Gen Z around and you want somebody who you want to emulate, you can read up about my work.
I am Martins Oloja, immediate past managing director and editor-in-chief of the Guardian newspaper. Integrity is possible, but it's still unachievable now because integrity is something that looks abstract to people. And because of the way we do not have ethical revolution that we desired, we do not have ethical reorientation to as part of public policy. It's very difficult, and people who have integrity in this place usually don't have even resources to manage their life. They may not be wealthy with integrity because corruption has become like a fundamental objective and directive principle of state policy. And the people who are prominent, who may not even be significant, are people who do not have integrity. And people who do not have integrity, some sections of the media decorate them with awards from time to time. So integrity is not something that is hailed here. So integrity is something that is very difficult to define, but it is something that people do when no one is watching. It's a classic definition. Integrity happens most time when no one is watching you. So it's very difficult. It's something that people should hang on their neck wherever they go. But it's very difficult to achieve in this country now because of the operating environment and the way we do not have role model, we do not have a reward for even integrity. We will have reward for people who can do some things that are unethical, and they don't identify them, they don't reward integrity in this country now.
To make ethics and accountability fashionable, we have to celebrate cases of ethics and accountability that takes place across. So not just in public sector, in private sector. We have to showcase it, we have to tell those stories So what is happening now is that the stories that are being showcased and being told are not stories that encourage that. We see people celebrating unethical behavior. And for as long as you keep celebrating unethical behavior, you're not going to encourage ethical behavior. So I think achievement to me would be life of impact shows that you've lived for others and not just yourself. It shows that you have come into spaces and you have changed positively those spaces. So it could be impacting in the youths. And so in my case, it would be working with entrepreneurs. And I can count the achievements by how many entrepreneurs have been affected, how they have changed their systems, how they have improved their processes, and how they're doing much better. Not only from a profit perspective, but even from a planet perspective and the people in which they serve.
Achievement means accomplishment. A man that has achieved, a man that has accomplished. And accomplishment means different things for different people. To me, accomplishment is impact. My own understanding of accomplishment is not a man that built estates, but a man that built human beings. Because if you build human beings, a community of human beings, you have built a nation. The impact, the multiple effects will go around in a manner that you can't even imagine. So achievement for an individual is how much impact you have made. And you don't make impact if you don't grow yourself. So you must grow yourself, develop yourself, advance yourself in the area of knowledge, diverse kinds of knowledge. Because we live in the age where innovation is key. When I was in journalism many years back, we used to sleep in the office to produce a newspaper. Nobody sleeps there because technology has taken over. Stories coming ready, copy ready. So things move on the fly. So you have to also be innovative yourself to keep with that advancement of technology. So achievement is accomplishment. And for me, as a journalist, achievement is the impact I have had on people around me, people I've encountered in life, starting from my family. Because my family is key to me. So my achievement is my family first, advancing my family, the standard of life and living, advancing the education of my children. I don't joke with that. And in the long run, these things will come back to you positively. So if you don't make the sacrifice in the morning of your life, when the evening comes, it will be a lonely heart. And that's not achievement. You have not achieved. Integrity is possible. But people are showing integrity. I was at a WAEC office yesterday. I went to check a result that is very old. They said it's no longer captured on, not yet captured on digital platform. So I went there to confirm it. And a young man, a gentleman, I won't call him a young man, he took me through the system, through the process, counseled me. I went and did all that I said I should do, including affidavit. Came back, he did everything thoroughly, professionally, ethically. I had to collect his number, and I sent him a message when I got home. And he told me that is just who he is. That in his own little space, he tries to do things the way they should be done. And he's not swayed by the bandwagon of bribery, corruption, and requesting and patronizing people so that he can get something. And I appreciated him. But just that, he said the words meant so much to him. My message to him meant so much. I told him, please, if you can replicate yourself in that your office, so everybody begin to behave like you, then the world will be a better place. Nigeria especially. Integrity is scarce in this country, no doubt about that. Integrity is very scarce. We had what happened today. I asked a man, why can't you name them and shame them? He cannot name them and shame them because even in that circle, in the anti-corruption agency, many people are corrupt. The current EFCC chairman said, when he resumed, he rebuked his staff. He had a meeting with them and said, some of you are too corrupt. You go out and make deals. That's why they fight against corruption. We can't win it. Because even the system that wants to fight corruption is itself corrupt. So, but integrity is possible. Very, very possible.
Again, on this podium, to thank everybody who has made this day glorious. Starting from God Almighty who created all of us. Without Him, we wouldn't be here at all. We wouldn't even have survived all the vicissitudes we have been through to witness this day. And we are deeply grateful to God.
the 13th anniversary lecture ended with a renewed call. For Africa to thrive in the digital age, it must protect its financial systems, secure its cyberspace, and build institutions that uphold transparency. For 13 years, Real News has remained steadfast, informing the public, fostering debate, and shaping national consciousness.
My name is Ken Ubeche. I'm a journalist, author, writer, public speaker, everything rolled into one. I'm giving a shout out to Achievement Channels, the motivational channel. Please stay hooked to Achievement Channel. Thank you.
Achievement Channel.
The Martins Oloja of the Guardian fame. And I want to shout out to Achievement and Motivational Channel that you should continue to do what you are doing, because achievement is really very, very important to motivate people, to celebrate achievement, to celebrate integrity, to celebrate what is good for us that will make us a great nation. Thank you.
From Dr. Neko Kekaru, live Lagos, Pan Atlantic University. Shout out to Achievement Channel. If you're not watching Achievement Channel, I wonder what else you're doing with your time. This is the channel to watch.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Welcome to Style to Success on Achievement Channel, the show that brings you face to face with remarkable individuals whose journeys inspire and empowers all. We are reaching you from our studio at the School of Eloquence, Lagos, Nigeria. I am Ayodele Oluwole, and today we are diving deep into the world of maritime media, a field that often goes unnoticed but plays a crucial role in our global economy. Our guest today is a true trailblazer in this field. She is a seasoned fashion stylist and a champion for youth empowerment, the founder of Marigold Fashion House and a host of other impactful initiatives. With her unwavering dedication and innovative spirit, she has not only shaped the landscape of maritime reporting, but also contributed immensely to the growth and development of the maritime sector in Nigeria. Mrs. Susan Eshet, we are honored to have you with us today. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
So much, man. Thanks for making that time to come. We actually love your outfits. I like to say that. And I think it's one of the things that this program entails. It's Style to Success, and we love the fact that you're rocking our African prints. So I would want to start by asking you a question, ma. What does style mean to you?
Well, thank you so much once again. I'm talking about my style, and you made mention of the wearing of Ankara. I took that decision some 7 years ago, thereabout, that no more Western suits, no more, ties and all those things. It's going to be African wear. And I got inspiration from Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, when she became Minister of Economic. And she was always wearing Ankara. And one of those days I had a meeting with her in our office, and I just said, this is this woman's style. Style could be anything to anybody. It could be what you are as a professional. It could be what you are as a person. Your style determines who you are, determines what you come up with, what you become at the end of your journey on earth. People will remember you for what kind of style you had. If you're simple, if you're robust, if you're elaborate. So to me, my style is me. Because now people see me as, oh, she only wears Ankara. If you see me with something else, it means it's a tight situation. But once I walk into a room like this, I feel proud to be an African and an African woman.
Wow, it feels good to hear this actually. You're promoting our culture through fashion because we're trying to project what we represent as Africans to the rest of the world. So wearing our own, locally made, fabric is a very good one. So that's quite impressive. And I'd like to say, Ma, how does, style, inspire success for you?
Like I said, it's Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala that, inspired that in me. And I said, if she, at her level, could have confidence and wear just African clothing, then why not me? And the first time I walked into the office on a Monday and I was wearing this, it was like, everybody was like, what is she doing? But to answer your question, it shows how confident you can be as a person and as a professional. That's what it brings out in me, the confidence. If you can wear this for an event, then that means you have a lot of confidence.
Thank you so much.
You're
it's
welcome.
So good to hear that from you. So I'd like to say, Mrs. Susan, how do you come about your fabric? Where do you shop for them? How accessible are these fabrics? Because I need to be sincere, I love African prints. And when I see people rocking African prints, there is an impression I get from it. I just feel good saying that. So I just like to say how accessible that's for people who would love to look like you, who would want their style, who wants to rock the African prints, who wants to wear our own thing. How accessible has it been for you getting these fabrics, and how easy has it been getting stylists that can put them together and project a very good image of it?
That's a very good question, and it also comes with our country, Nigeria. We used to have a very vibrant textile industry, but all of a sudden, all that wilted away. So a lot of these fabrics are imported, which is very sad. I wish something could be done about that so that we can go back to what we used to make and what we're wearing. They're very accessible, but now with the inflation and the economic situation is quite pricey. But it's something that I love, and so I'll go out of my way to get it. And then there is no fashion designer or tailor that cannot make all this. They're all over the place. You go to the market, Balogun market, they'll give you different types. There are the low price ones, the middle price ones, and the high price ones. And so the high price ones are the ones that are produced in Holland, the Hollandish stuff. Those ones are quite high prices, and they last, they don't fade. Then you have the middle price ones and the low price ones. So it depends on who you are, start coming in, the kind of person you are, your character, your projection of yourself, and your profession. So you decide to pick the low price one, but you make something out of it, it's still the same thing. And so it's quite accessible, but my appeal will be that the government should look at our textile industry and see how we can start all over again and get the textile industry working, because all these things are brought in from Ghana, from Cote d'Ivoire, from Holland. Not much is made in Nigeria anymore.
True, I agree with you to an extent, man. But I just want to quickly chip something in that, we still have some people that still do, local production of some of these African prints. Especially the Ashoke, the Adire, yes. Which, the prints are actually beautiful as well. They're as beautiful as Ankara. But
it cannot be mass produced.
True.
You have to do some mass production to get things like this. Okay. So that's why I'm still making that appeal that the federal government or state government should do something about the textile industry.
Yeah, I was going to say that because I feel we actually need to try to rejuvenate those industries so that, it will help the economy as well. apart from, helping the GDP of the nation, it's going to, create more employment, and people will gravitate towards, wearing our own thing. So our local content will be promoted that way.
Well
it's a
said.
good one. It's
Well
a
said.
good one. Well done, ma. And
Thank you
it's
so
nice
much.
to have you on the show.
Thank you
and
very
we'll
much.
take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
Are you in governance?
You need public speaking.
Are you in business?
You need public speaking.
Are you a professional?
You need public speaking.
Now you too can learn how to overcome nervousness and speak with confidence before any audience at the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking.
Attend our practical and training one-on-one coaching with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at any of our centers in Lagos and Abuja.
To register, call 0802 3032 066 or 0706 1606 078, or log on to our website schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence,
Teaching the world to speak.
Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So welcome back, and we're still on the show Style to Success on the Achievement Channel. We still have our amiable guest on the show, Mrs. Susan. I have been having some questions and some good time with Mrs. Susan on the show, and she's been sharing insightful ideas about how she has really been inspired in terms of fashion and style. So we're back to the show. Mrs. Susan, I hope you're fine, ma, and I hope you're enjoying the show. Mrs. Susan, I'd like to ask, what are some of your proudest accomplishments in this game?
Proudest accomplishment as a woman working in an industry that is really men-oriented, and so you are able to prove yourself, not trying to prove yourself to be better than the men, no, trying to prove yourself to be able to come up with ideas, strategies, plans, and do as much as what the industry wanted to do. I mean, being in the oil and gas industry, it was quite challenging, trying to do things, go offshore, climb up baskets, do this, do that. But, as a woman, you are able to do all those things. So I'm proud of myself that we were able to come out fine, and we were able to do most of the things that our male counterparts will do.
That's a good one. Impressive. And one last question, ma. I'd like to ask that, what advice would you give someone who wants to become a stylist? Talking about, becoming a stylist in a clime like Nigeria.
Oh, like the program says, Style to Success. Like I said before, I picked my inspiration from meeting Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and the difference between her, she had long skirts, while I prefer the shorter ones. And there she was as a minister of the finance, and then for the coordinating economy, and she was always in meetings, going from one place to the other, and still in her long, skirts with Ankara and her turban. So, and I was like, if she could do this, and even do it at the World Bank level, where she was having meetings and all that, then why not do it in Nigeria? So there's nothing you cannot achieve, whether you're wearing Ankara, or you're wearing Ashoke, or you're wearing Akwete, or you're wearing, whatever native, clothing we have. Your style is your style, and it's what you make out of it, and that's what you become. Like what you're also wearing. Before you could see male folks were always in suits, but now I see a lot of guys also dressing down, wearing this, and it's as comfortable as what you could wish for. So your style is your style, and whatever you make out of it is what comes out of it.
Wow, that's a good one. And I have to make a brief comment that, like, what I'm wearing, we are now getting used to it. It's becoming, part of us. There are companies now where they wear, trousers like this to work on a regular basis. They don't even wear suit and tie, and all. So it's becoming part of a culture. And apart from that, we're exporting that culture to other parts of the world? Because there are countries, there are some countries now, they allow this to be, you know, you wait on some days to work. And
that's
just look
style
casual.
to success.
Exactly. So we are getting there.
Yes.
So it's a good one. So I'd like to ask you the last question on the show, and that will be, what are the most important lessons that you learned along, you know, this business?
It's your comfort level, your confidence. You must do things that you're confident with, or you have confidence, and you must do things that you're comfortable with. So for me, making up my mind to drop the jackets and the shirts was just a step, and then making up my mind to wear this African wear and walking into the office that Monday morning, and everybody was like, whew, and I'm like, well, I'm sorry, this is my style now, this is me now. You know, that's the confidence level you have.
And I'm
So
sure that must have, you know, created a lot of impact, you know, in your immediate environment.
Because suddenly, some of my colleagues were also changing. You know, you go for business meetings and you're like, everybody like, you're coming for a business plan. I said, well, that's why I have short skirts and top jackets, to make it more business-like, instead of looking like somebody going to church or going for a party or whatever. So it's more business-like. And really, for me, it was like, the most important thing is having that confidence to say, it is what I am. And what I am is that I'm a professional and I'm an achiever.
Wow, that's a good one. Thank you so much, Mrs. Susan. It's really been a pleasure having you on the show. And I must confess, I've learned one or two things from you. This is such an impactful interview. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you coming. To our viewers, we hope you are motivated to explore the vast opportunities within the fashion industry and to make your own mark, just like Mrs. Susan. I am Ayodele Oluwole, and this has been Style to Success on the Achievement Channel. Until next time, stay inspired.
People's saying holds a powerful truth. Just as farmers seize the sunny days to harvest hay for the future, we too must seize opportunities when they present themselves. So, here are 3 key insights to help you maximize the inspiration embedded within the depths of this age-old wisdom. First is about seizing opportunities. Opportunities often come fleetingly, much like the sun breaking through the clouds. It's not enough to recognize them, we must act swiftly and decisively. Whether it is with starting a new business, or pursuing a passion, or seizing a career opportunity, the time to act is now. Entrepreneurs or leaders who saw a gap in the market and acted swiftly. They didn't just wait for perfect conditions. If anything at all, they created their own opportunities by simply making hay while the sun was shining. The second insight is about preparation and readiness. We must understand that making hay while the sun shines isn't just about seizing opportunities. It is also about preparations. Farmers prepare well in advance. How? By planting, nurturing, and even harvesting when the time is right. Similarly, we must prepare ourselves mentally, emotionally, skillfully, if we are ever to make the most of every opportunity that comes our way. Preparation breeds readiness. When you're prepared, you're confident and capable of taking action when the opportunity arises. It's always about aligning your skills, your knowledge, your mindset, your attitude to maximize your chances of
Welcome to Achieve Men, the show that speaks to men striving for more. Broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Ikoyi, Lagos, on Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, the Achievement Channel. I am your host, Martins Oloye. Today's episode is The Burden of Silence, Why Men Don't Share Their Struggles. Joining me to discuss and do justice to this topic are accomplished gentlemen, Victor Diali, managerial psychologist, leadership expert, and certified coach with over 26 years experience, trusted by global organizations to build better leaders, and Akin Opatola, a trailblazing real estate professional, president of FAIRBC Nigeria, and mentor who's shaping future of real estate across Africa. Together, they will help us to unpack the cultural, emotional, and personal weights men carry and how we can create safe spaces for real conversations. This is Achieve Men, not just inspiration, but blueprints for action. You've been watching Achieve Men with Martins Oloye right here on the Achievement Channel. Today, we are discussing something quite touching, something that we don't talk about because we all believe that the male child is strong, especially in this part of Africa. And our topic is talking about why men don't share their struggles. Gentlemen, welcome to this very, very emotional part of our episodes. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So what I started with saying is the emotional part is big boys don't cry. Is that what they say? Men don't cry.
Yeah.
And from your faces alone, you've grown up. I can see you're strong. But we all know to whom much is given, much is expected. The same bandwidth works for emotional, you know, I don't want to call it luggage that people carry, but it's deep. It's a lot. And I'll say thank you for what you've been doing so far in your respective fields. You are doing a wonderful job. So, I'll go straight to the point because it's going to evolve as we go on. I'll start with you, Victor. I say men should not complain. And your name is Victorious Victor. I think I'll call you that. He's a popular coach for that.
Thank you.
So why are you called that? Let's even...
Well, so it's an interesting story, and thank you for having me. It's really an honor to be on this set. So Victorious Victor, it happened in November. It was on the 22nd in 2009. And it's quite interesting because, you know, I was driving to church with my family and some armed robbers accosted us, you know, carjacked us, took over the car, put us in the back seat, had a gun on my wife's neck. top speed. They pushed my wife out and kept driving with us and drove us to a bush, you know, and it was my nephew and I. They asked me to jump into the bush. I jumped with all of my strength, and the next thing I heard was, "Poor!" They shot me in the back. Left side of my back, bullet came out, left side of my chest. And, you know, lying down there in the pool of my own blood, in fact, I thought I was dead. I thought the next thing I would see would be bright lights and angels singing "Welcome Home," you know. I didn't see any bright lights. I didn't go down, take a good look at me from head to toe. They see the blood gushing from my chest, my nose, my mouth. They'll change their gear and zoom off. It was a Sunday morning, 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. They were rushing to church because I saw big Bibles on the dashboards. And I just felt life going out of me. But somehow I knew I had about 5 minutes to live. And I just kept saying to myself, someone will stop. Someone will stop. Someone will help me. It's not yet time. Someone will help me. And true to my word, someone stopped. It was a rickety bus. The guy helped me, took me to a hospital, and that's how I survived. And so since then, you know, I started thinking, when I got to the hospital, they moved me to Reddington Specialist Hospital. While recuperating, I was just thinking, so maybe this is why my parents named me Victor, right? Because I was just victorious over death. Death was staring me in the face, and I got victorious over death. So I said, from today on, I'm Victorious Victor.
That's a. I said it was going to be emotional, touching, but that's a really, really good start.
And then, to confirm it again, I realized that, you know, I got married. In fact, yesterday was my 25th wedding anniversary. Okay. And I realized that when we got married, we expected in 9 months we'll have a child. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We waited 18 years. And now we have 3 children. Okay. So it really makes me realize I'm truly victorious, you know. So I'm Victorious Victor.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in at once, even for our wonderful viewers. We're going to start taking it piecemeal.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful way to start. And that has put us on the pedestal on how this episode of this show would go.
True.
And we're trying to actually look at what it means to be a man in this part of the world. So I will let you start so that you can take, you know, just briefly, so we can enjoy everything we're doing.
Yeah.
Why do we believe that men, you know, the cultural part of this world, why do we believe that men don't complain?
So in psychology, there's something called conditioning, right? I think that's a major part of it. We've been conditioned like that. It's not like that's how it's supposed to be, right? Because male and female, though different in some ways, okay, different in some ways, but we are all humans, right? We all have a heart. Inside the heart, there's a small part of the heart called the amygdala. The amygdala is the headquarters of emotion. Women have it, men have it, right? There's an emotional brain. Sorry, I meant brain, not heart. There's an emotional brain. The amygdala in the brain is that part of the brain that manages our emotions, okay? Women have it, men have it. So what really makes us different in terms of emotions, right? But somehow, our world, our culture, our tradition has conditioned us that men should not complain. Men should not cry. You know, men should go out and struggle and come back. And when you face challenges, you should, you know, not complain. Face it headlong and succeed with it, and then come home with the spoils. And, you know, so that conditioning is the problem. So when there's a challenge, a boy falls and starts to cry, we say, no, don't cry. Don't you know you're a boy? You're a boy now. And so that conditioning.
Let loose, that's on one hand. I think it is also condition of the mind. Over time, culturally, it has always played that narrative. For me, I've been fortunate. My background is not like yours, that is a bit hardened. Is it? So I was opportune. My dad was a retired ambassador, so we've always lived we spent 3 years in one country, 3 years back in Nigeria. So I had the opportunity to do primary school, and it's opportunity and not an opportunity, because I spent primary school in 2 different countries. And in those countries, you know how it is. Men are allowed to, young boys, you can cry. So that was the way myself and my senior brother were brought up. Yes, we've had to condition ourselves again when we come back to Nigeria. We did part of our primary school here, and we noticed that, well, this is how I cry, you get a CBO and things like that. Then we had to man up again until we travel back again. Culturally, those countries again, they say, look, there's nothing wrong. Cry, clean your tears. Hit the road back again. So I see I have some friends now that even when I find that balance, because yes, I know that men should be strong, but of course, you should have your quiet time, be able to break down, speak to people, share your thoughts, open up emotionally. People say that can be a bit feminine. I'm like that. I get laughed at, but hey, I guess that's the way I'm modeled.
Before I give you the next question, I have, okay, we lost some, God rest their souls. Even soldiers, they cry, but we can't say it publicly. So I think that should encourage them. You speak to them. You've raised a lot of people, especially young boys. What are the dangers? I'll give you the sequel question, but I'll ask you first, Victor. What are the dangers? I'll give you the sequel question, but I'll ask you first, Victor. What are the dangers of suppressing and bottling up emotions? Take it from the angles.
Life is not really like that. That's not a true reflection of life, because in life, we will face challenges, we will face problems, and we need to be able to express our emotions, because if we don't express our emotions, we become depressed. Okay? So as young people, we need to let them know it's okay. It's okay to show your emotions. It's okay to cry. It's okay to ask for help. Vulnerability is not a lack of strength. It's not a lack of strength. It's okay to show your vulnerability. They start from when we were young. These things begin to build up, and we don't know. So it's important for us to help young people understand that these things have grave implications, not just health-wise, even for our relationships. When you hear about husband killing wife or wife killing husband, sometimes it's because there are bottled up emotions. There are issues that have not been discussed, and then in the middle of the night, someone takes a knife and stabs the other.
You've moved on to the next question.
Someone takes a knife and stabs the other.
You've moved on to the next question. We're quickly going to go on break. We're going to get to that part because it's something that is very, very critical, which I would love us to discuss. There's a song by Birdie on America Got Talent, I think. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. The girl had cancer. Original song. You can look it up on YouTube. I think you should. Well, there will always be problems, and our grace to carry it to the end mattered. So, in other perspectives, especially the office space and friendship, not relationship, friendship, how dangerous is it to suppress your emotional luggage?
So I think it's extremely dangerous and it's very risky. There are a lot of conversations now, especially with a certain demographic, the Gen Zs in the workplace, with mental health and depression issues. You see staff members come in, work fantastically well this week, then the following week, due to one or two traumas or bottled up emotions, whether male or female, then all of a sudden they let loose in the office. Which can be tough. Before now, we couldn't put a finger on it. It's now that those conversations, and it's a topical conversation. Oh, it's mental stress. Oh, take a few days. Human resources can understand. But imagine back in the days, they'll say, is this person mentally okay? Are you sure this person is fit for work? If you'd also notice that there's a prevalence of gyms and people even of our demographic and lower doing a lot of exercises. What I found out that it is also a way of releasing stress and depression. So there are a lot of fitness centers out there. A lot of people go there. In fact, that's a whole new industry. Yeah. They are gymming their way out of issues, anxiety, problems. And I like the fact that you also touched on it. To me, I may be wrong, but even serial killers, back in the days when you watch some of these movies, they've told the male child, oh boy, don't cry, they don't do this. And he's seeing, he's bottling up. He's seeing his parents' abusive relationship. He's bringing it. There's no psychologist, there's nobody, no church member, no senior brother or colleague to be able to unveil and share those things. He's bottling it up. Pressure has to come out one way or the other. It's tough.
We'll go on a break, but pressure, like that popular guy said, pressure to wow. Yo, baby, pressure to wow. So we need to find a way to not bottle it up. And as we go on this break, remember, it is not okay not to express. So you can do gym and do everything. When we come back, I'll talk to you about how 40-something-year-olds like us are still trying to be gymming without going to the gym. See you on the other side.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I find it very interesting, exciting, stimulating.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot.
Thank you. The delivery was second to none.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Welcome back, welcome back. So let me just chip in. Going to the gym without being in the gym. So what I do, or what some of my friends do, is you do your squats, use your body weight for squats. Don't do too much. Some of us, our cardio cannot take it. Your heart is, there's so much fat, you can't do it. At your pace, 40, 40, 40. 40 push-ups, 40 squats, 40 jumping jacks, whatever you want to do, take it at your pace. But one of the things you must do is carrying weight, which is your body weight. Then you can now gravitate towards the gym. I'll tell you the secrets when we finish this show. But let's just continue. So, how you started this, and I mentioned that we need to continue. Yes. Bottling up, how does it affect the relationship? On the home front now. You will talk about the office, but on the home front, that bottling up, just how does it affect?
So it affects relationships in lots of ways. There's something really special that God has given us, and that's relationship. We were created as relational humans. You know, even in the Holy Book, God came down to fellowship with man. And that's when man was running around, you know, saying that he was naked. And so this is the thing. We were created to have relationships. And one of the lifebloods of relationship is communication. Without communication, relationship is dead, right? And so when we bottle up our emotions, when we bottle up our fears, what that does is communicate, and we don't know we're communicating something negative. So when we bottle up our emotions, the other partner feels that, oh, he doesn't trust me enough with his emotions, or she doesn't trust me enough with her emotions. So it's really important for us to learn to communicate our feelings, our emotions, rather than bottle them up. Because if we don't share them, it will destroy the relationship.
If you share with your wife and your wife is laughing at you,
but that, and
what
then,
do you now do?
Before we do go on to that, there's one problem we have as men. One major challenge we have as men. And if you're watching, you've got to really go and learn about this. Men typically don't have the vocabulary to share emotions. When we share emotions, we use words that make us feel that we are failing. We're not showing up as men. We don't have the vocabulary to share. So we've got to go back and learn the vocabulary, how to share our feelings, rather than take it out on someone. So rather than share our feelings, talk about, oh, this is how this makes me feel, right? I feel anxious at this time. Rather, we
432066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Because you can speak, yes, you can have conversations, but you've got to learn the vocabulary and what it takes to speak in a way that touches people, that makes impact, and that creates power. So the danger is that your relationship dies, and when your relationships die, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to succeed alone, right? Like I said, we were created relational human beings, and then we've talked about the medical side of things, right? As we bottle up our emotions and our feelings, there's a tendency for us to develop other, medical issues that would take us to the hospital and probably death.
Well, the ultimate, of course, of life is death. So bottling up can actually kill.
It can kill you.
So for the office space.
So for the office space, it's quite a challenge. For me as MD CEO, I've learned to become an emotional manager. So what we try to do is when we have team meetings, we don't just delve into the business of the day. So what's your target? Have you met it? What have you done? What new business have you brought to the office? We have 5 days to the end of the month. Who's bringing us money? Things like that. We just try. So I've learned that also, that, hey, okay, you guys, who has anything nice to celebrate? Did anything interesting happen over the weekend? So that any good news? Oh, you lost your aunt. Oh, sorry, was she dear to you? So sometimes it's even tough for me because I'm like, you're paying salary on Friday, which concern me with one auntie, but you just have to try. Then they begin to come out. I'm like, so this thing I read in this book, so this thing I watch in this movie, so it's true. Then they begin to come out. Nobody has asked them. They are coming up with stiff pressures from the house, and it's tough. And one of our core values is teamwork. When I finish my team meeting, they go out, they need to work together for that collaboration and participation. Then to me, I've noticed that when I'm in a good mood, I've shared with my wife, I'm happy, that's when I can be given 1 or 2 bonuses. Okay, let's increase salary next month. But when I'm stressed, I've bottled up, I've not shared, there's one burden that I've brought to the office, even me too, I'm shouting at them. Who wrote this report? Rubbish, this is the way I taught you. Get out from here. And they too, they're wondering, then the thing begins to trickle down. Which kind of guy be this? Must you shout? Can't you guide us? Then me too, and I start regretting. This guy just resumed with us 2 months ago. I've not really carried him along. Then the whole thing just trickles down negatively. Then I feel bad. I've also noticed that my staff members are like my family. I spend more time. I get to the office 7 a.m. I don't leave until 5:36. When I get home, I eat, watch TV, sleep off. Early in the morning, third mainland bridge traffic. So I spend more time with you people. So you people are my family. So I need to know what happens to you guys. What are the good news we need to celebrate? So that even if they don't have ways to ease off pressure, create one and a safe space.
Wow. Excellent take, both of you. It is, when you are going, you pick speed. Gear 1, and these days we now have gear 7. You know what I mean? And for those of you that love auto, get on the autobahn. No, nothing is stopping you. So 2 things we are going to take now from your takes, and I'll start from you, but I'll let you say it first. Then we're going to talk about safe spaces. You mentioned family. I'm going back to you for family. Victorious Victor. I noticed that the way leadership and who the person that is leading is reflects directly on the children. It mirrors, directly. Stockholm syndrome, or whatever you want to call it, whether the good way or the bad way. The same thing applies to men. Today we're not talking about fatherhood and parenting. We're talking about men. Beer parlor in this part of the world. In other places, lounges, men's group, polo club, country club, golf club, are ways to ease out. So it means that the avenue to talk is important for men, like what we're doing. So how do you think we can create more safe spaces for men that we talk? Because when alcohol is in the body, or you are watching football and people talk, and you'll be wondering, now this is not going with this. And you can't put the two together. They're like two strange people. So how do we create those safe spaces and for men to know that, look, speak, be a baby, be yourself again. Say the way it is from your perspective. Take your time.
So here's the thing. When we bottle up our emotions and our feelings, we tend to increase our stress levels, right? When stress increases in the body, we usually would develop a coping mechanism. This is natural. We find a way to cope with the stress, okay? And what we tend to do as men to cope with the stress is, like you said, turn to alcohol. Because while you're drinking the alcohol, it sort of deadens your pain at that time. But please remember that pain it deadened. It was only sleeping. When you finish the alcohol, when the thing clears from your eye, it's waiting for you. You go and carry it again. So it's not really a solution. And alcohol, like you said, is dangerous. Alcohol kills more people than weed, for example. Right? So this is the thing. So we tend to turn to habits or mechanisms that are not healthy for us. So we need to find a way, like you said, to create safe ways of expressing our emotions. And, like when we are in a beer parlor or a bar or something, people talk, right? But watch what they talk about. Most of the time, they don't talk about their deepest pains. They don't talk about their struggles. They talk about football. They talk about women. They talk about, all of those things. And all those things are surface things. The real issues, when a man, for example, is facing impotence, for example, and it's weighing down on him. That's not ephemeral. Please, who's going to tell his friend that, look, oh boy, they stand again, So we need to understand that it's okay to discuss these things. So we need to now promote things like, men's clubs. There are programs on TV, on radio that usually have men's roundtable. You hear about women's roundtable. You hear about all women always have one event or the other, to go to. But how many do men have? So we need to encourage the society, encourage people to come up with events that men can go to and have conversations, even in church. For example, during Christmas, right? There are bags of rice for widows. There's nothing for widowers. Almost nothing. I don't hear of any program by organizations, by churches, religious organizations. I don't hear anything about widowers. But sometimes you have a man who's lost his wife and he's catering for 5 children. Has to go to work, has to make money, he has to make food for them. So many challenges, and there's nobody to turn to. When he goes to someone, they say, but you're a man. Now, this is what makes you a man. So we need to create those safe spaces. In other countries, there would be parks. And just walking around the park, you can have conversations, right? You can have conversations. But when Governor Fashola was starting to bring back the green spaces and the parks and all of those things, people were saying, now flower we go chop. But now flower we go chop.
Those are the things that make every community different. Parks, yes. You can, in fact, you can't do 30 minutes walk in some places. You can. It's vivid, I can picture it. You can't do in some places I not see a good park. Now, for this same question, you are raising very valid points. Of course, for want of, there are so many limiting things like time also.
Yes, of course.
There's something you just raised. Widowers. I flip it. Most leaders in the world right now, women representation is poor. Before you start saying I'm feminist, I'm feminist at the same time. But the truth is, so because the representation for now is so poor, the people leading us, even in Nigeria, are mostly men. These same men that were not taken care of mentally are the ones leading. And you're wondering why the country or most of the world is running like this. So, to the suit and tie people, because that's what you are today now, why is creating these safe spaces very key? Because we are building men. What we are seeing is end product. You are a result of all the things that you have imbibed, the books you've read, the people you've gone through, the people that have gone through you've gone through. Yeah. So why is it important to create these safe spaces? Because you spend most time at work. So it means that your life is actually work, quote and unquote, to say. So why is it important to create good men, great places, spaces in the workspace?
Okay, so I think is extremely critical. And you touched on it. So in our respective places, we are seen as leaders. And as a leader, you should be able to have that balance. People are looking up to you as a mentor, and those your mentees, when you see them struggling. And there's nothing wrong in raising up your hand and say, hey, I'm struggling. But you see, they may not know. And this is where the coaching and the guidance comes in. So if you perceive one or two things, you can say, hey, John, please come. Is everything okay? I may not be okay financially, but let me hear your problems. Because I see the flip side of it. If I go and ask John now money, even me too, I'm struggling. But you can still, sometimes it might not be financial. So you can reach out to them, find out what the challenges are. To me, I feel, and you see, the world is changing. Back in the days, we had only 2 genders, male and female. Now we have close to 76. To me, I also feel it is a part of the mental struggles that people are going through. To marry another female, to date another female, it's not for me. I want to date somebody of the other sex. Or this is the way God created me, but I think I want to move to something else. And it's going to get more, it's going to also get worse. So we need to also understand that. But you see, these are real struggles. People need to be able to call people out. And I see where you can have close friends, senior colleagues. Some people even find it in where they worship, whether in mosque or in churches, where you can lean on somebody and say, hey, this is the challenge I am having in terms of stress. I had a friend, let me just share this real quick. His own struggle was he's closer to 35. He has never dated anybody before. He doesn't know how to go about it. He's worried. He thought he would have even gotten married by now. And he said, look, this is his own big challenge. So if he had a senior, doesn't have a senior brother, he doesn't have any guidance, so to speak, somebody that can just put him through.
Victor Diali and Akin for sharing insights that challenge and inspire. Remember, being a man is more than titles or expectations. It is about resilience, purpose, and lifting others as you rise. Let's continue this important conversation. Follow Achievement Channel on Instagram, on Facebook, on X, Twitter, and YouTube for more Achievement program and updates. Use the hashtag We See Possibilities and share your thoughts with us. Until next time, keep striving, keep growing, and keep achieving.
Hi, my name is Olufemi Shey. I'm CEO of Casafina Development. I'd like to tell you this. Keep watching Achievement Channel.
Hello, my name is Roma Daniels. This is Achievement Channel. Please keep watching Achievement Channel, the first and only motivational channel in the country. Thanks, man.
Good day and welcome to Achievement News, right on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first 100% motivational television. My name is Comfort Idongise Basi, your guide through the stories of triumph, innovation, and positive impact shaping our world. Broadcasting live from our School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos, we bring you the news that truly inspires. At Achievement News, we believe in celebrating human ingenuity, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of progress. We sift through the headlines to bring you the breakthroughs, the milestones, and the uplifting narratives that prove possibilities around and true achievement is within reach for everyone. Our top story in global health brings a monumental breakthrough for millions worldwide. Researchers at the Mayo Clinic in the United States have announced the development of a new blood test with remarkable accuracy for detecting early symptoms of Alzheimer's diseases. And this revolution test boasts an impressive 95% accuracy in detection and an 82% accuracy in ruling out the condition. And this is a game changer, moving us beyond invasive and costly procedures like the PET scan, offering a far more accessible and affordable diagnostic tool for this devastating neurodegenerative disease.
Alzheimer's disease, amyloid plaques that exist in the brains of people with Alzheimer's disease. The reason it's so exciting is that as a blood test, it's a very easy and accessible way for us to find people who have Alzheimer's disease pathology.
This breakthrough reminds us that even against the most complex challenges, human ingenuity persists. Never give up on the pursuit of solutions, and your persistent effort in any field can unlock breakthroughs that changes lives forever. We see possibilities. Bringing it home, Nigeria has showcased remarkable commitments to its health sector on the global stage. At the recent 15th BRICS Health Ministers meeting in Brazil, Nigeria's Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isaac Saluko, proudly announced a national record: the vaccination of over 14 million girls against human papillomavirus or HPV. This massive effort is a huge stride towards cervical cancer prevention. Furthermore, Nigeria has allocated a significant $200 million in its 2025 budget to sustain critical interventions against HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, underscoring our nation's resolve to prioritize health, even amidst global funding shifts. Every step taken in collective health is a step towards collective strength. Your personal commitment to well-being and community health contributes to a healthier, more prosperous nation for all. We see possibilities. From global health to global education, UNESCO is sparking a powerful vision for the future. Marking the 10-year anniversary of the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, UNESCO has launched its Imagine a World with More Women in Science campaign. This initiative champions the essential role women play in driving progress in STEM fields, highlighting how diversity leads to more inclusive research, greater creativity, and ultimately solutions that truly meet everyone's needs. The campaign aims to bridge the persistent gender gap in scientific communities worldwide. Let this campaign ignite your curiosity, challenge stereotypes in your own life, and encourage the next generation, especially our girls, to explore every field from science to art. The potential is limitless, and we see possibilities. And speaking of limitless potential, a Nigerian youth has made our nation proud on the global stage. Stanley Chudubem Anigbogu clinched the prestigious overall title of 2025 Commonwealth Young Person of the Year. Stanley was recognized for his groundbreaking work transforming waste into solar innovations, which have provided clean energy to over 10,000 refugees across Africa. His organization, LightEd, founded during the challenging period of COVID-19, has also trained 6,000 students and recycled over 20,000 kilograms of waste. Stanley's story is a powerful reminder that age is just a number when passion meets purpose. No challenge is too big when you approach it with creativity and a desire to make a difference. Inspire change in your own sphere. We see possibilities. Tune in again for more achievement news, your daily source of positivity. Visit us at www.achievementchannel.com and join the movement #WeSeePossibilities. That's all on the achievement news for today. Remember, every day brings new opportunities for growth, progress, and impact. Keep achieving, keep inspiring, and most importantly, keep believing in the power of possibility. My name is Comfort Idongse Basi, and I'm wishing you a truly impactful day.
Welcome to Teachers World, where we celebrate the heroes of education. Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Hello, and welcome to another inspiring episode of Teachers World, the program that celebrates the pivotal role of educators in shaping the future and provides valuable resources for their professional and personal growth. I am Ugonwa Ohuchi, your host, and I'm delighted to be with you today. You are watching the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio in Ikoyi, Lagos. In today's episode, we'll be diving deep into how teachers can support the mental health of their students and foster a positive learning environment. It's going to be an insightful session, so stay tuned.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
I'm thrilled to introduce our guest today, Ms. Sarah Ndo. She's an educational psychologist and a dedicated mental health advocate who specializes in children and adolescents. She believes in a world where no child is neglected and every child receives the right education tailored to their unique learning style. Miss Ndo, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So in your experience, knowing that you're an educational psychologist, what are some of the key mental health challenges that children and adolescents face today?
Okay, yes. Thank you so much for asking. Okay, in my experience, adolescents and children, they face quite a number of mental health challenges. And firstly, mental health is a crucial part of teaching and learning. A lot of children and adolescents face mental health challenges, which is neglected by either their parents or their teachers. And I will just make mention of few challenges here. One, let's talk about anxiety and stress. Anxiety and stress, a lot of children and adolescents are anxious and under stress because of, let's say, an expectation from family, expectation from parents, peer pressure, thereabouts, and they are under, a certain kind of expectation from family, which puts them under pressure, where they need to have a certain kind of academic success. And if they are not, able to meet up with that kind of expectation from family or parents, they are under pressure and they're anxious. So another is trauma. Trauma is a key mental health factor. Most children have traumatic experiences, or they have what we call the PTSD, that's a post-traumatic stress disorder, where they begin to express whatever trauma they've had in the past. For instance, growing up, they probably had abusive parents, or they were abused as a child. And because they were abused, it's, would affect their mental health, affect the way they think, affect the way they process things, and even find it difficult to learn during the classroom activities.
Okay, I think this is quite insightful. Talking about parents not being aware sometimes of these challenges of the children. What are some of the practical strategies that, what role, do you think educators, can play in addressing these challenges? What are the strategies that educators can use in addressing these challenges?
Okay, thank you. Educators, which are teachers, first of all, they are the first to actually take notes and figure out when a child is struggling mentally. They are the first to ever notice that a child is struggling mentally. So when a teacher or an educator finds out that this child is struggling mentally, because we teachers pay attention, or rather we spend more time with children in school rather than the way their parents do. A lot of times, most of these parents are actually more busy. They go to work very early in the morning. Before they come back, probably they have someone who picks their child from school, and they come back because of the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. They get back home, they're all tired. They pay less attention to their children. So we teachers pay more attention to these children because we spend more time. So first of all, we are the ones who can figure out that a child is struggling mentally. And when we can do that, we begin to observe. We observe their academic performance, their socializing skill, if they isolate themselves or they are just irritable, they just flare up just by a little thing, they're angry or whatever. So one, we're able to observe, and while we observe that, we educators or teachers are supposed to now call this child, draw the attention of this child, and have a conversation, not being judgmental, have a conversation, just get to know what the matter is. Is there something, is there a problem at home? And by the time the teachers have had that conversation, they can now furthermore take it to the parents, get to involve the parents of this child and pay attention to it. Furthermore, if it's something that they think they should involve the school authorities, they should get the school authorities involved.
This is so true. Picking the point of being in Lagos, where a lot of parents are actually really busy. I think I agree with you that now educators have an even greater role to play, especially in Lagos, knowing that many parents are busy, so they don't get to see the children as much as they would want to see the children, or they should see the children. So what can you give us some specific strategies, maybe one or two strategies that you think that teachers can use to support their students to support their mental health in the classroom while they're teaching?
Okay, some of the strategic methods that practical strategies that teachers can use to support the mental health of students. I would want to talk about growing up. It was quite difficult for me to learn because I had challenges socializing. I didn't know how to speak up. I had a very low self-esteem, so I didn't know how to. It was quite uncomfortable for me in class. And also because of the fact that I had challenges academically, where that term of a child being a dullard came from. I struggled with that. I struggled academically. I couldn't, I didn't have good grades. I didn't have good grades growing up. And it now made the teachers and even my, classmates, look at me in a certain way. There's always that, that stigma that comes with children who do not perform well academically, and with that, these children are not comfortable. So first of all, the first practical strategy every teacher can take is, creating a positive learning environment. No child is a dullard. Don't make any child feel like because they are being anxious in class when they ask them a question, or they fidget when they are being called to give a speech or something. They might be struggling with a mental health challenge that you do not know, and instead of making them feel less of themselves, create a positive environment. Make them know that they can do better. They can do better than that. And secondly, have inclusive learning environment where you have to involve every child in the learning activity. You don't have to say, because this is a brilliant person or that is a brilliant person, then they should be the one to be pushed in any class activity. Involve everybody. Let every child be involved in any classroom activity. Practicalize it. Give them a group discussion. Give them a group work to do. And in that way, we can actually have a good teaching learning process.
Thank you so much
for
sharing your own personal experience, because it makes a world of difference when we hear from your personal experience. If I can reiterate what you have said about the strategies, creating a positive first and then an inclusive learning environment. Those are excellent points, Ms. Indu. Thank you so much. Could you also give us an insight into how teachers can identify when a student actually needs support pertaining to their mental health in the classroom?
All right, thank you.
And what steps they could possibly take to support.
All right, thank you so much. I would say that teachers can they can get to know when a child is actually struggling mentally by observing. Observation is one of the key things to know. Every teacher is like, I say teachers are second parents. Teachers are second parents, where after their biological parents, then we have the teachers. So the first thing that they can do is to observe. When they've been able to observe the students, that's why they have to be able to pay attention to every child in their classroom, pay attention to every one of them, and observe their, academic performance, observe their socializing skills, observe the way they interact with their fellow classmates and all of that. So by the time you're able to observe that, this child was doing better last term, but this term now your grades are reducing. What's the matter? Then the steps they can take is that when they figure out that this child has a declining academic performance, then they would call this child aside, get to have a one-on-one communication with them, have a conversation with them, just create a positive, a non-judgmental atmosphere where this child can confide in them and get to talk, get to explain what it is, because children and adolescents do not like to talk about things. They prefer, keeping things to themselves. But when you're able to create, a calm, good, and positive environment, a non-judgmental one, trust me, they'll be able to open up with time. It might take a lot of time, but they would with time. And when you've been able to do that, the next step is to get their parents involved. Or if you feel getting their parents involved might be too much, you can tell the school authorities to get, probably a guidance or a counseling, strategy or so, a guide. A guidance counselor to help. Or, have a specialist, a mental health specialist in their school where they can actually assist the child. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Ndu. These are excellent points that you have raised. So we will be taking a short break now. So you are still watching the Achievement Channel, and we're here with Ms. Ndu. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major, major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking. School of Eloquence.
Being taught was not my learning style. So that's where the educational psychology of children comes in. It wasn't my learning style, meaning there are different ways children learn, and there is a teaching method applicable for that learning style. So because of that, I found it difficult to learn. So for instance, I'm a visual learner. I learn better visually. I rather see what you're teaching me than just giving me theoretical, aspect of what you're teaching me. So that affected the way I learned and assimilated knowledge, which now made it, hard for me to read and write exams and have good grades. So fast forward to when some teachers, a particular teacher paid attention, and she called me, what is this? What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Is there anything at home? And is there a problem? And all of that. And what she did was so profound to me, because after she had a conversation with me, I didn't even know, because I was young. I didn't even know that, I had that as a challenge. So after she now realized that it's actually the way, and it's not like I didn't know how to read, write, and I did that, but I needed a better way to learn, which was a visual aspect of learning. So what she now did was that she now involved my parents, and, told them that it's better off that, they get involved in my academics by, helping me to, having technologies like, other things to assist, like after school work, whatever thing that's been done from school, my parents should be able to, help me visually to learn, probably with a phone or something, just so that I can, be able to, and that helped for a while. That helped for a while. Also, I was not able to, now understand better what was learned. And with that, that now made me understand that I learned better visually. So fast forward into my secondary school and university days, I now understood that whatever is being taught theoretically, because of the Nigerian system of education, they do what they can do, the lecture method, give it to you and you're out. So I now understood better that this lecture method is not going to stick. All I have to do is that I go on YouTube, look for means to get what was taught in class. And trust me, when I do that, watch those videos, and when I do that, I'm able to understand every single thing that was taught in class, and that way I had better academic performance.
Beautiful. This is
Yeah.
a powerful example
Yeah.
of how one teacher, the
Yeah,
care
the
taken
care.
by one teacher actually made a huge difference in
Yeah.
your life. Thank you so much for
You're
sharing
welcome.
this story with us. Now, let's talk about self-care for teachers.
Okay.
Teaching is a demanding job.
Of course.
You agree, and I
Yeah.
know that because I have the experience. And teachers also need to prioritize their own mental well-being. So, what advice do you have for teachers for they themselves?
Okay, thank you. Teachers, first of all, you are not a therapist. It's not in your role to want to ask the role of a therapist to every child. But I tell you, it is most important that you also prioritize your mental health, because if you are affected mentally, you cannot give in your best to every child that needs your support. So I would advise that prioritize your mental health as a teacher. Seek support if need be. Go for professional therapeutic sessions with mental health practitioners. Have one-on-one sections with them, and get to understand your own mental health and whatever I think you are struggling with and the solution that will be preferred to you. Prioritize your mental health. Take out time. Don't even overload yourself with work. It's hard, of course, as a teacher. It's hard. You need to, it's demanding. You need to meet the needs of every child in the school, but make sure you take out time for yourself. There are a lot of teachers that want to do a lot of things at the same time, where they, they are, after the school activity, after the school time that they've had in school, they still, have extra lessons with students. It's not wrong to have that, but most times most teachers do that to, like, in different houses, home lessons. They have home lessons over the week, over the weekend, all of that, just to meet up with things. But most times when you overwork yourself as a teacher, you would realize that when it's the first day of the week, that's on a Monday, you are stressed out. You wouldn't put in so much for the students that actually need your help and support. So make sure you prioritize your mental health. Reduce every stress as possible as you can. Reduce it, because whatever you have is what you can give out. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Sundu. So
Thank
finally, for the teachers who are watching us today, what is your message, your takeaway message for them, at least just in one sentence?
All right. Thank you very much. So my takeaway message to teachers is this: you play a vital role in the future of every child. You either make their future or you destroy their future. No child should be left behind. No child is a dullard. Please put in the best efforts that you can in making their future, and they will thank you for how much effort that you did. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure, Ms. Sundu. Thank you so much for being on the program with us today. And we've gone away with this insight: no child should be left behind. Thank you.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
That's it for today on Teachers World. Remember, small actions can make a big difference in a child's life. And by prioritizing mental health, you're not just shaping students, you are shaping futures. Would like to hear from you. Share your thoughts, experiences, and questions on social media using the hashtag #TeachersWorld. Let's keep the conversation going. Follow us at Achievement Channel on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube for daily doses of inspiration, exclusive content, and behind-the-scenes updates. Use the hashtag #WeSeePossibilities and share your thoughts with us. Stay inspired, stay focused, and keep seeing possibilities on the Achievement Channel, where we see possibilities.
Join us on Teachers World, only on the Achievement Channel.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Every morning we're told in Africa that the gazelle wakes up with a clear determination that it must run faster than the fastest lion in order not to be eaten alive. Every morning we're told that the lions also wake up determined to run faster than the slowest gazelle, otherwise they will starve. Well, there's a moral to this anecdote. It is simply this: that it doesn't matter whether you're the lion or the gazelle. What truly matters is that when morning comes, you had better get up and get going. It's the dawn of a brand new day, and I'm here to ask you, what do you want to achieve today? Where do you want to go with your life, with your goals, with your aspirations? What sort of difference are you seeking to make in whatever it is you've chosen for yourself to do? My job is to challenge you to perform. My job is to inspire you, to energize you, and to bring to you all of the resources that you will need so that you can indeed say to yourself that, yes, I had this morning with Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Walt Disney, the founder of Disneyland, once said that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. We're going to be discussing what I consider my favorite subject matter. It is the subject matter of dreams. The subject matter of setting goals for yourself, of aspiring to achieve the impossible. Most times, what we think is impossible is actually something waiting to be done by someone else. In fact, as Napoleon once put it, that impossible is only a word to be found in the dictionary of fools. And I know you are not a fool. So when we talk about dreams, what are the 4 major things that you need to know in order to live a successful life driven by the power of dreams? Number 1, you must dream big dreams. Dream the dreams of giants. Dream a dream that might look so impossible at the outset, but you need a dream to be so big so as to enable it to challenge you, to inspire you. It's always very important to realize that you were not made for small things. As a matter of fact, every one of us is made to do something big at one point in time or the other in our lives. So dream a dream that stimulates you, that excites you every morning to want to get up and go. That's the first principle. Number 2, you must draft the dream. Put it down in writing. Maybe you need to sculpt it, paint it. In whichever way you can, put it out there. Make it tangible so that people can see and relate to it. And number 3, you must declare your dreams. Tell people about your dreams. We're not asking you to discuss your dreams, but I'm saying to you, declare it. Let people write by saying, the dream is real. It is the failure to make it happen that is the unreality. Dream to make it happen. That is the unreality. Dream big dreams.
Mr. Motivator.
Mr. Motivator, Mr. Motivator Minute.
Mr. Motivator, the challenge to perform.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Career Success on the Achievement Channel, where we delve into the stories, strategies, and secrets of remarkable individuals who are shaping the future of industries and organizations. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and today we have an incredible guest, a man whose expertise in leadership, strategy and organizational transformation has propelled senior executives and companies towards unimaginable success. He is none other than Dr. Maxwell Ubah. He's a highly sought-after consultant specializing in strategy, leadership, cultural alignment, and organizational transformation. He is the CEO of Strategy House. Dr. Maxwell holds the prestigious Sloan Fellowship in Leadership and Strategy from the London Business School, and that was in 2011. He is a graduate of medicine and surgery from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, Akoka, in 1997, where he graduated with a distinction in physiology and was the best medical student in basic medical sciences in 1992. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, United States and in Canada. Is also a fellow of International Management Consultants Board, that's also in the United States, a chartered management consultant, accredited management consultant, and a member Institute of Training and Development, and also learning development specialist, learning and development network international. That's quite a robust one. And today, guess what? He is here to tell his career success story and share insights that will inspire and empower you to unlock your potential. Welcome once again to the program. Guess what? Drum rolls, and we have Dr. Maxwell Ubah here. Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to Career Success.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Happy to share my story with the audience. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. First of all, let me say this. Whilst I was reading your profile, I believe our viewers will be thinking I'm expecting to see somebody like 10 feet tall, huge, big and strong. Of course, you look huge, big and strong, but it looks like you appear like physically like a model. So I don't know what you've been doing to keep yourself on shape like this, but I'll advise that you keep on doing that.
Thank you.
So, straight to business of the day. Where did it all start?
I think it started in Lagos, because that was where I was born. I was born in Lagos. I did my primary school in Lagos, in actually a local government that you call a Jeremy Felodu local government.
Ajegunle?
Yes.
No way.
Some people don't believe this particular
No,
side
I can't.
of the
You don't
story.
look it.
Because and for me, it's also a message of hope that your background doesn't have to define you. It doesn't matter where you were born. You can actually become what you want to become in life. So it was in a Jeremy Felodu primary school that I did my primary school. But something significant in primary school. I was an average student in primary school. I remembered my first time primary one was 14. Second, 13, third, 14. But somewhere in primary 5, there was a major turnaround. And what happened was, I saw during the PTA, Parent Teachers Association Day, where the best student was given an award, and I saw my classmate walking down the aisle and everybody celebrating them. And there and then I said to myself, in primary 6, I'm going to win this prize. That was what I said to myself internally. And guess what? For the very first time in my life, it was in primary 6, first time primary 6 that I came first. And one lesson I learned is that I took from that experience that the decisions you make actually propels you to greatness. And a lot of people are not maximizing their potential because they've not gotten to that point where they say to themselves, this is who I want to be, or put in another way, I deserve more. So you can be comfortable with your result. The day you get to that point where you say to yourself, as an individual, I actually deserve more. The people that are being promoted after every 6 months or 1 year, why can't it be me? And that was what I said to myself in primary school, and it started the journey. Then to secondary school was where the major success story happened. I did my first GCE in JSS 2.
What school was that?
From Reservation Secondary School.
No way. No way. The reason why I'm saying this, because if you know where Jeremy Felodu Primary School is, that's in Ajegunle. I'm sure you've heard stories about that place. And let alone, Reservation Secondary School, that should be in Apapa.
Yes, Tolu Schools Complex.
Tolu Schools Complex.
So for people
it's a dangerous area for secondary school students at that point in time.
At that point, yes.
You could hardly tell if those students have any vision or plans of becoming someone in life. I'm just trying to paint a picture. It's coming from somewhere very deep. And for the fact that he has emerged the way he is now is something to be applauded.
Yeah, thank you. So the school was Reservation Secondary School. Like you said, in the 80s, the Tolu Schools Complex is notorious for gang activities, criminal activities, and all that. But I was fortunate, blessed, lucky, whatever you want to use, to have a teacher who, his name is Mr. A.B. Adelusi, who called me and some other boys and said to us in JSS 1 that we should go home and tell our teacher, our parents, that we're going to write GC in JSS 2. In fact, when I went home and announced that I was going to write GC in JSS 2, I didn't really know what GC was. This was 1980, 86 there, but I didn't know what GC was. I was just excited about announcing GC to my parents. I remember what my late elder brother said. He said, because of you, WAEC will create F10. And I asked him, I asked him then, what is F10? He said, F9 is 0 to 39, but your result will be so bad that WAEC will create F10 because of you. Cut the long story short, the teacher started preparing us for GC. Eventually, I entered for 3 subjects in 1987. I did my GC in 7th Avenue Primary School in JSS 2. I did maths and physics and English in JSS 2. And I had a C4 in maths, a C6 in physics, and a C6 in English in JSS 2.
Wow.
By SS1, 1989, I was the second best science student in the whole of Lagos State. So in
wow.
Yes, in 1989, I represented Lagos State in a national quiz. The overall best came from Queen's College. Then I need to mention it from Queen's College. Then I was in SS1 and the lady was in SS2. So we represented Lagos State in national quiz. And the lesson for me also is that even in a bad situation like Tolu, I had a teacher. And everybody can benefit from having a model, a mentor that can shape your future academically or in your career. So that's what happened in secondary school. And I wanted to do, I know because people will ask.
That's an excellent story, I'm telling you.
Thank you.
Please go on.
Thank you. So in 1989, so when I wrote my papers in 1989, my first choice was to do engineering because physics was my easiest science subject. But those days, if you're very intelligent in the sciences, you are pushed towards medicine. And so I said to myself, I like challenge, and University of Lagos was the highest cutoff mark. And if I can do GC in JSS 2, I should be able to enter University of Lagos first time. And I wrote my GC in 1990, entered. 1990 was the year they cancelled English, and I scored 244 over 300. I had
244?
Yes, I had a 90 in physics, a 78 in chemistry, and a 76 in biology. So I entered University of Lagos, and in my second MB, which is what they call the most difficult exam then in school, I don't know about now, I had a distinction in physiology, and I was the best student in my class. And I won the University of Lagos Prize, the College of Medicine Prize, the Provost of Medicine Prize in 1992. But somewhere along the line, I had to make a detour from medicine.
Okay, now before you move on or start telling us how you detoured and what prompted that, this is quite inspiring. Your foray, your movement from primary, from that environment, secondary school, then university. So now I'm going to say you're a medical doctor. So you kind of decipher what's wrong with people's health and how you need to fix them up so they can be healthy and go about their daily lives. But now you have to fix organizations. First of all, what made you study medicine? Secondly, why the detour?
two very important questions. Why did I study medicine? I think I mentioned it the last time. I wanted to do engineering, and in fact, even in school, when I say this, some people are surprised. I read Nikon and Packard, the physics textbook, from the first page to the last page. I read Abbott from the first page to the last page. So physics
that name sounds familiar. Yes,
Abbott. Physics, I knew physics at the tip. You understand? I knew physics very well. It was the easiest for me science subject. I wanted to do engineering. My daddy, late of blessed memory, wanted a doctor. And since they said intelligent, the best science students should read medicine, so societal pressure with that of family expectation pushed me into medicine. But I remember what my late mother said when I was filling my JAMB form. He said, do you think you have the mannerism, the attributes, the personality traits to become a doctor? I said, Mommy, I can. He said, it's not about your intelligence, it's also about your character, about your personality and all that. So med school, I was in med school doing well academically. Second MB did well, never failed any exam in med school. But somewhere in my 5th year, my daddy died. So the motivation for medicine also died with him, because it was the primary reason then that I was doing medicine, coupled with the fact that I had a bit of that clash between my personality and the practice of medicine. So I just said to myself in 5th year, I think I need to find something else that aligns with my passion, or something that aligns with my personality, and that was why I made the change. So why did I start studying organizations? It was in that 5th year when I decided I was going to leave medicine. I started asking myself questions. My professors are people we revere, we worship, we idolize, because we need to read their textbooks to become doctors. But I noticed that when they are given positions, HOD, Dean of Basic Sciences, Dean of Clinical Medicine, and all that, provost of the college, we noticed that they couldn't lead well. And I started asking myself in 5th year med school, what does it take to lead a group of people, an organization, a department well? And that was what led me to start reading Peter Drucker's book in 5th year med school.
Okay, now, sorry, I need to stop you now. I know we are due for a break, and my producer is trying to prompt me for that, but I have to just take the risk to ask you one more question before we do that. What was motivating you, pushing you on the inside in all of this? Because it sounded adventurous, and also you sound like you were enjoying it. So what was the motivation for you?
I think the first motivation for me then in school is that I want to be the best that I can be in any field I find myself. That's the first thing. And secondly is that I wanted to play to my strength. And thirdly is also I want to help people. It might be in medicine, it might be arts of medicine, but ultimately I want to help people become, because what do doctors do? Doctors help people become better in their health. I help people become better as leaders and lead the organization. So that's my own way of helping people and contributing to society. At the end of the day, that's the things that motivate me. I want to be my best. I want to maximize my giftings and my talent. And ultimately, it means nothing if it doesn't help somebody become better.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. We're going to go on a break. And when we are back from this break, Dr. Maxwell Ubah is still going to be here. He's going to start talking to us about his foray into the next part, which is talking about leadership, strategic thinking, and organizational reforms. Then we're going to be looking at some of the challenges he faced whilst he was doing that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major, major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back, and many thanks for joining us. right here on the Achievement Channel, and this is Career Success. Still have in the studio with me Dr. Maxwell Ubah. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
Now, so you were going to delve into how you got into organizational transformation and your intention for that purpose. Yes.
So I said it was that 50 and I said, okay, what can I do? And in that process of asking, why is it that intelligent people, professors with different degrees cannot lead a department, a unit, the school of medicine? And that was what led me into strategy and leadership, saying, okay, how can people lead better? How can people lead better? And so I started reading Peter Drucker's book. So and there's a similarity. You know, in medicine, one of the postings I did in medicine was dermatology. So we are all dressed up, suited. In dermatology, we're dealing with skin diseases. And I found out that when you remove the clothes of some people, there's a lot of things that people are going through and they need help. Same thing with organizations. You see the big building, it looks all nice and fancy and the rest. If you go internally, you find out that people are going through a lot of challenges. And those challenges stems from poor leadership. And I said, Maxwell, can you become like an organizational doctor, helping organizations and dealing with those people-related issues in that organization? And for me, that's one of the greatest joy I have, helping organizations become effective.
How do you think people can learn from this? Because you sat down by yourself, and from what you got from reading other people's books, you were able to decipher what you think or the path you think you should take for now. But right now, as we speak, reading is a culture that is dying in our society. So how can you inspire people to take this line again to discover more?
So if you put everything I've said today, let me start by saying that you can become anything you want to be in life, but you cannot become everything. So when we try to motivate people, we need to let people know that they cannot become everything, but they can become one thing, and you can become the best in that one thing. So the first thing I need to say to the person is that you need to find that one thing that you can become the best in, that one thing that plays to your strength, that one thing that is in line with who you think you are. That's the first thing you need to start. What is that one thing? If I need to reduce my life to one sentence, what would that one sentence be? That's the first thing I need to say here. The second thing I need to say here is that you require the role of a mentor. You took the teacher, the example of the teacher that I said to help me discover that. Then you come to the point of personal decision. I also made a decision that this is what I want to do with my life. I made a decision that I'm going to come first in primary six. I'm going to get a distinction in physiology. It's a decision that I made. Then you support that with every other thing about hard work and all that. So reading, of course, you need to read because you need to discover what others have discovered. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Medicine, I think the discipline of medicine is that it forces us to read. That's what the discipline of medicine. Our textbooks are quite big. You need to find out what are the root causes of the disease and all that. So in any field that you have chosen, you need to read. And there's a common saying that is out there, the 10,000 hour principle, that if you invest 10,000 hours in anything, you become an expert in that particular thing. So go back again. You need to choose the field you think you can become the very best in. You need to find the right mentors. You need to make the right decision. Then you need to read.
Okay. In all of this, just listening to your story, it sounds so inspiring, and some other people could feel like, let me just jump on it and ride on it. But were there some difficulties? Were there some mountainous problems and challenges you encountered? And if there were some of them, how did you maneuver?
I think the challenges I encountered was when I was trying to make the transition from medicine and out of medicine. A lot of people did not understand why would somebody who did well in medicine wants to leave medicine. And the truth of the matter is that not everybody will understand your dream. Not everybody will understand your goal. Elon Musk, for example, had an opportunity to do PhD in Stanford, and he deferred his program and never completed it and pursued his entrepreneurial dream. Some people might say maybe because he wanted to remain in America, but more of his entrepreneurial dream. Same thing with the owners of Google. Am I saying you should leave university? No, what I'm saying is that you need to be in tune with yourself. You need to face rejection. That rejection of you want to leave medicine, the ridicule, you want to leave medicine to do something else. for a lot of people, it did not make sense. And sometimes when you want to pursue your dreams, not everybody would understand it. Not everybody would appreciate it. You need to be in tune. Yes, listen to our advice, but at the end of the day, follow that path that speaks to who you are. And a path that at the end of the year, at the end of your life, you can look back and say, I lived a fulfilled life because I pursued the cause that was there. I also faced rejection. So moving from medicine to the financial services sector, I started at the very bottom. I had to learn the ropes. I made mistakes, but I bounced back from it. And that's the concept of grit and resilience, that you need to be tenacious. I think for me, one lesson people can take from me is that I have made transitions in life, and you can also make that transition, but you will face challenges. Just persist and you will overcome it at the end.
Were you scared?
No, I wasn't. I think that maybe the classic David killing the lion and the bird, and he could face Goliath, because I had done GCE in JSS 2 at age 13. An exam that is for people that are older. I think it emboldened me somehow. I wasn't scared of failing. In fact, my greatest fear is not living up to my potential, not failing. Okay. I can accept failure. And failure is maybe you're not maximized, you did not make the target. What I cannot accept is not trying. And that's for me my greatest fear. Try, give it your all, go out on a limb. And at the end of the day, if you don't meet the target, learn the lesson, but not what you call failure. Failure is an event, not a person. So I wasn't scared of failing. I was scared of not trying. That's what I was scared of. And I said, Maxwell, it is when I try, then I'll know whether I'm capable of it or not. So I tried GCE, I found that I was capable. I did it in SS1, I tried it, I found that I was capable. It was when I tried and I can come to that fact of, is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of motivation? Is it a problem of discipline? But I'm not scared of failure.
Okay. Now, some of the pictures you sent me, I saw you were standing in the midst of some of your clients or some of your students whom you're tutoring and you were teaching, and I saw that there was also a picture where you were exchanging pleasantries with the Commissioner of Police, and so when you encounter these people, you deal with people on a daily basis in organizations, what do you think is the basic problem about people and getting to the pinnacle of their career, and how can that be solved?
So I think it depends on the context you want to look at it, you understand? So I've been privileged to speak before governors, I've been privileged to speak before CEOs and great men in the Nigerian society. But performance challenges, so you can look at people have performance challenges, and it is broken down universally into five buckets for performance challenges. Number one is clarity. Number two is capacity. Number three is motivation. Number four is resources. And number five is consequences. At the end of the day, every performance challenge that people face will fall in one of these five. So from an organizational standpoint, it's in one of these five. From an individual standpoint, maybe the person is not motivated. Maybe the person thinks he doesn't have the resources. Maybe it's a problem of capacity. The person doesn't have the skill sets to do that. Maybe the person is not even aware. Or maybe the person doesn't understand the concept of consequence management. At the end of the day, every problem that an individual faces, we can drill it into one of these five. The reason why people will keep doing things that are wrong is because there's no consequence management in the Nigerian society.
Okay.
So I think for me, the way forward is the individual to decide that this is what I want to do and I want to achieve in my life. You know, Stephen Covey says you can be an island of excellence in a sea of mediocrity. So in spite of the challenges I see in the Nigerian society and these five problems, there are one or two individuals who, in spite of these challenges, in spite of the resource issue, in spite of this, are still succeeding.
Okay. Now, I want to know moments where success emerged in your face, career-wise and otherwise, where, you know, maybe promotion and maybe where the plaques, the gifts, the accolades came in. At what section of the career did it came in, and how did you receive those?
I think my career is also, in every place I've worked, I've been commended. So I worked in banking, you understand, I was promoted. when I was in banking to an assistant manager in 2004, you understand? So in every place in medicine, we don't have that promotions like that because I didn't stay so long in medicine. But my professors commended me. So what I would say for me is, if you do a good job, so even some in other banks that I worked, I got offers. I got people who wanted me to come and join them because they had the work I was doing. But I am not particularly, let me put it this way, the first joy I derive from my work is the joy of doing a great job. And so when today I did a presentation for a company and the person said, Maxwell, where's Maxwell? Call him, he's never late. That's the first joy. The joy of people knowing that I do a great job. The second joy is not the joy of the external reward that comes. But and did I have it in a lot of my career? Of course I did. And when it comes, because I was expecting it didn't come as a surprise. The only that organization I told you where there was a delay because they didn't believe in rewarding excellence, and I said to them, if it doesn't happen when I want it, I'm going to leave. So that's how I respond to that particular question.
Okay, so lastly, tell us, what advice do you have for Nigerian youths, the young people of these days who are somehow trying to okay, where do I go from here? What do I do? Should I study medicine? Okay, should I go into this business? Am I going to resign from my jobs and take up entrepreneuring? Or what should I do? They are confused.
Okay, so let me speak to, just quickly, because of our time, I'll speak to people at work. Let me speak to people that are already working. Somebody asked me, if I want to give an advice to a young person starting his career, what would I say to the person? I said just 3 things. Number 1 is wherever you find yourself, do a good job. That's the first principle I tell you. Make excellence your watchword wherever you find yourself. Number 2 is develop skills for the future. The fact that you're in a particular job doesn't mean that that job will be relevant for the future. So you need to make sure you develop skills for the future. And number 3 is that you find a great mentor or a sponsor for you. If you put it to somebody deciding his career also, or a young person about to go to school, yes, I know that you need to ask yourself in the future what courses or skills will be relevant, and you can make the decision right now. So if I find myself in a particular course, it's okay, it's fine, but develop the skills that will be relevant for the future, because in the future we know that some courses will not be as relevant as they are now in the future. So whatever decision you make, whether it's medicine, whether it's law, whether it's psychology, just make sure that whatever course you want to study and career path you want to choose will be relevant in the next 5-10 years. And if you find yourself in that place, make excellence your watchword. Thank you.
Excellence, develop skill for the future. And lastly,
find a mentor or a sponsor.
Find a mentor or a sponsor. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Dr. Maxwell Ubah, our incredible guest this morning. It's great having you with us today on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for honoring our invitation. Now, Sam Adeyemi said, successful people are the failures that refuse to quit, while failures are the successful people that quit easily. So, for you, I am saying don't give up on your career goals, your academic goals, your family goals, and all other aspirations you have. If you hold on a little longer, you will arrive at your predetermined destination. I am Oyinpriye Krumale saying bye for now.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today. Impossibility is nothing.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel, the show where we celebrate extraordinary individuals making a difference, transforming lives, and inspiring positive change. We're broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio in Lagos, and today's episode is nothing short of remarkable. Joining us is a man whose life embodies resilience, innovation, and the power of vision, Dr. Cosmas Maduka. From humble beginnings as a teenage hawker to becoming the founder and president of the Coscharis Group, a powerhouse conglomerate spanning automobiles, agriculture, and technology. Dr. Maduka's story is a masterclass in turning challenges into opportunity. With over 4 decades of entrepreneurial excellence, he has not only built an empire, but has become a beacon of hope, proving that dreams fueled by hard work can change lives and communities. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo. You're in for an episode filled with wisdom, inspiration, and actionable lessons. Let's get started.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome, Dr. Cosmas, to Champions of Change. It's so good to have you here.
Thank you, Pamela. It's my pleasure to be here on your show.
Thank you. So this is a show where we honor people who have been doing inspiring things in their communities, and beyond your business acumen, we know that you are a fantastic philanthropist, a mentor. And so I wanted to ask you about your philanthropy and what you think of, corporate social responsibility and how you use that to lead your group in Coscharis.
Okay, well, thank you, Pamela. Again, it's my pleasure to be on your show this time. Corporate social responsibility is at the heart of our company, because if you get to know Coscharis and what we stood for, the inspiration was to create an institution that will be timeless in its relevancy and value. So it's not about me, it's not about whosoever, but it's about building something that outlasts the founders. How then are we going to do that? We came up with a mission to say Coscharis will deliver excellent product and services, giving our customers the highest value for their money, and will contribute to societal development by plowing resources back into the immediate community, growing stronger and waxing bigger into the future, and create a sense of pride in its employees. So, in the ecosystem, corporate responsibility is captured in what we set out to do. We never even said where we are going to be without it being part of the foundation of our organization. And that shows you how important it is. So it's at the very heart of our organization to plow back resources into the immediate community and society.
And I love it because I know that you lead by example. So that's an excellent thing. So in terms of, I know that Coscharis has expanded in terms of the different things that you offer. And one of the things that you did a few years ago is to get into Coscharis Farms in Anambra. And I know that your initiative there is to create about 3,000 jobs for people in Anambra. Can you tell us a little bit of how that has been going and what transformation you have seen in Anambra State in that community because of that?
Okay, it's important that people understand that Coscharis, in all our business lifetime that is close to 5 decades today, we are not one of those rice importers.
Right.
We never did. So, but Coscharis Farm was also not an accident. It's all about vision and plan. Because where we are today, the property that we acquire, that we are doing the business of farming in Anako, in Anambra State, started over 30 years ago.
Wow.
My daughter would turn 33 this year, but that was when my wife went to give birth to her, that we signed the agreement. Was a different piece of property that we were acquiring. Omeka Omerowa was the governor of Anambra State then, the military administrator who signed the certificate of occupancy. So it was something we had always planned that we are going to do. But you know, my grandfather used to tell me that when you want to choose certain animal, you need to get the right gunpowder. Because if you take a borrowed gunpowder to shoot a chimpanzee, he will collect the gun from you and kill you. In other words, you don't get into farming without having the muzzle, the capacity to be able to take it. So over a period of time, we are in different kind of business, but we have never really get into, you know, real sector of economy where you add value, because buying and selling is not really how the economy grow. It's part of it. But the buying and selling is a starting point for you to grow, but keep your eyes on the big picture where ultimately you want it to be. By 2012, 2013, we started planning to go and develop this farmland. You said it's quite a piece of property. Because some people ask me, is it real that you have 3,000 hectares in Anambra State? Because that's like a village. Where does such land exist? We acquired this property from different people. We bought Rogeni property, piece of property, 310 hectares. We bought Bravo property, 610 hectares. We bought Light Brewelly, and then before we now get the villagers to give us additional portions. So it was an area that was like a forest that never have been cultivated. If I start telling you the things we made developing that property, we didn't just make big panton there. We made different kind of animals there, whether it is alligators and all of those things, because it was a thick forest. Clearing it cost us ₦1 billion. That was in 2015.
Wow.
But what had happened was that when we wanted to go and develop this property, the villagers looked at us. We became their captive market, like a container they clear. Anytime we come, they want to collect money. So it becomes challenging. But when Obiano became the governor of Anambra State and called for stakeholders forum, I sat in one of the meetings where he shared his economic plan for Anambra State. And one of his 7 pillars of economic transformation was agriculture. It was very interesting. So I listened to it. And at the end of the meeting, I asked him, can we have a private sector, meeting, which he consented to. I said, look, I have this piece of property that actually located in your village, but unfortunately, each time we want to develop that piece of property, it was like we are a container that have landed, and this is becoming very irritating. He said, when are you ready to start? I said, tomorrow. He called his commissioner of agriculture, set up a committee, and said, please go talk to my people and tell them that they will be the people that is stopping him, because all he's looking for is to attract an investment in Anambra State. So that's where government is important, because they are catalysts to provide the enabling environment.
That's right.
So they had to do the community meeting and get the people to say, please, hands off. So we moved into the land, started the land clearing in 2015, because rice is a grain that grows on a mud. And for such large acre kind of property, for us to really do anything meaningful, we have to clear every wood, every stick. It has to be a bare field completely, because the window of the planting is very short. We actually have 4 excavators to be able to do this within 3 months to be able to replant. But we started the first time on rainy season farming, which is not, you are not in control. You are only subjected to the mother nature, whatever it provides to you. Whether what we did, part of that 2015, 2016. But by 2017, we made huge investment to take water from Iju River to about over 9 kilometers from the place to do major canal to bring water, and then started doing the secondary canals that had to put water into each of the farm. Like I said, rice is a grain that grow on a mud.
Right.
So it need water. Water is part of its life. So you do a much more controlled farming in a dry season, because you give the farm water when you need it, and be able to put all the up and in the farm. We have heard when the water come to the top of the roof to tell you how bad it is in those areas. So what we have done to touch the community in Anak, where we are, is that the first 1 year we were solely on our own. By the second year, we started looking for art growers, where we teach the community what to do, give them some input, help them to farm. We built the first 2 years 5,000 art grower.
Wow.
Yes. There's a company called IDH, American has it. They all support us with these farmers to be able to support them with input, sometimes fertilizer. So what we do now is to train these people. We've been able to grow about 15,000 art growers today. And because of the training, we give them the input we made. Sometimes we can also harvest for them with our harvester. Sometimes we can mow for them with our mowing and all of that. So we now have an accord with them where we have the first right of refusal of buying their crops.
Okay.
Before, we have to go all the way from north, bringing Kebbi and all of those areas to be able to get our raw material, which is basically what you call paddy. Okay.
Right.
But today we've been able to create a capacity that we are getting our raw materials in Anambra State, and that's how we have affected and go to our mill. We have a storage of over 25,000 metric tons where we store the paddies to be able to produce seamlessly around the year. So I won't say truly that we have made profit in this business. And I knew from day one that we are not going to make profit. The feasibility study we made was that we will take us 5 years. Our idea is that we will break even by 2021.
Right.
And because we did things proper, the way it should be done, we attracted international investor. Sahel Capital invested into our farm.
Sure.
But their system is that every 5 years they divest, they have to, move on. That's their business model. They don't get there to sell. But all the agreements are put in place. So they put their first 5 years, and when they were willing to sell, we bought them over. And today it's managed and held solely by Coscharis, but we're still willing to accept any other international investor. We have not yet mastered build the maximum capacity in terms of the yield, because rice profitability in it, agriculture today has become scientific completely.
Right.
Like I said, we have had 3 consecutive years where we had flood that totally, destroy our crops. And unfortunately, the Nigerian agriculture insurance is not matured.
Sure.
They only want to pay you for what we call the seed, the planting seed. But all the inputs, the fertilizers, the diesel, we burn 33,000 diesel on a weekly basis. You need to be in this farm because the 2 ministers of agriculture have been in our farm. The first was Audi Ogbe, was here with the former governor of Central Bank, the Kebbi State governor who represent the president. We had the second governor. This farm, the total road network we created in the farm is about 200 kilometers. 3 hours you are in our farm, you haven't end from beginning to the end of it. So it's a masterpiece. Actually, the best way to look at our farm is to come by helicopter. When late Herbert Nwigwe visited, I think we rented the helicopter of your agency, and he came by air. He couldn't believe himself because that's the only way you can be able to tour the farm under 1 hour or 30 minutes from the up to see everything. Really professional the way it's done abroad. I am very proud that as an Ambararian, because I'm a capitalist, and as a capitalist, you need to, go for business opportunity where it presents itself. Yes. But a lot of people say you must do something in Anambra State, but you can't do, as a capitalist, you cannot make investment based on emotional attachment. Today, I am confident that we are taking the Eastern market, a captive market, to deliver rice. We have the best quality rice that exists in the market today, and we sell at a premium.
Fantastic, sir. So, Dr. Cosmas, what I love about what you just said about your rice story is the fact that you have created jobs and changed lives. 15,000 people is amazing. And it creates a sustainable community. The fact that they can now grow their own crops, and then you get the first pick of buying from them. So you've created a sense of livelihood for them. So that is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely.
Great. So we'll take a quick break right now, and we'll continue with this wonderful conversation with Dr. Cosmas when we come back.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802-303-2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Champions of Change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement.
Welcome back to Champions of Change. I'm right here with Dr. Cosmas, and we've been having a wonderful conversation about his CSR, his farm, and just his incredible wisdom. So, Dr. Cosmas, tell me, I know that you are a phenomenal mentor.
Thank you.
And you are also a man who empowers people.
Absolutely.
And I know you have empowered so many young entrepreneurs.
Sure.
Namely Stanley Uzochukwu of Stanel Oil and Delbra. So tell me, what do you look for in somebody you want to empower or mentor, and why is mentoring quite important?
Well, I am a great advocate of mentorship. You can call it mentorship, you can call it apprenticeship. I am a product of apprenticeship, and that's where you learn under somebody and be tutored on all the rudiments that you require to run a business. University is a very good place to do that, but the only unfortunate thing is that there's no hands-on. You have theoretical knowledge about things and become a great intellectual on it, but hands-on experience you lack. But under apprenticeship or mentorship, somebody guides you step by step for you to learn what to do. Having lost my father at the age of 4, and my mother became a single parent with 4 kids to take care of, life was not fair to me. But I have a determination. And what is that determination? It's hunger for success. I tell a lot of young people today, it doesn't matter what it is. Nobody can teach you how to be hungry. It's something that has to come instinctively. You need to, crave for it. Recently, I was mentoring some group of young people, and I was trying to encourage them to stop procrastinating, to take action and take a step of faith. And one of them raised his hand and said he wanted to ask a question. I said, what is it? He said, look, his belief is that they have been over-mentored but have been underfunded.
Right.
So I tell him to shut up. Because if he claimed to be an entrepreneur, your first ability or sign of entrepreneurship is to create capital. Capital doesn't fall from heaven. You can take a job, whatever you need to do to earn money, and we watch you to see how you have deployed the little money you have in a sustainable manner. There's nothing that convinces an investor more to put money into what you are doing than for you to let him know you took this thing from ground zero to A, from A to B. He could see through that process. You don't need to speak too much because manifestation is the interpretation. He has seen you have the drive, what it takes. Then the help will ordinarily come.
That's right.
A lot of young people or business people have misplaced positions in life. And everybody tell you, look, what my lacking is capital. If I have 1 billion naira, if I have $10 million, you will see me, I will be. No, it doesn't work like that. Many people don't know that this thing we call money have 5 levels of money. The least level of money is what people focus about, and that's what you call cash.
Right.
The first level of money is what we call credibility. The second level of money is what we call credible relationship. You may not have money, but you have somebody that have money. The third level of money is what we call integrity. The fourth level of money is what we call character. The fifth level of money is what we call competency. The other one is the least level of money is what we call cash. But young people are only interested in cash. Let me explain to you. Credibility is not integrity. Credibility is where you are able to record a process of what you are doing. The things you are said, the things you are doing can be verified. There are evidence and proof of what you have done. It can be verified, not just what you said. There are records of that. Now, if Dangote comes to Kosharis to take a Rolls Royce that costs 1.4 billion naira and he didn't have cash, do you think we can let him go with the car? We will. No doubt we will. Why? He's credible.
Right.
We can verify him and his source of wealth. He had a credible position that you can, that what money.
Right.
Now, if Pamela comes to Kosharis to take a Ford Explorer and she doesn't have cash, will we give her?
No.
The answer is no. Now, if Pamela knew Dangote and Dangote put a call across Kosharis and said, please let her go with the car, will we let you go with the car? Yes. The obvious answer is yes. Now, it's not the cash you brought, but you leverage on the healthy relationship you had with Dangote. So he value his credibility that become cash. So many people don't know this, that when a wealthy man or a rich person give you cash, he has cheated you. What you need is relationship.
That's right.
That you need is relationship, that he can put a call and open door. So let's come back to the question you asked me, what I do, how I help young people. It's the same means. Like I said, I've said it in open air everywhere. I used to go to see Goodluck Jonathan. And I saw this young boy hanging around, you know, and I became very weird of him, like, treat him like, keep him on arm's length. It's like, I don't want to be him to contaminate me, because there are too many clever young people. We don't give them benefit of that. But each time this young man will greet me presently, you know, there's something bubbling in him that is looking for life. But I was very careful, you know, not to, you know, fall for his whatever it is. And over a period of time, I keep on, you know, taking back seat. But one day, I was coming down from Hilton Hotel in Abuja. By the elevator, this young man grabbed my 2 feet. I said, what is it? He said, look, he regarded me as an angel, that I'm a messenger from God. I should lay hands on him to pray. I said, why? Here. Let's get to the corner and say, please here, please here. He had my 2 legs, please here. A boy that was well taught, that believed in what he has been taught. I lay hands on Stanley and I was praying. Suddenly I felt a hand inside my purse. I heard it like this. I thought he was trying to be funny.
From you.
He stuck 50,000 naira on my pocket. I finished with him, entered car, going back to the airport. I keep on wondering, what a hell is this? Why did this boy put, in fact, you know, I acted superstitious. I removed the 50,000 so that it does not contaminate all the money I have, and kept it away. Because a young boy that was supposed to ask me for money is giving me money.
Right.
It was different from everything that I knew. But I keep on pondering about it. It wasn't long. Friendship was born. People don't know principle, how life operates. A gift is a distraction to a king. People gave me Rolex watch, things like that. I never opened their pocket for 2 years because I'm busy. It's a distraction. So that gift that young man did connected me with him, and we became friends. As a matter of fact, I still remember I was in a Jaguar SJ driving, coming into Abuja, and my phone rang, and it was Stanley, because he already have access to me, that he can call me and I take his call. Oh, sir, please, do I know anybody in First Bank? I said, what is it? Oh, that he used to deliver diesel to Julius Berger. There was a guy that used to phone him. That guy had a motor accident and is dead. Now, Julius Berger has given him a contract to supply XYZ metric ton of the diesel. He didn't have the money. If I could put a word for him, somebody in First Bank where he had an account. I said, so do you have an account in First Bank? He said, yes. I said, please, can you send me the account? It's not something I planned. It was not in my plan. It was not something I was thinking. But the Holy Spirit told me to wire some money into his account. And I sent a message to my accounting officer in Access Bank to send 150 million naira to that account.
Wow.
And that exchange rate as of then was 150 naira per dollar. That's $1 million. He told me when he received the money, the alert, the phone fell off in his hand. And he ran to his pastor's, Paul Elenchi, to say this is what happened. And the pastor told him he hadn't seen anything. So that was my connection with Stanley. Of course, the agreement was for him to return the money under 6 months. He didn't return it until about 1.5 years or 2. But he returned the money. We didn't call police. We didn't go to court. We didn't discuss anything about it. And the friendship was born. Today, I took pride that Stanley is a billionaire. He's not the first billionaire that I have raised, frankly speaking. You can count in my finger, there are more than 30 young men that are billionaires that, in fact, some of them are even becoming bigger than myself, that I knew the role I played in their life.
Wow.
I've done that all my life. You know, we are called for different life. It's about not duration, how long you live, but are you living a purposeful life? It's about donation. How empathiful have you been into people's life? And I can tell you that by the grace of God, I pride myself in this. Some people tell me you trust people too much. It's not about trusting people too much. There's a responsible urge in every one of us. If there's a deep in you calling after a deep, there's a deep somewhere to respond to it. If you are determined to succeed and you follow principle and do everything that you need to do to succeed, God will send you a destiny helper along the way.
That's right.
Quite a number of people sit back and say things went wrong. Like I could have sat back and blamed everybody around me, including God. Why did he took my father when I was 4 years? But wealth is not about, success is not about education, frankly speaking. Success is not about any other thing but about mindset. Changing the narrative of the way you think is the key to success. My mother looked at me at the age of 4, looked me straight into the eye and said, Cosmas, believe in yourself and believe in God. You will go places in life and you will be successful. I said, thank you, Mom. I grew up with optimism. I believe no door closes before me. My mother was actually my inspirator who really discovered my entrepreneurship, because she would fly Akala in the morning and give me to sell 1 pan and 1 for my senior brother. I would sell 2 pan before my senior brother sell 1. Why? Because I move with confidence, smiling at you before I say buy Akala. And you said, no, you don't want to buy. If you want to go, I'll hurl your cloth. And you said, is it by force? I said, Mom, tell me nobody says no to me. Exactly what you are doing now is what they would do.
Right.
The person will, just smile, giggle, and said, wow, where did this boy confidence come from? Who taught you this? Then he will abuse his own child. Say, if this one is by me, he will not have sense. Oh, yeah, put 5 pence on. That's how I sell.
Right.
So we went to the same market, the same Akara with my senior brother. I sell 2 pounds before he finished selling 1. So I grew up with that optimism that people like me, people will do things to me. So when people tell me this thing is impossible, I'll be laughing. I'll go, you tell me this door is closed, I tell you it will open when I get there. 99.9% as I'm getting to this door, somebody will open it from the other side and I will close. So that has been my life.
Amazing,
amazing.
And thank you so much for the nuggets
that
you just shared. So, Dr. Cosmas, it must be so rewarding, knowing that you've helped so many people. I mean, I can't imagine making people billionaires.
Sure.
What is the most rewarding experience, in your opinion, that you've had of helping people?
I think I would like to share 2 of them.
Okay.
Recently was a young man I met outside of this country. Let me keep his privacy. It was on December 24.
Your birthday.
My birthday. He got to know it was my birthday. He bought a bag that is a Gucci bag that he used. He removed things on it and said he's sorry he didn't know it was my birthday and gave it to me.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he forgot his international passport on it.
Oh my God.
Inside it, but which I later discovered, and I was able to give it to him before I left that country. On my honor, friendship was born. After that event, the young man called me one day and told me he had a challenge. I said, what is the challenge? And he just got a contract of $120 million and he need to do something to show commitment to be able to secure that contract. And we had a discussion. I said, put it on email. And the discussion went on. On my honor, I wired $2.5 million to him. He got that contract. Show performance. After 6 months, he got the first performance payment of $5 million.
Nice.
And he returned my $2.5 million. He had finished that job. The person that got the second job did not perform. He's doing a contract, a project of $1 billion United States dollar today.
Wow.
From that help. So how do you sit back and hear things like this, the kind of fulfillment you have on it?
Mm-hmm.
The second one is a young man from my own state. I started giving credit of 10 million naira to 50 to 100 million. Today, he's so big, he built a factory. He also produced for Koscharis certain product that we buy from him now. And recently, he told me he has 44 billion naira. He's looking for what to do. He has built a factory in Sokoto, built a factory in Lagos. I told him the next one will be in Anambra.
Wow.
And when Soludo called for Anambra Economics Summit, I told him I came with an investor, signed his certificate of occupancy. The factory is under construction now.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's an amazing story.
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed this session, Dr. Cosmas. Lastly, what I want to ask you, I know one of the things I really admire about you is you are one of the most humble people I've actually ever met.
Thank you.
I want to ask though, what keeps you humble and what are you most grateful for?
It's important everybody that cares to know. I'm a Christian. I don't feel embarrassed to say it. I'm traveling on tomorrow. I'm heading to Pakistan. I'm going to wear this badge. If you don't like me, send me back to my country, anywhere I am, whether I'm in Saudi Arabia or in Dubai. I met Christ at a very tender age of my life before I turned 15, and that gave me a different view of life, that God of all creature humble himself and enter into the womb of his own creation. That's humility. God humiliated himself. The way up is down. What people wonder about me is that they thought I'm a rich man who became a Christian. No, I am a Christian who became rich.
Right.
Somebody God could trust with money. So my Christian value comes first in everything I do. And that's where my humble disposition comes from. I don't tolerate people, like you are up there and they are all down there, live haughty like you know everything. Other people don't know anything. It is absolutely the grace of God in my life that I enjoy. And that's why I try to express it, so that if I can't preach to you, you can look at my life and maybe have cause to say, God, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cosmas. It's been amazing to have you on the show.
It's my pleasure, Pamela, to be here. And please feel free to call me any other time. If I'm available, it will be my pleasure to put my shoulder to the wheel and anchor your show.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. You're welcome.
I'd like to thank Dr. Cosmas for joining me on this episode of Champions of Change. His incredible journey reminds us all that success is born from vision, discipline, and a willingness to persevere against all odds. I am Pamela Igbo, and we'll see you next time here on the Achievement Channel. Until then, stay inspired, keep making a difference. Bye for now.
So please keep watching Achievement Channel to keep learning. Thank you.
I just want to advise you, it is best for you to keep watching the Achievement Channel.
Okay, shout out to the Achievement Channel. Keep watching the Achievement Channel.
Welcome to Mighty Moms, the show that celebrates incredible women balancing the wall of motherhood and success. This is Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our studio at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. Today's topic is focused on moms who build empires, entrepreneurship, and motherhood. And we are so excited to have with us someone who exemplifies this beautifully, Pamela Egbo, a beautiful leader and mother who has not only made her mark in business development, but also as the former executive director of Obi Jackson Foundation. Pamela, we are happy to have you on the show today.
It's great to be here, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Pamela, you've had such a rich and diverse career in business development and leadership. Can you walk us through the journey, especially as a mother raising a daughter and at the same time navigating the world of entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Sarah. I think for me, you know the saying that goes, necessity is the mother of invention. So that was typical for my case. I never really thought about being an entrepreneur. I was just going to do the 9-to-5 pathway journey in terms of my career. But I found myself a single mother going through a divorce when my daughter was pretty young at 18 months. And so I had to sort of decide at that moment that I wanted to be there for my daughter, and I did not want to miss any part of her growing up, especially now that I was no longer part of a nuclear family and I was going it alone. So that started my journey of entrepreneurship, deciding to not do a 9-to-5 job and look for ways of earning an income and still being very, very present in my daughter's life.
That's great. You were once the executive director of Obi Jackson Foundation, which tackles critical issues like health and education, particularly in the rural areas. How did your role influence your perspective on leadership and social impact, especially as a mother and an entrepreneur?
Great question. Like you said, the Obi Jackson Foundation, a great foundation. I used to be the executive director. We worked particularly with rural women in the eastern part of Nigeria, particularly Anambra State. I think as a mother, you're always a mother in whatever circumstance you find yourself, and meeting women who they were obviously entrepreneurs in their own way, doing it at a very low level. It was good to be able to find ways of supporting them and creating avenues where they could have inclusion, financial inclusion through microcredit, or just supporting them and giving them information on how they can make their lives better. So in that way, it was a very fulfilling and rewarding time there.
That's great. Pamela, you created Hannah and Hugh. You started Hannah and Hugh Limited when your daughter was just 18 months. What were the toughest challenges you had to face at that time? And how did you overcome them as a mother?
Okay, so first of all, I want to say Hannah and Hugh is a natural skincare company. So the story behind that is when my daughter was a baby, she had eczema. And we're talking, she's 18 years old now, so we're talking 18 years ago, there wasn't much about natural skincare. Particularly when I lived in England, you would go to the doctor and they would give you steroid creams. And so being very frustrated, I decided to go and take a skincare course. And that's how Honey and Hue was born. And so I took my recipes to a manufacturer and decided to create a range for children, particularly children born with eczema and parents who were looking for an alternative to the steroid creams that were in the market at the time. And so obviously, being a single mother, it wasn't easy. I think living in Nigeria gives you a certain support network that you don't have when you're living abroad necessarily. So trying to juggle not having much of a support network and trying to start my company, my skincare products, that was the biggest challenge. I think not having as much support as I do now that I'm back living in Nigeria, but also trying to be focused and make sure that this was going to work. So that was, I would say, the biggest challenge that I faced at the time.
How has the business been so far?
Yeah, it was very successful in England. I was able to sell it, take it to market, and it was stocked at different natural skincare stores. And I was also selling it at Health Plus here in Nigeria. It took a bit of a break during COVID, but we're getting ready to relaunch it in January again.
Wonderful. This inspiring conversation comes up immediately after our break. Please stay tuned. Motherhood is a transformative journey that shapes our children and us. It's filled with joy, challenges, and profound growth. Today, we honor the unsung heroes, our mothers, whose love and dedication lay the foundation for our achievements. Motherhood teaches resilience, the strength to wake up each day with purpose, despite sleepless nights. This resilience empowers us to overcome obstacles and reach our goals. It fosters creativity and problem solving. From soothing a crying baby to managing a household, mothers develop invaluable skills that drive success in ever-changing environments. Today, we celebrate every mother who has doubted herself yet continues to push forward. Your love, sacrifices, and commitment are the true markers of success. You are the heartbeat of your family, and your influence reaches far beyond your home. Today, to all the mothers watching, remember this: your journey, filled with love and perseverance, is the foundation of all-round achievements. You are raising the next generation of dreamers, leaders, and innovators. Your role is powerful. Welcome back to Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. Pamela, when you reflect on your journey so far, both as a mother and a career personnel or entrepreneur, what do you think are the most rewarding aspects of both?
That's a great question. So I think for me, it's, being able to be an entrepreneur, but also be there for my daughter. I think the time that it gave me to do things at my own pace and also be able to be there for very important parts of her life, knowing that I was doing it on my own, was really, really important to me. So being able to be there for her netball competitions, taking her to her school plays, parenting meetings, or even just lots of play dates that I took her to. I wouldn't have had time if I had a structured job. So I think that was very rewarding for me, knowing that I was able to see her grow up and I didn't miss any parts of it. In fact, I was thinking a couple of months ago, she went over for summer to England, and that was the first time in 17 years that we had been apart for longer than like a week. And she was away for 2 months. So that for me has been the very rewarding part of it, knowing that I was there for her important part of her life.
That's great. Most of our viewers are mothers having dreams of beginning or starting their own businesses, but really do not know how or what to do. What would your advice be for mothers who want to begin a business, even with little or limited resources?
Yeah, so my advice would be just start. If you have a goal or a dream, no matter how small you think it is, just start. The Bible reminds us, do not despise the day of small beginnings. Yeah. And I think that as women, sometimes we can look at other women and think, oh, wow, they are at the top of their game, not remembering that they started from somewhere. So we always see the finished product, but we don't see the struggles behind the scenes. We don't see the days they wanted to give up. So I would say, first and foremost, start. Secondly, I would say surround yourself with like-minded people who are trying to do what you're doing, not necessarily in the same line of business, but trying to be entrepreneurs themselves. Get a network of women who can support you. I think that is really, really important. The third thing is there's so many resources these days in Nigeria for your small businesses. So I can think of SMEDEM, which is the Small, Medium and Enterprise Development Agency. They're there to support women in business. There is Enterprise Development Service at the LBS. There's WIMBIZ. There's Gaia Club. There are so many different groups that you can join today that can give you that support that you need. You don't need a lot of money to start a business, particularly in this digital age. You can start with very little resources and just start somewhere. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much. It's been so refreshing listening to your story, Pamela. I wish we could go on, but this is where we wrap up the interview section. Viewers, we'll be right back. We are going to take a short break, and when we are back, we will listen to Pamela's final thoughts on Moments on Connection.
My name is Dr. Mrs. Wumi Olatunji. I'm an environmental and safety professional. I had a very wonderful experience right from day one to the very end. There's the second day to even up to this moment. It has really improved my public speaking. It has built confidence in me. It has improved my ability to speak even in public without much accessory, if at all I need to use anything, just maybe a paper. Before I'm so much endowed with use of PowerPoint, I must have a computer in front of me, or I must have a paper and read directly from the paper. But now I can boldly present or discuss with people in public with or without accessory. I so much appreciate this, and I know it will go a long way with me, and it will improve my performance in my profession. I want you all there to come over and pass through this school. Don't need to procrastinate. You have a lot to benefit and none to lose. Speak with power.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. Now it's time for Moment of Connection, where we hear from our viewers. We've had a lot of responses from moms who have shared their experiences of balancing motherhood and entrepreneurship. Let's read a few comments. From Jane Akintola on X. Starting my own business while raising my kids was one of the toughest things I have ever done. But the freedom it gave me to be present for them was worth it. The second comment is from Bola Danjuma on X. I'm still in the planning stages of starting my bakery business, but I get overwhelmed sometimes and I question if it's even worth it. How do I stay focused and motivated through all the challenges? Pamela, what are your thoughts?
Great. I mean, like I had said earlier, it's a rewarding adventure to be able to have your own business and be there for your children, your family, and balancing that. So I really can relate to the first comment there. The second one about starting home business and staying focused, I would say, like I had already said, get a network of women who can support you, get an accountability partner that will keep you focused. I think that's really important. I think for me, I have a bunch of accountability partners, and so they help me stay focused with my life and business.
Pamela, thank you so much for sharing your inspiring story with us today. Moms like you remind us that it is possible to build your business and also raise a family, and at the same time, take care of yourself.
It's been inspiring to be here. Thank you.
That brings me to my final question before we wrap up. What do you do for yourself, for your me time?
That's a great question. Thank you. So I think as women, we tend to take care of everybody else but ourselves. And I've found that we need to be really, really intentional in building that me time into our schedules, no matter how small it is, whether it's an hour or 4 hours. For me personally, I like to go once a month, go and have a massage, go out with friends, or just go to my favorite coffee shop and chill. So for me, that works for me. So it could be different things for different people. But what I would say is for every mother out there who's trying to balance business and family, to try to intentionally build that time into their schedules.
That's great. So you take care of your business.
Absolutely.
Take care of your family. And also create time for yourself.
Very important.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Imagine stepping into a world where every breath refreshes your spirit. Our premium diffusers transform any space into a sanctuary using only natural, non-toxic ingredients. With quality absorbent reeds, they deliver long-lasting, soothing scents that eliminate unpleasant odors, promote relaxation, reduce stress, and enhance your mood. Choose from tropical mango to a refreshing mountain breeze. Elevate your environment and discover a non-toxic way to improve the air you breathe. With Christian Creations, your home becomes a personal escape to paradise. Experience the freshness today.
To our viewers, I hope today's episode has encouraged you to pursue your entrepreneurial dreams, no matter the challenges. I'm Sarah Roberts. Don't forget to join us for our next episode, where we'll continue to celebrate the incredible strength of Mighty Moms. Until then, stay strong, stay inspired, and keep being the mighty mom that you are.
Hello and welcome to Achievers Book Club on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first and only 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Ikoyi, Lagos. I am your host, Sarah Erime Esekwe. Great minds are built by great books, and this is the show that brings the most powerful ideas from best-selling titles to life, helping you turn knowledge into action. Today, we are diving into a vital conversation, the art of the lifestyle shift, transforming your mind, body, and business. We are exploring how determination and self-belief can help anyone rise above their obstacles. Joining me to discuss the roadmap to a total life transformation is a powerhouse guest. She is an award-winning photographer, entrepreneur, and author of the life-changing book, Lika's Lifestyle.
On the questions I was asked and answering as much as I could during the live. But I realized that most questions revolved around these 4 F's. So people asked me questions about my diet, what I was doing to, what I did to lose the weight, and what I have done or had done at the time to keep it. There was also a lot of questions regarding what kind of workout do I do, what are my schedules, and how is it possible to do this workout or still be active with my lifestyle shift, even with my everyday life, right? So that already answered the 2 major ones, which is fitness and food. Then I got a lot of questions about my outward look. So if you check the book out, I'm going to be referring a lot to the book.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah. So in page 16, in page 16, there's this picture. There's this picture here. Okay. And you could see how dark I was there and how my skin tone had changed. So a lot of people just going through my page, watching my videos, were like, your skin has started glowing. Like, what did you do? What are your secrets? What facials do you do? Because you don't seem to have a lot of breakouts. You know, when I tell people that I'm over 40, it's very difficult to believe because they're like, you don't have wrinkles, this, that. So as much as I would say a lot has to do with, we like to call it my parents and my background. But I also do a lot with facial care and skin care to also be able to give tips on that. So I decided that I didn't want the book to just be your regular fitness book. I just also wanted to, colors as well, what colors that, complement your skin tone. So so that's why fashion and facial became really important to put that in the book.
That's amazing, because it's not enough to just lose the weight. It's important that your body all round, what you wear, how you appear, your skin, that's amazing. That's good. And
Everything
honestly,
is
you do
intertwined.
not look like you are 40. Above 40, right?
Above 40. Let's put
amazing.
that caveat
That's
there.
Amazing.
Above 40. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that leads us to the next question.
Managing grief. Because I realized that a lot of managing grief. Because I realized that a lot of people are so insensitive to, insensitive to understanding what grief is and how people manage it differently. So talking about losing him was also kind of like my love letter to him, right? How much he meant to me. How much he helped me in my own journey. My dad was my biggest cheerleader. He was the one that would see one fitness tip and send it to me. He was always sending me forwarded messages of different nutrition and so a whole lot. He was an inspiration for fitness. I have never known any time that my dad was. So I call that managing mental health. So managing mental health, that's from page 29. And so basically a lot of the talk around this chapter is about my dad, about his journey, about how much he made me love fitness, how much he was into fitness, not just even only fitness, but nutrition. He was very particular about what he ate. So for him to die the way he did, it was really difficult for me. It took me over 3 months for me to get over it. Like, for me, no, of course I'm still not over it, but for me to go back to the gym. Because for a long time I was just like, hey, this man did it all and he just slumped and died. No explanation, nothing. So why am I stressing myself? Why am I doing this fit life, right? So there were a lot of questions I had to ask myself, and also,
is it worth it?
Yeah,
should I go back to
should I do this? What's the point? I could just slump and die. So what am I telling people to do better? You know. So writing that particular chapter was very difficult, because I asked those questions even in the book, like, what do you people think? Like, how do you get over that? And yeah, I would say I'm still not over his loss. I don't know if I'll ever be. But in the book also, I speak to people who are experiencing similar loss and how they can manage it. I realized that when finally I was able to go back into my routine, I gained a lot from it. I could use that as a way to just release that my energy, tension and sadness and stress. Right, especially with taking walks. I never really liked taking walks. I thought it was a very slow pace workout. But I realized that in this time, that's what I needed. I just needed something really easy. So I would just take those walks and listen to like motivational speakers and just try to put myself in a headspace that it's life, this is what it is, right? And just try to accept not having him with me anymore. Yeah.
Wow. I'm really sorry about the loss of your dad.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, it's important that we understand how to grieve, because most times when we have such a sudden loss, most people tend to express their grief in different ways that